value, and that's great. What does that do though to stop somebody from starting their own cryptocurrency? And then you're going to have 101 and then 102. Exact same thing that happened with Bitcoin.
Yeah, but like I said, you're stronger if you're together. That's like the purpose of this. Resilience, strength in numbers, kind of ideology behind it.
I get that, but you're going to have people who say, I don't like that system because it does not allow for X, Y, and Z, and so I'm going to start my own cryptocurrency. So it will have competitors like Bitcoin found a competitor with Ethereum and Solana and XRP and all the others. There was
I mean, this is primarily like the use case of like meme tokens that like, and most meme tokens don't really have like a underlying case where they're like oh, our differentiator is like we aggregate blah 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 on like this layer 2 to be like 0.0% more efficient, you know, or just like a vague meme coin where they're just filling their meme.
I mean, isn't that what they all do?
Practically, yeah. I mean, there's like slight variations of like burn more or less of our supply than the other ones, but they're practically the same. The basic contract.
I'm in agreement with
or
you.
funds. On funds case, they're literally the same.
Right.
So yeah, imagine just a pump fund coin combined.
Okay, so then you would typically have a worthless, like, if you combine every single project on Pump Fund, I don't know how many that is, but let's say it's 100,000 projects. It's more than that, I think. I'm almost certain. Each one of them, like an average of them, is worth like less than 0.001%. Most all of them have been rubbed. So then you would just have like a really weak coin.
No, but in order to, like, basically, if you want to join the merge, or the purge, or whatever it is, purge, like, you're selling whatever value you have of some coin, and let's say like $100 EA coin, and then that gets sold, and then there's like a tax that you pay protocol, which goes to like some of it goes to the holders, some of it goes to the call, some of it goes to New York Treasury, and then you get minted that $100 minus the like 10% tax rate or whatever it costs to join. Like you get the 90 minted of the purge coin.
I get that. What stops somebody from just starting another coin to compete?
first mover ideology of like the strength in numbers and combining communities and the network effect of combining communities.
But
and like the FOMO of like are you the community that you can join now very early and get more value, or you can wait and then a bunch of other communities will join, and then you're not going to get value from joining, or you're not going to be as early. You're still probably going to be early, but you'll be less early.
But that's essentially what Bitcoin was from 2009 to 2016. It didn't really have any competitors, viable competitors, until Ethereum, really. So you had that.
Yes, I mean, I guess it didn't have enough value to competitors, I guess.
And it was worth $1,000 each in 2016. That's a lot of value.
Yeah, wasn't like a Litecoin around by then?
That's true. Okay, take it back to 2014, 2013. Like, basically, there was a trend. It didn't really have any competitors. And what you're talking is kind of the same thing. Everything was united so that there weren't any competitors. But just give it enough, and there will be competitors. There will be somebody who doesn't like the idea of the tax system, or there'll be somebody who doesn't like even the name, and they'll just want to start their own. And unless you restrict people from starting their own cryptocurrencies, you're just given enough time, you're going to have competitors, and you'll have
competitors that are copying the idea of trying to unite and everything into a single coin.
That's exactly what Bitcoin added. We no longer fiat currencies. We no longer need to have an inability to buy and sell. Everything can be public. That's what they advocated, and they unified. I mean, it was. I should say it was unified at the beginning.
Yeah, no, that's true. There's more of like the problem of like there's just a billion projects now, and it's just like a cluster, like way too like much fragmentation, so that nothing can really grow as well as it could, because it's way too saturated. So in order to combat that saturation, the best way to solve it is to actually just unite.
Well, unless you restrict the ability of certain coins, you have full unification. There will be someone out there who does.
I mean, the idea of like being fully like by, of course, that'll never happen. But even if it got 10% of the entire crypto market, that would be amazing, and that will probably never happen. Even it's more of just the idea behind it of unifying.
Well, actually,
combating
I'd like there. I'd like to interject there. I think that eventually, given enough time, unification is likely, if not ensured. Give time. And what do I mean? It's almost, I see it like a universe, Big Bang. You had the Big Bang that exploded, and you had all of this chaos coming from one single point. And that would be like the one single point would have been like Satoshi's paper, and then all the chaos would be all of these incredibly complex, different cryptocurrencies that occur. And eventually, as physicists surmise, astrophysicists, they say that we'll have the basically unification to one point where all of the chaos finds order in one single point, just like it did with the Big Bang. Somewhat see that as analogous to the crypto market. That white paper that starts everything off, and then there's all this chaos with everybody wanting to start all these different cryptocurrencies. However, I imagine eventually it will not be so easy to just cryptocurrency. You can start a cryptocurrency in less than 1 minute on um, on Pump Fund and other places as well. And I don't think that it will be that maybe in 10 years or 100 years. I think that the regulation of the system. And so eventually, because of regulation, not necessarily the open market, because of regulation, you may have a unified cryptocurrency or just a default cryptocurrency. And all of the other cryptocurrencies will be devalued. And everyone will just work on the default, whatever it is, whatever it may be. I think that's an opportunity, a possibility, at least for perhaps hundreds or thousands of years. Though eventually people may find value in other modes of uh, and other types of assets due to regulation, one single currency occurring. For instance,
Yeah, I mean, it's like just like when there's standardized like HTTPS or whatever.
For instance, the United States dollar for like from Bretton Woods, like 1950s till let's just say was the standard global currency, even though it was not formally the standard. Due to regulation, the United States required payment in the United States dollars, and oil. They forced like they forced OPEC to only be able to exchange in dollars, which made the U.S. dollar the only or generally the global currency. However, that changed when OPEC started to the euro types of currency, and even before the United States dollar, you had the pound, which was the global currency for like 100 more than 100 years. So each one, due to regulation, I feel has its own um, time in the sun, and eventually you have, due to economic factors, or it could be because of international relations or um, some type of um, chaotic event that can change whatever the global standard currency is. But for the time being, we have this period of diversification within cryptocurrency. There isn't a really great argument right now for them to unify, which they could, aside from, well, they'd be a lot stronger that way. But the argument could be made, yeah, but that just means that somebody else is going to start another one outside of that unified currency, and the trading market will be very lucrative for people to take advantage of it, and then somebody will start another. And so, given enough time, you'll have your unified currency, but then you'll have a bunch of little ones, like which is what you have right now with Bitcoin. Bitcoin was at one time a unified currency, but you have a bunch of little ones as well.
Yeah, maybe it's a history.
I think so. Without regulation and ability to always create coins, why wouldn't you? Or why wouldn't it? I personally think that there are some advantages to some cryptocurrencies that aren't currently being utilized and or are not very popular. And also the crypto, did you see? I'm sure you probably did, but like this Trust Google Chrome browser extension.
I don't really keep up with crypto very much.
Okay, so Trust Wallet, one of the biggest wallets out. You know what a Google on the Google extension. Basically, when you connected your wallet, you had to put in your seed phrase. The person who had the back door just took all those seeds and drained everybody's wallet, and it was like tens of millions that were before anybody figured out what was going on. And Trust Wallet has come out and said that they will reimburse everybody, but only time will tell. It's very easy for Trust Wallet to just go out of business too because of this issue. And like in my opinion, if anything, I would like regulation to be able to stop that type of system. I know that's kind of the beauty of Bitcoin or of cryptocurrency, that you can just transfer funds very quickly. But I almost feel like there should be an escrow system where you transfer your fund to the escrow, and only after a certain amount of time and you confirm the transaction, the funds actually transfer. I feel like that's safer. Let me.
If they have your private key, they're still going to be able to sign it. Yeah, but
That's true, but basically, you could have someone's private key, but unless you like perhaps log in with some other system to approve the transaction, then the transaction would not go through. So what am I saying? Basically, somebody can have your private key, but wouldn't have perhaps the ability to approve the system in escrow. So let me analyze this. Do you know what Fiverr is? Fiver.
the fine import.
Right. Exactly. Gig work. basically their issue dealing with someone who paid first. Does someone get paid first, or do they do the job first? And it's like you could scam a lot of people if you demand payment first and you just never do the work, or you could get screwed out of a lot of work if you do all the work and the person never pays you. So what Fiverr does is they're just a middleman. They're a service essentially that says, look, you're going to pay the money to us, and only once the job done correctly will pay it out to the correctly. Then you get, and they're basically an arbiter of this, and I think that this would be true for cryptocurrency. Basically, that if you say, hey, I want to transfer all my funds from one wallet to another, you can do that, but it has to go through an escrow service that confirms that you want it, and this would give people the ability easily as they do, because under current system it is 12 or 24 words in the right order, and you have access to someone's entire life savings in many ways, and that's not fair. Just because they clicked on a link accidentally or installed the wrong extension. So instead, what it would do is if you, let's say, wanted to transfer all your money from one wallet to another, instead of doing it immediately, you would transfer it to an escrow service. That escrow service might say that it has to take 2 days or whatever the amount of time is. And you have to log into the escrow service and approve that. Now, people may say, well, what happens if they got access to the escrow service and just being able to drain your wallet? Yeah, that could absolutely be a thing. But it's a layer of security. Basically, it's a separate system that has to approve every single transaction on the blockchain. And that's essentially what we have with A, is like, let's say you buy something online and the company ends up being like a deceitful. You can reverse that transaction, given like usually I think up to 90 days usually, and under normal circumstances. And what will happen, that's known as a chargeback, and there a arbitration process that happens if you think that you deserve your money back, the company thinks that they did whatever they were supposed to do. The bank is essentially an arbitrator of that. And I feel the same should be available in cryptocurrency. I think that would make everything much safer. I think so. And doesn't mean that the bank has to know what it's for. You could anonymity there. But this idea that somebody can just drain your whole wallet, that doesn't make sense. There's a reason why banking doesn't allow that. That somebody just gets access to your bank account and drains it all. You can go and follow the transactions that occurred and reverse them. And that's what I feel should be available in cryptocurrency. The reason why it's not is because there are arbitrator there, but I feel as if there should be, and we would just have to agree on the amount of time that you should get to be able to reverse that transaction, whether it's a week or 90 days or a day or whatever. And it would also make it a lot safer that you could transfer your funds from one wallet to another, but instead of it happening immediately and people just get drained, there's a certain timetable on it, and this would allow people. It would even allow the uh, escrow system to say, look, we have a lot of different transactions that are going to this one wallet. Maybe this person somehow found some kind of hole and they're draining a bunch of wallets. We're not going to release funds immediately until this is approved or researched or whatever it would be. That's what a bank would do. And banks regularly, not banks, but credit unions regularly holds on funds, but banks do it as well. If something's suspicious, they will say, we have put the money in your account, but it's on a hold. And it could be a 7-day hold, it could be a 10-day hold, it could be a 14-day hold. Usually it's no more than that. And if you're like, well, I need my money now, calm down. This will make the entire system much safer. And we just have to agree on a certain amount of time. And another thing could be, when you create your account, there could be certain alerts that could be sent to you to say, hey, did you know that you're transferring 100% of your funds into this other wallet? And it could send you a text message, and it could send you a push notification, and it could send you an email, and it could call you on in an automated fashion that you're alerted that somebody's trying to do this business. And unless you approve it, then it's not going to go through.
I think that's usually how it goes. Like when I've been trying to withdraw money from exchange, it's like you have to do Google Authenticator and retrieve the password from your email and like text message. So they stack 2FA on top of your withdrawals exchanges anyway. I think he's like wallets though. I don't think they have those for them.
That's true. And you have two-factor authentication on your account, which is better. In my opinion, two-factor authentication, at least in some way, should be perhaps. I mean, here's the thing. Even if you do all that, screwed out your money. And I think that's right.
So like a SIM swap attack?
No, let's say somebody says, hey, we want you to connect your wallet to our project. And you put your you do all the Google authentication. You think that it's your friend who really connected to this project. But it turns out that it's a bad app and they drain all your money. And even though you did the two-factor authentication and all that stuff, you got your money drained. What I'm advocating that basically you could connect your wallet to go to an escrow system first. And unless you log in separately to the escrow system and make the and approve the transaction, that it's going to tell you in plain English, you are transferring 100% of your funds into this other wallet that you don't know, then we're not let this transaction to go through. And it doesn't do that right now. Basically, it just says you're giving access to your wallet to this other entity, and people don't know. I mean, because the language is so how would I say, technical, that your average person is just overwhelmed by all of that. If they did it in a banking sense that said, look, you're connecting your bank account to this other person's bank account, and this is going to give them the ability to drain you of your $100 million. Are you sure that you want to do this? Then you'd say, no, I don't want to do that. I didn't realize that's what I was doing. And additionally, if you said, yes, I want to do that, any transfer of funds would have to go through an escrow system. And that escrow system could potentially reverse any transfers of funds. And if there were a situation where someone was taking advantage of another person, that transfer reversed. Another major issue with this is it happens, a lot of the scamming happens overseas, and the governments overseas don't care. And there should be accountability. If somebody's in some fucking Asian country or African country or South American country or the United States or whatever, there should be accountability that the United States and the European and Canada, some kind of agreement that says, if you an actor who keeps draining people of wallets, we're going to send authorities to their location, and we're going to investigate and perhaps prosecute the person. There's no account. It's the same thing with like the Indian scammers. The Indian government does not have enough control on its own people to be able to stop Indian scamming services. If the United States said, or the Europe said, if you want to do business with our country, you need to cut down on the scammers. You need to prosecute these people, so that when somebody calls you and says, from Microsoft, I need to get a computer, and this is reported as a scam, somebody needs to follow up on it and investigate it and research the matter. And if it's found that somebody is scamming, then that person needs to be prosecuted. Right now, it's just in India, it's like, oh, okay, well, whatever. That's not our country. We don't need to worry about it. And that's an unfortunate situation. In the United States, if you call someone from one state to another and you scam them out, you face a litany of different crimes, including like fraud and wiretapping pardon me, illegal wire transfers. There's a ton of different crimes that you commit, but you take the same person and just move them to India, and there's no repercussions. And I'm saying that should change.
What if a U.S. person scams someone from India? Do we cross them?
If the Indian government can prove that it was a person in the United States, then be deported. They can face international penalties. It's not as common though. Actually, people in the United States have more than people in India.
But India would play with the U.S.
Yeah,
instant way around.
Or
they don't have the resources.
Yeah, that's
solve it for people in their country.
That's really what
the laws are like in India.
I mean, there are so many scammers. Like it's like 90% of all scammers who at least hold certain types of scams are direct. Usually, what they do is they call up old people and say, "I'm calling you from Microsoft," when they're not Microsoft, and they say, "I need you to log into your computer, and I need you to get our latest." Little old lady will be like, "Oh, okay," and she'll go to a computer not knowing, and he'll say, "Why don't you just go to this website so that and this will give him virtual control of her computer, and then he can get her banking information, and he can drain up her bank account." What is beneficial usually is that there's a bank that's involved, and they can reverse the transaction. When in the crypto world, there's not, and I'm basically saying that bank is an escrow service. It's not, but it's a middleman, and I think there should be a middleman within the crypto world. And the reason why there isn't is because it's new. There hasn't been enough oversight on this.
Yeah, no, that's true.
But like
I would think that there would be a service like that does exist if you like seek it out.
There could,
like default.
There could be, but it should be default. Like for instance, I don't know. There are a lot of people, and I don't want to paint with a broad brush because there are a lot of Americans who do illegal shit. But you know, if you get involved in cryptocurrency, how many guys from Nigeria are trying to scam you for money? And what the American government should say, or just globally, we should say is, look, Nigeria, you have a major problem with people scamming you. When we have somebody who reports someone as you, and you need to research, and if you recognize this person is defrauding other people, you need to prosecute this person. The Nigerian government, you've seen enough pictures of stuff there. They don't have the resources to be able to do that. And I recognize that they need to start investing in those types of resources because it's a major issue.
Yeah, I think also possibly that it doesn't really.
I'm with you, and there is a lot of corruption there, and it's just allowed, and it shouldn't be. You shouldn't. I mean, I get a lot of these things from. If you're, so what am I saying? Okay, if you've ever looked at your Twitter message inbox and it's just scam in the unwanted messages, someone should reverse engineering who's sending those and then prosecute. That's what I'm saying.
Are they just shilling a coin, or are they trying to in your wallet?
Wait, if they're shilling a coin, that might be different. But if they're draining your wallet, which a lot of them are, then they should be prosecuted for this.
You know, one time I clicked a link and my MetaMask got compromised. Just clicking a link and all my money that I sent to was divert. I didn't have like a ton of money in there, but I did lose like $300.
I've been there, man, and that's what I'm talking about. It shouldn't be that easy. Look, the best case.
I feel like some of it's on the mask as well. I mean, I guess I don't know.
Wait, I'm in agreement with you.
The link sign a transaction for me. With that,
wait, 100%. It's not written in plain English, and MetaMask it so that it's like all this information on this little phone. Go. It should tell you this is what's happened if you proceed. Are you sure that you want to proceed? And even if you want to proceed and you say yes, MetaMask could be a middleman and say, okay, this transaction will take place within the next 1 week unless you stop it. I should say, unless you approve this transaction within a week, it will be canceled. So that you physically have to ensure that you want to transfer all of your money to somebody else. MetaMask could do that. The fact that they don't.
Headquarters and created tally.
Oh, that's where I've told you in the past. That's where we're moving towards. Okay, so in the terms of the these scammers, so there's a difference. I mean, what one person's scammer is another person's entrepreneur, and so but exactly what you're talking about. The internet should not work in a way that it currently does, where you click one link and somebody can have access to all of your different entities. The perfect example of this, this isn't talked about a lot, is from Jeff Bezos. Let me look this up. Yo, tell me about Jeff Bezos, and he clicked the link that he shouldn't have clicked, and it gave people access to all his like photos and stuff. It was more than that, though. So, like, here's the guy who like founded Amazon, and he was reportedly hacked in 2018, which is not that after receiving a malicious video file via WhatsApp from an account Saudi Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman. The file sent on May 1st, 2018, contained malware that led to a massive spike in transmitted from Bezos' iPhone, jumping from about 430 kilobytes per day to 126 megabytes within hours. The breach potentially gave access to a vast amount of personal data, including private messages and photos. While Bezos did not necessarily click a link the traditional sense, the malware was reportedly installed simply by receiving the video file through WhatsApp, which exploited a vulnerability in the app. Forensic analysis later suggested that hack allowed extensive access to Bezos' device, raising concerns about data privacy and national security, especially Bezos' ownership of the Washington Post and his public feud with Mohammed bin Salman, following the murder of journalist Jamal Khashoggi. Separately, intimate text messages and photos between Bezos and Lauren Sanchez were leaked to the National Enquirer in early 2019. Bezos accused the parent company, American Media Inc., of extortion, claiming that they threatened to publish explicit images referred to as dick pics unless he stopped investigating was obtained. While initial suspicion fell on brother Michael Sanchez, later indicated he may have received $200,000 for the leak, allegedly after Lauren Sanchez shared the messages with him. Michael Sanchez denied involvement in the photo link, though he refused to answer whether he shared the text messages. I mean, I don't exactly know what happened, but it's like Amazon, and you just got a video file, and like that should be deemed safe. And how could we avoid this type of? How could you avoid all of this? Generally, I'm saying is that you wouldn't have any data on your phone. Everything would just be run on the cloud, and that way you would never actually download anything to your personal device. And I've seen this before. This is a really good idea I've had in the past. Oh, yeah. So do you know how I think computing will work in the future? Like, I don't know if you're checking the news recently about the prices of RAM and how much they've gone since the summer, but they basically like doubled since the summer. So like previously you'd be at like got a 32 gigabyte computer. It was when you bought it. And because of the price of RAM, they basically first opportunity to buy any RAM that you produce for the next, worked with one RAM company and said any new RAM that we want first dibs on it for the first 6 years. And because these designers are having to become so big and so powerful to be able to run AI. And so that's made the price of RAM increase like 2x and moving towards 3x. With that said, I don't think you need RAM in the future. I don't think you need any of this stuff in the future. I mean, you might need a little bit, but the way that I imagine a computer to work in the future would be you get into a website via a Chromebook. Basically, what I'm saying is like a bare bones GPU, bare bones device. Then anything that you need is run on a virtual computer. So, like, let's say you want to play Grand Theft Auto, you don't need to have the specs to be able to run Grand Theft Auto on your device, everything's going to be run in the cloud. To log into your cloud computer, and you can run the fastest games that you'd ever want. Does that make sense?
I mean, they have that now. You can rent high-performing computers in the cloud. But I mean, those computers, the computers in the cloud don't run on computers in the cloud. They run on actual hardware.
Right.
For like the consumer, possibly, but there's maybe like some company that still needs hardware.
No. I know that the hardware will still be needed in computers. But what I'm saying is it'd be a lot less cost effective, or a lot more cost effective, I should say. In some,
You can do it now. I'm not sure how the latency is.
That's the thing. That's the thing. That's why people don't do it. But and I understand the price, but they could have a free package. That doesn't mean that they have to charge absolutely everything. Now I know that they're going to want to, but they could say, in exchange to be able to show you advertisements on the side of the screen, we'll let you use our virtual computers for free. That's a way they could do it.
You can just
right. I understand. And the issue comes up with latency. Latency will perhaps improve in the future so that it would just be like logging in immediately, and for having a banner ad, you're able to use this computer 24/7, 365, and it's really fast, and you don't need any specs on your computer.
Yeah,
and that's how I imagine. That's how I imagine computers will run in the future. And it's a lot cheaper of a system instead of having every single person that needs a bunch of RAM to run like just your basic games nowadays. No one would need that RAM from just cloud computing. Those cloud computers would be able to provide services for free in exchange for advertising. You know, there used to be this website or this company. I think it's still my parents, well, they're still friends, but to my knowledge, but like they had friends, and one of the people that they had as their friend was an admiral in the Navy, which is like the highest level of the Navy that you can get, and he was very cheap. I mean, I love the guy. I haven't spoken with him. Extremely cheap, and he never wanted to pay for the internet, and so he had this service, and I'm just using him as an example. But I kind of am in his boat. I see, but I mean the thing is, you're like the highest level of the Navy. You like run like major ships, like you can afford. But he didn't want it. So there was this provider called Net Zero, and what they would do is they would allow you to use the internet for free. And the catch was they would show you a lot of advertising on the side. And I think that's how the internet should be. You shouldn't have to pay for the internet. It should be free. There are extensions and things like that that can, get around that. And I mean, I haven't spoken with him in, I don't know, more than 10 years probably. So I'm sure he's gotten the internet since then. But I worked with his son at a financial institution, and I remember one time I was at their house, and I'd never seen the internet all ads with this little square of what you do, like, of, and I was like, well, but the thing was, it's absolutely free. That means it's not horrible. If it's free, it's actually like a really nice alternative. And I think that's how the internet should be. That you can use the internet for free. You don't have to pay an ISP. It's available to you for 100% for free. And the catch is that there are ads running on the side. And they don't have to be like they don't have to be overly sexualized or overly distracted. It can just be banner ads that used to be. And that's what I think. That's how I think it should work. I mean,
Why does not exist then if it's such a simple premise?
I think it still does. It's not advertised. Let me see if it does. Net zero free internet. Does it still exist? Yeah, they do. But it has significant limitations. As of the latest available information, the service provides up 10 hours of internet access per calendar per household. It is available in the United States and Canada. The free access is primarily through dial-up. That's what it was. It was like really slow. And users must adhere to an early usage cap, which can be shared if multiple users are using the same computer or phone line. Despite the free option, Net Zero has shifted focus to paid services. So, like, even they went to paid services, but is that this was once, I mean, it's still a thing in the United States and Canada, that if you want this kind of internet, you should be able to get it. And I mean, I don't know. I haven't talked to these people in a long time, but I would think that they probably, at least his parents, they eventually got normal internet, but in the beginning, that's what it was. And I feel like that could be a thing if it were more popular. Net Zero.
Pitch this idea to Elon Musk.
Well, so
except he seems very profit driven. So
he's very profit driven. He's saying, "Look, I'm getting $150 a month for my buddy from Starlink, and why do I want to give Starlink away, basically?" You'd have to do is give the power to the advertisers. So you basically would say you'd have to have like focus groups and data that backed up that people become much more to your product if the banner and ad constantly, and it just didn't annoy them. It was like something that like almost what merchandise has done for different like organizations. Like people literally pay money to have brands on their clothing. And in the same way, people would have association with an advertisement that is just constantly on the screen. Like there's this thing, and I utilize it. It's called mere exposure effect, where you like first you ignore an advertisement, then you sometimes dislike the advertisement. Given enough time, it eventually becomes a positive thing to you, and you'd have to just ensure that happens. Ensure that you overcame those barriers. I mean, I think that the internet should be free, and if I were UN Secretary General, I would say that it is a universal right. The internet is a universal right. It's like having education or healthcare or freedom of speech. It should be a universal right for every person on earth.
I mean, it is as free if you go to the library and use a library computer.
Yeah, but that gets limited. You can't always access the library. At least in the United States, the library is a very it can be a very contentious place. Oh, look, I'll just tell you the story that I have about it. So when I moved, I moved from Long Beach to Irvine, and the upstairs room in which I used to live would get really hot because the heat would rise, and I had just moved in, and I needed a job. This I've told you this in the past, but basically the owner of the business where I work, he and I butted heads, and I left. I told him that I was leaving, and that's when he had to a year by, he had to like triple my salary and some other things, but left without having a position, so I had to find a job, and it was hot upstairs, and I wanted to go to the local library to use their computers because it was cooler. And I can tell you, I would go to the library every day in a suit and tie, and I would get certainly I'd get looks like, why is this prettier? But and so I'd go to the Newport Beach Library, which is, in my opinion, the nicest library in the United States. It's everything's state of the art, super nice. They have like grass on the roof. It's super nice, and it's like zero carbon emissions, like everything. I would just go there to use the computer, and I felt when I would do this that the librarians were like, and I understand they're like trying to keep this to be the nicest library in the United States. Well, I would just say they were mean. They were mean to me. So why would they mean?
Because what were you doing? Simply using the computer.
So I would use the computer, and that was fine. In order to print anything, though, you had it was like 10 cents, and so I was like printing off resumes, and that wasn't that big of a deal. Here's where the big deal was: I would get interviews, and I would have to do virtual interviews. Just in hiring, and a room, be able to talk with the people, and not have to be like speaking in a library, because like a library is supposed to be a quiet place. And so what I would do is I would want to rent, like you could like schedule like rooms to be able to have a private conversation with someone. But here's the catch: you had to have two people there to be able to see room, and I was only a single individual. So I remember I tried to get around this system by one of the rooms just for myself, and all I needed was just to use my laptop and be able to talk to someone in probably for like 20 minutes, just to do a virtual interview. And I did this, and I right before the interview started, I got this knock on the door, and the librarian's like, "Where's the other person who's supposed to be in here with you?" And I said, "Oh, they're coming. They're just not here yet." And the lady's like, "Well, you're not allowed to be in here by yourself." And I understand. I bet they get some guys to go in there and just masturbate in these rooms or something like that. But that's certainly not why I was doing it. So what I ended up having to do, I went outside where the internet was like barely working, and I did an interview outside so that I could speak in a full voice. But what I'm saying is, like, I saw what maybe like someone who didn't have the internet had to go through. And it was a huge pain in the ass. And even at those points, there was no place in the library that I could go and speak with a full voice without a librarian basically coming up to me and saying, "You need to be quiet." Like, please, wish I fortunately, I think I did this for a week or maybe a weekend. I think at maximum 2 weeks. And I interviewed for places. And and then this one day, I it was like 8 o'clock in the morning, and I you know what? It took me. I'm gonna sneeze. It took me longer than that because I had to move, and that took me like a week. Anyway, me a total. I was without a job for 40 days, but most wasn't looking for a job. I was I was moving during some of that and getting settled. But anyway, um, I was in the library parking lot, and I've told you this story before, but just really quickly, I went on Craigslist to see what jobs were available, and I went to their office jobs, and I saw that there was a, a company that was looking to hire an didn't formal accountancy experience. I figured, did you ever see the movie Catch Me If You Can with Tom Hanks and Leonardo DiCaprio?
Yeah, I did. I watched it.
So I figured I could pull one of those, and I went and watched one video. I remember reading they said QuickBooks experience is necessary, and I just went and watched one video on QuickBooks, so I knew like what the, some of the language was, and the video that I watched was how to transfer QuickBooks Desktop to QuickBooks Online, and I was like, okay, so I at least know how to do that. And I called the number. It's like 8 o'clock in the morning, and this woman picked up, and she said she was like in a hurry, and I was like, I'm interested in the position that you have posted, and she's like, all right, well, first question, do you know how to transfer QuickBooks Desktop to QuickBooks Online? And I'm like, yes, I do. And I explained to her exactly how it's done, and she's like, okay, well, you sound like you know what you're talking about. Come to office tonight at 5 o'clock after we close, and we can have an interview. And I did, and got there. She said she was busy and asked if I'd come back. And I said I had a class. I did. I had a Torah class that night, and I asked if I could come back at like 8 o'clock. Would she still be there? And she said yes, she would. And we had a very long interview with her and her business partner. And after like 2.5 hours of an interview, I had gotten the job. And I got the job until I remember I said there was like this moment that I convinced them that I was the person for the job. I said to them after like 2.5 hours, I'm like, either you want me or you don't. I didn't say that, but that's what I'm thinking in my head. And I said, something like, I mean, it was getting to be like 10:30 at night, and I said something like, if you it, I forget exactly what, but it was like, I said, look, you have my resume. I have answered all your questions, and either know if you want me or if you don't. I'm you aware right now, if you don't want me, you're making a massive mistake, because I'm the best accountant that you will ever have for this position. And they were like, that, like,
wrong you more on more QuickBooks?
No, they did not. And the reason why, so the lady who with whom I interviewed, she was the CFO, the chief financial officer, and she had an accountancy background, and she already had two accountants who were working for her, and she figured, but she was looking rid of them. And within 1 week of me working there, I ensured she got rid of both of them. And uh, she did not test me on that, and I was very fortunate that she didn't. I mean, I went in and I was able to explain to her that, like, I managed the finances for the previous business, and like had some impressive credentials when it came to that accountant for that previous business. I was more like the general manager of the business. We had an accountant, and I, but I was pretty terse or like pretty aggressive and said, "Look, if you don't hire me, you're making a mistake." And when she heard that, they were like, "Hey, when can you start?" And I said, "I'll be here at 8 o'clock tomorrow." And then I was. And what ended up happening was they had two accountants already, and the one accountant was working part time, and the other accountant was full time, but she was just draining them of money. And I explained to the leadership team immediately, "Hey guys, I want you to know that I'm an honest individual, and I'm not going to drain you of money. This woman is working over, and she's just watching Netflix on her overtime, and she's not helping you. She's just basically racking up hours and coming big paychecks. And she's shown me what she does, and I learned it in like morning. Like, it's not that complicated, and I recommend that you don't have three accountants here. I don't think it's necessary, and I've seen in your bank account, Riser, when I got to this business, they showed me what was in the bank account for the business. I personally had more money than what was in the account of this business. That's something that you never want to see. Business was hours away from closing, and we made it work for an entire year. And I described this previously. I've seen the meme of it, but I haven't seen it in a while. It's basically, imagine a train is on train tracks, and somebody's at the front of the train, and, or I should say, someone's at the back of the train, and every time the train moves forward over the train, somebody grabs the back tracks and moves them to the front of the train, so that the train's continuously able to go, but just barely making the next little bit of track. And I told them I'll be here for a year, and I was, and I had applied it some up, and like you said to me, didn't you have any questions about accountancy? No, accountant herself, and I can tell you that I interviewed for other accountancy positions, and I was amazed as part of the interview, and then they would have a technical portion of the interview. I remember one time I was on the phone with this one woman, and I just said, "I think we're done here." And I just like, because I had no idea what she was asking me. And then there's another job that I actually was in for, and I completed their accountancy, their technical accountancy questions, and the information correct, but I didn't do it in like a normal way that would do it. And they wanted me to walk me through it, how I did it for them. and I did, and they're just like, okay, well, that's not really the standard practice of what we've done, but you got the correct answer. And okay, and I at the end of ending, I, I was getting the job for accountant. I didn't want to be an accountant. That's not what to do. But it was just like it was like a job that I could do to some extent, and um, they asked for my references, and my phone was in the car, and I gave them references that I knew off the top of my head. Was the owner of the previous business where I worked in the startup, and they called him. He bashed me on the phone, and then he bashed me to them so they wouldn't hire me. And then he called me, and then like 3 days later, we met at his office, and uh, he wanted to. I told him that uh, he wanted to go get something to eat, and I told him that the closest kosher place that was available was a coffee bean and tea leaf, which was like in the mall in a neighborhood. And he's like, okay, we'll go there. And we did. And I had like a fruit plate and coffee. And we negotiated to some extent. And actually, we negotiated Tesla. And I was going to make like 3 times what I made previously. So um, with that, then I had to tell the business, the lady who I called from the library, who I'd worked for a year. I had to tell them that I wasn't going to be able to work there anymore, and I told them that I found another. I told them that I'd been offered another job, and she was like, "Well, they were both like, what are we going to do without you? You're the best accountant we've ever met." And that was like the best compliment I heard from her, because it was like, lady, I'm not an accountant. I've been literally um just BSing my way through the entire thing. Yeah, exactly. And I my way through it. That's the guy from Catch Me If You Can. And I told her not to worry, that I would stay unpaid for 2 weeks. So I would be working my other job to their business, and I would ensure that went through, and I would ensure that finances were balanced. It's 2 weeks after, uh, but for as long as a month if needed, until they hired someone else, and they ended up hiring some, and uh, they there were there were other things involved with this.
What does this have to do with the internet at the library?
Yeah, so that's the way that I got this job. Was basically I was at the library. I had to interview, and the internet was
no fucking
yeah. So US
just scored and tied him on 3-3 with a minute left in the last.
oh well, there you go. Anyway, as I previously said,
You're like you're saying okay, so there's like this beautiful library,
beautiful
beach.
no in Newport.
You weren't even. You weren't even like using the live computer.
I use both. I use both.
Okay.
Yeah. So what?
That is a quirky rule that you up to. Was your loophole of two persons be like, well, one is on my computer and they're technically in the room?
No.
Just the presentation of themselves.
I explained to them I have an interview with someone right now, and I told them that my friend was going to be joining, and that you have to have two people physically present in order to rent out one of those rooms. And I just remember being like, "You stupid bitch!" Like, I was so pissed. Like, and then whenever I did anything, I 2 weeks. It wasn't like I was like some homeless people in the United States, like all the time. And I had a home, I had a car, but I just got the evil eye every single time with whatever I did. And I understand the people in this town of Newport Beach are essentially all millionaires. So they only want millionaires, and they want to keep out any riffraff, and people who are there every single day for even just more than a week are considered riffraff. And I was fortunate that I got a job in the parking garage of this um, of this library, and I remember
Was Catholic Wi-Fi not like a time?
was what?
Was like after like Star Wi-Fi or like every cafe having their own Wi-Fi, not really like
It was, and I think I did do that for a couple of days. But I recognized that, like, I mean, at the time, I had a Chromebook, and I needed like I needed like a computer to be able to edit PDF files and really make a really strong, um, resume. And but I do the cafe thing. I mean, I'm not saying that I was at the library every single second of the 2 weeks, but I just remember, like, I don't I don't know how you would do this as like a homeless person without them like kicking you out and banning you. Because I mean, like, it's just they were rude to me, and that was not how you should be treated when you have tax dollars that are going to support these places. And
they're also in a student high.
That's absolutely true. And I think that threw them off as well. Like, if you're able to dress up like this, why don't you just have a house to be able to do this from? And I did, but it was really hot in there. And I remember I
You have AC in the house?
we have AC. We have AC, but it would still be really hot. And the people who own the house would just, and so I ended up just getting an air conditioner
That's way too. Yeah, that's way too hot.
Yeah, and um, and this was in the middle of the summer, and um, so yeah, it's not nearly as bad downstairs where I am, but it is hot upstairs because and you're right by the roof, and, and it just barrels down all day. So, um, and there are, I think, in um, under most circumstances, I, if I recall, when I first moved in, the owners of the house, they were really nice, and they said um, they like allowed me. They like had an old bed, and they replaced the bed and allowed me to have like just like some amenities, and I think they offered to have an air conditioner, like a portable air conditioning unit, and I was just like, I'll be fine. Like I figured I'd be fine because that day I was fine. It, it became extremely hot, and um, so yeah, it's much cooler downstairs. I mean, it still can get hot, and I'll ask them to turn the air conditioning on, but usually um, I'm able to survive a while. But, and, you know, it's winter now, so like it's not necessarily as hot, but in the summer, occasionally I'll ask them to turn the air on, and they will. And, and but back then, like I didn't know that, and also the internet was like it was like they like soon thereafter they put in a, I think it's called like a, it's not a web system, but it's like a network the mesh system. So that improved the internet greatly, and I just remember being like, well, I should be able to go to the library and be able to use free Wi-Fi, free internet. And yeah, I was, but I felt like I was getting the evil eye the whole time. And fortunately, I was able to get a job out of it.
I don't know. Sounds like the librarian was like very unfriendly.
She was.
Like,
She.
I don't think most librarians are
Well, once she kind of caught me in an untruth, I said, I have a friend who's joining me, and she's seen me for the last week, and she knew that she had me, and then she knew that I wasn't gonna tell her the truth, and I just, I mean, you've got to kind of know the area a little bit, but this is right Pacific Ocean. It's in one of the nicest libraries in the United States, and they don't want homeless people there, and they don't want loiter.
Library is the whole purpose of a library to loiter.
You're absolutely right. They don't want loiterers, and I don't know if the purpose of a library is to loiter, but I'm glad I don't have to do that anymore. And then I want to say, like, I mean, this was like in 2018, and yeah, like 8 years ago or so. And I'm sure it's just gotten worse after COVID and all that other shit. I'm sure it's just they've really cracked down on it more. And it eventually gets to the point where you're not able to use the internet in a lot of places. Like, I think that, I mean, I've never used, to my knowledge, I've never used the Wi-Fi at a McDonald's that I ever recall. I mean, I don't go to McDonald's, but I've heard McDonald's used to allow free Wi-Fi, and they wanted people there to like come in and eat their food and drink coffee and make it kind of like a cyber cafe. And they got rid of that. I think they have something I've seen on the McDonald's set. Like they limit it to 30 minutes. They limit anybody's presence there to 30 minutes, and you have to like scan your receipt to be able to get usage of their Wi-Fi. And some places have just gotten rid of Wi-Fi because they don't want people loitering, and they figure, well, you've got data on your phone, you should just be able to use that. Starbucks is another place that used to have free Wi-Fi. That's how Starbucks kind of became really popular. Then you had to have like a certain carrier if you wanted to use Wi-Fi for certain amounts of time. I remember like I had AT&T, and you have AT&T to be able to use it for longer, and so I could use Starbucks Wi-Fi for longer periods of time. And then they started cutting back on all of this after around COVID, and like all these things that they used to allow that were free like going like restrooms. Well, like Starbucks is a little different, but like gas station restrooms, have a lot of them have closed up. They don't. They don't. They figure you go use the restroom somewhere else. I knew a guy who was um, a he would sell radio ads, uh, and he lived. Let's just say, like his territory was like 3 hours away from each other, and every day he had to drive like 3 hours through the city, and it was like he said that he had a certain group of Starbucks that he knew he could use, and then in exchange he would buy you and then use the restroom, which I was always fine with. I think that's fine. I don't think that they should have to have public restrooms, but then again, I do think that public restrooms should be available for some people. Like we have public restrooms on the beach, and I feel like they should have public restrooms where people can go at any time if they have to go. I mean, it's like that. That to me is part of society, and uh, part of
Library has them.
what did you say?
The library has public.
Yeah, they do, but it's not like just like they're pretty far away. In fact, they're really far away. They don't want people just parking in the restroom. That's not what they consider themselves to be that for which to be there. Anyway, I got a bad taste in my mouth in the library, so fortunately, I haven't had to use library internet in like 8 years. But the 2 weeks that I did, I felt it was very cold. And again, it might not be the same in every library in America, but at least the very neighboring city is very nice. But Newport Beach is another level up, and the people were just kind of mean to me. They I remember there's another library. It's supposed like what the library is for is, I mean, this library at least was like stay at home moms who had nothing, who would take kids to the library and they would go read some books or whatever and leave. It was not like a working library, I guess is what I want to say. And they don't want people loitering. You said it perfectly. They don't want people staying there all day or whatever. And then when I told this woman that like I was gonna have somebody join me, perhaps she just became a total bitch. And then whenever I came in, she just gave me this evil eye, just really mean. And fortunately, I got this other job pretty quick thereafter, and I didn't have to do that anymore. But and then like I want to say 2.5 or something, 2.5 years. Yeah, like 2.5 years later, so when I was searching for another, I had worked out the air conditioning system, and we had the mesh network, so I didn't have to do that again. But I'm like I'm an educated individual, a professional. Imagine if you came into a library and you smelled and you dressed up. What they do is they get the security guard to detain you, call the police, and say that this person's or this person's leering at somebody, and then you're not allowed on the property anymore. And if you're like a homeless person, there are only so many different places where you can use the restroom, or you can, you know, have access to the internet or whatever. I mean, if you're homeless, you can't just go to a Starbucks and hang out.
Yeah, I mean, but libraries should be able to hang out there for free.
I'm in agreement with you, but you're just not there. At least, maybe
They literally call them.
Oh, totally, absolutely, 100%.
What if you're a book and you're homeless and you just have like some book?
That you smell, and that somebody made a complaint about you, and you don't have the opportunity to ask who made the complaint. They say, we've received complaints about you, and they don't even need it. The librarian doesn't do that. They just go to the security, and the security that's there, that's chat with the city or local government, will just come and say that you're no longer, your presence is no longer, and they'll escort the door, and if you don't leave, call the police and have a no trespass order issued against you, and then you're not allowed there anymore.
All right. But if you're not homeless, that shouldn't happen.
Well, I think it shouldn't happen whether you're homeless or not, but I'm in agreement with you. But no. Did I see other people there every day? No, I think I was pretty unique for that. And again, it was just because upstairs it can get extremely hot. And we didn't have this mesh network, so they figured you're going to be able to figure it out, or you'll go find somewhere else. But we want this library to be a place that's really, really safe, and we don't babysit people, and we want people who are going to follow our rules, and that's basically the way that it was. I remember the computers were really good, and I thought to myself, like, even if I had a really good computer here, and you just to use their, they had like the entire Adobe that are usually pretty expensive to like 2 hours or something. You just go to the library and they already had all that. I remember this one librarian that really nice to me, and I'm trying. There's not really too much, of an issue. Uh, that was the one time in my life every day, and they basically made me feel unwelcome. So, anyways, a plan that Google had to give free Wi-Fi to everyone in the United States. Let me say this: I don't know if the same is true in Canada, but between like 2005 and 2010, were movements where they would offer people, where cities would offer free Wi-Fi like everywhere in the city. Did they ever do that anywhere in Canada?
I do not recall anything like that.
Yo, baby Matthew, you do you speak English? Don't. I'm a little big dog, but I'm talking with a friend, and you. Anyway, just one moment, Riser.
And Finland beat US 3 in overtime, eliminated from the hockey tournament. World Juniors.
There you go.
So I probably care more about you than.
Oh, way more.
Like, population of like Finland and Sweden is like 10. Population of America is like 340 million. So you'd think they would. America would just be like dominating hockey. Yeah, normally they're strong, but I guess hockey is not as popular to Americans, but they still probably have more players.
That's true.
It's not hugely popular sport, I'd imagine.
Riser, I don't know if you know my friend here, the land of he lives in a tree, and he has,
Being serious?
yeah, he's a director. He's like a big director. He's had Bruce Willis in his movies, and John and Rosalind. He's a really interesting person. The land of, how are you, big dog?
That doesn't look he's in a tree right now. Looks like there's blinds and curtains.
Yeah, there's like a tree in the middle of his house that like grows to the middle of his house, like a big black walnut tree.
Why not? Oh, well, that's different than living in a tree.
Yeah. Why didn't you say hi to Zoo?
The midwife travel.
Just making a comment about the tree, and he literally just. I was gonna say hi if he stayed in the call for more than one.
Yeah. You're muted if you're trying to tell us. He's got pineapples and bananas.
Yeah, what's this for?
Yeah. So cities in the United States at one time were offering free Wi-Fi to like try to reinvigorate their downtown area, and Google, and this pisses me off so much. Just for a moment. What was the plan to put balloons in the air to be able to provide free Wi-Fi to people?
Oh yeah, I think you told me about that.
Yeah, it was called Loon. Google's plan, Project Loon, involved deploying high balloons into the stratosphere 18 to 20 kilometers above Earth to create a wireless network that could provide internet access to rural, remote, and underserved areas. These solar-powered balloons equipped with antennas, radios, and navigation systems floated at altitudes twice that of commercial airplanes and use wind patterns at different altitudes to navigate and maintain coverage. By adjusting their altitude, the balloons could ride specific wind layers to move toward areas in need. The project. What up, Zoot? Just one moment. The project aimed to deliver internet speeds comparable to 3G or LTE, with each balloon covering a ground area of 3 kilometers in diameter and was designed to stay aloft for 100 days. Zoot, how you living, pimp? I know you're trying to time travel. Zoot, will you please tell Riser all of the things that have happened to you? I haven't told him anything. But you've got a funny thing that happened to you, and I want to hear you tell him.
Therefore, again, it's us, sir.
I got kicked out from the orgy for smoking weed. I got an email saying I'm all back, and then they sent me another email saying someone at this orgy's contracted gonorrhea. That you should probably go get tested. Yeah, I mean, you know, doing orgies, you're not allowed to go to the next orgy. You have to get tested. Grandpa, I want to show.
I know you do, big dog.
I worked out that it's possible that the conscience might not be attached to the human body if the conscience is attached to the body. Then time travel might be possible through consciousness.
Okay.
By leaving, having an out of the body experience, leaving one's body, by leaving, you could actually but probably access multiverses and parallel universes, multiverses. The problem is, you might not, if you access this, you might not if you come back.
Okay.
You die and be stuck in that. You'd be stuck in that reality.
Okay.
But it's possible that I died in another universe and stuck in this reality, so
Okay.
who knows?
Okay. I want you to know that I have to use the restroom, but I want to play you both in mini golf. Are you interested in a mini golf game, Zoot?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm sending you an invite. And
I will talk to the dude about time travel.
okay, in the meantime.
Do you believe that all points in time are like there's only the moment which encapsulates the future and the past?
also.
No.
So once we look up sleep, then what? Then what? Why not just have the utensil with the oil? But you'll see every time I eat sleep, I would have the opinion that the concept of sleep dogs doesn't apply to hair.
No.
These opinions should caution because
You just
hair is much
linear time, just straight up.
I believe we all perceive time differently.
How can you have a moment that is not the present moment? Like all moments are done within the present moment, like this now. There's no such thing as like the future, just more now.
As you get older, time and time gets faster and faster, right? Your brain starts processing less information.
I don't know. It doesn't seem like that's the case. Like 4 hours.
When you were a child, it felt longer than 24 hours does today. Because your
No,
brain is processing.
it doesn't though. So it's felt the exact 6 months. Like as long as
It's
like
really the same, but when you were younger, it's scientifically proven that your brain perceives an hour longer than an adult perceives an hour.
I don't.
Your brain is registering more information as a child, and because you already process all that information as an adult, time goes quicker. But when you're a child, you're processing more and more information, where your brain feels like an hour feels much longer than an hour.
Okay. What does that have to do with time travel or the present moment? Or is that
That's just the fact. Time travel in the present moment.
Can I say that I'm already time traveling? Or having time travel because I'm in the present now, but the past existed in the same present that I'm in now. So
Well, everything existed.
sure, if you want to look at it that way too. Is it hard coded though? Would that mean that
Everything that you already exists.
where not in our timeline though, or else we'd be walking on the moon.
Now, everything that's going to happen in the future is already happening. We just don't know how it plays out.
Or you suggesting that it's like no free or like it's defined. I mean,
Yes.
is it like a free will point question or something?
You have free will, but everything that's going to
Do
happen
we
in
not
your
have
life.
free will?
You guys invitations.
Free will is a lie.
It is not. Insertion into the timer. So if you find the
You guys have.
Rabbi,
Yeah, baby. Riser, did you see the video that I sent you when Zoot and I played? Made on the last shot, like amazing shot. Riser, what the fuck? Dude, Zoot's accepted. Where are you?
I don't see the invite. I'm not even kidding. Send me an invite again.
I just sent it again.
Maybe it's your fucking invites that sucks because I'm not getting.
Zoot got it, so.
Well, maybe you should work on that to your New Year's
Riser, let me say something. Your conscience now exists inside the current the time and space of this universe, right?
Riser, check your DMs on. There you go. That's weird.
Alright, but when you go to sleep, and you have your consciousness goes outside of time and space in this universe.
Are you able to prove that, or is this just conjecture?
Alright, that's how it is. Your body still your body still stays in this universe, but your consciousness goes into creates its own universe.
Have you put a GPS tracker on my consciousness to verify that?
I mean, if you're asleep if you're asleep, is conscience in this universe if they're still asleep, or still thinking about this universe if they're sleeping.
I mean, most of my dreams are about things that take place in this universe.
Wow. Zoot. That was amazing. Riser, you gonna be able to shut me out? Are you fucking serious?
I understand. I understand what I'm saying.
Have you guys been practicing? Those were both of you two of the nicest shots I've ever seen.
I was like, oh, dude, still. Oh, what the fuck?
Get there, dude. Get there.
I've never seen him get through this goal in my entire life.
I mean, it's rare.
That's probably to be honest, that's probably the best.
Correct. But
You can get it. You can get a one on this goal.
you can't get a hole in one.
Exactly.
Right.
You needs to go to a different universe for your soul.
Riser's got a big opportunity.
Maybe if you had someone push you, yeah.
Kind of.
Rabbi's still in a shitty spot.
Oh, fuck you. Okay, good. You fucked up.
If you see a case
Fuck.
terrible suffering about
Fucking cunt.
say budget that you're
Hit my
I
ball.
just helped Rabbi.
go and look at
Yeah, but we got to worry about Riser.
like what's the moral caliber?
Riser has like a perfect shot. I need to knock these balls.
Only comes
I obstruct my fucking shot. Oh, now you gave you a golden opportunity.
No.
You can bank it in off your ball.
No way.
You just fucked me.
He fucked you. He fucked you hard. He fucked
Me harder than the fucking orgy people.
Fuck up.
Oh no.
No, I need these points.
This is good. This is actually the best. I mean, I'm still in the lead, so they're still.
So, like, sell or deliver halacha for a price.
I hate this
I
one.
love this whole.
I hate this
Oh,
one.
fuck, this is so hard. This is so hard.
If you were good at this game, you would like this whole.
I just fucked up.
Judges,
Brother.
leaders who go at each position.
Are you fucking
No,
serious?
Perfect fucking shot.
Rabbi,
You guys are fucked.
please go.
Guys, fucked. Good luck. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you, Rabbi. Hole in one is possible on this hole.
Three punishments connected Gimel Averos,
Fuck.
corresponding to three Averos. Shneemar, V'chim Bigla Chomsolosh. Specifically, Rashi says
I got an idea.
Gimel Averos, the Shochad Mishpot, consequent first three they will judge with bribery.
Riser, you know how you were saying that hockey's not popular, or like in the United States? It isn't, at least in Southern California and the southern states, but especially Southern California, it's really expensive to have the real estate. I know there are two ice rinks I know in Orange County, and they're actually three. Two of them are run by like the Anaheim Ducks, and one of them is like a place where like professional ice skaters go. And there used to be more, but the real estate became really expensive. So like, and you need like a big space for hockey. And as I understand understand, like in northern, like where it's cold, like Canada, you can. This is like a tradition. I think we've talked about it before, and you've never heard of it, but maybe I could be wrong. Where it's called like a winter rink or something, where you just in your yard, people in Canada put like a tarp down, and then they spray water down, and then overnight it freezes, and then they have like a hockey the whole winter.
Yeah, I mean, we used to make that every year.
It's like Canada, and in the and at least in the southern states, it's that was an amazing shot. At least in southern states, at least in the southern states, it's not available in any of them where there are population. Um,
You suck dick at golf.
wherever there's a pipe hub, the real estate's really expensive. United States, I'm sure it's probably true in Canada. Hockey's the most expensive sport to play. Like, you have times, it has the most amount of equipment. There are a lot of injuries for it. It's like the cheapest sport is running.
It kind of depends a little bit, but it's definitely not as cheap.
The cheapest sport, I think, is running. All you need are like a pair of shorts and suck. Shoes, dog shit. Give this to me.
This was probably one cheaper than running. I think beach volleyball is probably cheaper than just the ball.
You need a net.
But soccer, you can provide that with whatever.
You still need shoes in soccer, and in running, you don't. That's all you need.
There has to be one that's cheaper though.
Barefoot running.
I don't know if that's a sport, but
Is what the fuck happened to you, dog? And I said that hockey is the most expensive sport. Like, I'm not including like polo and like dressage and like anything having to do with a horse.
if you're traveling, there's other sports where you have to travel a bunch. Can have a book.
Or anything in water is really expensive too. Oh, well, you know what? I guess swimming, you don't need shoes, but like you need a pool, which is really expensive.
That was the worst shot I've ever seen in my life.
would also cease to exist. So Rashi says, interesting that Rashi finds
Give it to me.
Okay, maybe ocean swimming.
I just made. Did you see my hole in one? Riser, did you see?
I missed it.
I've gotten a hole in one on this hole.
I mean, like allow you to practice a little bit.
The video I sent you in Discord, and Zoot and I played.
I saw the pull shot.
Wasn't that amazing?
It was.
No, it wasn't. That's just what. Yeah.
Rabbi, you still got a 0.
20 minutes to complete my last shot.
Dog. The only reason why you
You
won
got a 0.
is because of collusion against me. Riser, do you not? Are you, Zoot, Riser, are you getting my invitations?
The reason you won is because the algorithm tries to just hold for someone to go first.
Okay, I'll live with that.
Sometimes going first is a disadvantage.
I agree with you. Like that one with all those balls, they made Zoot go first. Zoot, we know, is a superior player to all of us, and should have been given the opportunity. Oh, no, that shot sucks. Right, my ball, baby. Come on, man. Zoot has an amazing shot.
I don't know if anyone about the gnomes. I don't know. I don't think the gnomes.
Oh, that's a terrible shot, Riser.
Oh, you have to go.
That's fine. I'll take that. It gives me a shot on the next one. Zoot, on the other hand, has an
I
amazing
didn't realize
shot.
how good. I didn't realize how good my shot was.
Make it, Zoot.
If this doesn't,
Make it.
doesn't go in though, you have a shot. Fuck.
Riser, I think you can get it past the gnomes.
I think Rabbi and I can tie. Rabbi, just go slow. Okay,
That was
then go in.
I'll take it.
Just go.
Wow.
Riser, what did you think of my shot? Riser, what's it feel like to be down 2-0 against Zoot? And
Hey, Rabbi. I'm creative.
Is it because you got it? If you get it in before me, or we have the same score, you get to go first.
I don't know what the logic is on that. It's a good question. Oh, baby, make it. Did you see that hole in one, Riser?
Yeah. It's unfair for me because I'm going to.
Riser, did you see my shot?
Oh, you got a hold on.
Doug, are you not?
No. I saw it go up, and then I looked away.
You know, Rabbi, Not fair for us because we can't get a hold of them because we're
That's problematic. Coming in a neighborhood, multiple activity comes to life.
This is fuck. Zoot's gonna go up another point on Riser because Riser is picking the wrong shots.
get it.
Zoot, make the
So what would you know of getting him?
Which is that
You need to get it. You need to have an amazing shot here.
Get in. What a fucking shot.
what a fucking shot.
Thinking about him never making it or something.
And what?
Their solvability these very judges
Is it okay to say the M word?
Not with the hard R.
Dude, you're gonna look classless.
That wasn't a bad shot.
And they assume that anyone depends to die in
You know, I hate this
knows
one.
how to be a die
Are you fucking serious?
I think there's a hidden hole behind the window. I think got the window.
I think there's a hidden hole underneath the bottom guy.
So your parents.
Hit the yellow ball,
I'm going to do a
Zoot.
question. I'm going to hit the question. Sure.
Riser, that tree's in your way. What are you doing, dude?
I was trying to bank it somewhere.
You can get it in.
Yeah, take out the windmill. It's your only hope.
Your fingers are filled with sin.
Fuck.
It was so to have it.
And now he's got an easy shot.
I can still tie.
They write the
Yeah, I just have to block shit here.
They write the their own.
Why would the fuck would they do this?
They speak false. Ella are.
Are you fucking serious?
Fucked up. Yo, knock me in the hole, dog. If you hit it hard enough, both balls will go in. I've never seen two balls go in before.
It's not true. Lawyers are fair. But when Chazal
That was the word that I could have done.
what they're talking about are
I think this might
talking about
not work.
Don't help it. Don't help it.
teach their clients
Are you fucking serious?
how to say it, even though it's not.
Dude, I just gave up a stroke.
That's when Chazal say you can argue. Right
Failed
like
right there.
right? There's plenty of them. But again,
I hate
I
this
really
whole.
butchered the first
was more interested in
I hate this whole.
necessarily focused on
It is my least favorite hole,
the beginner's edge.
maybe.
So did we check it?
And I'm sure there's like a really easy way to do it, but I'm not good at it. Riser, make your shot.
Oh no, I fucked up.
Zoo, put your ball right in front of my ball. And he did. Well, this kind of fucked me. What up, baby?
What the biggest
Nope. Like by money?
Yeah.
Last year, I believe it was Matt Wright. I could be wrong on that, though.
No, I'm fucking watching that off. I can't stand.
Right, I like him. I think it's pretty funny.
Dude, what the fuck is your
Rebel Rothschild? But there's Matt Wright, there's Jerry Seinfeld, there's Shane Gillis. There are a lot of popular non-black comedians. There's George Lopez. There's James,
comedian that's popular?
Chris Rock, Kevin Hart.
Is Chris Rock even do stand-up?
If we're talking all time, Richard Pryor.
No, I'm saying currently.
Chris Rock does some stand up, but he doesn't need to anymore. He's like a TV star. I mean, you could say like Eddie Murphy, like doesn't need to do stand up anymore.
Because he doesn't need to do stand up.
Riser, what are your thoughts on Riser? What are your thoughts on being eliminated from first place?
Zoo literally like decided to just destroy my chances of winning for some reason.
Are you just gonna give it?
No, I'm just playing. Decided to
Rabbi, would Bill Cosby ever be allowed back to do stand up?
I think his stand-up's probably done. What a shot, Zoot! What a shot! Oh, but you're done. That would have been amazing if that went in. I love this
You don't
hole.
think he's ever gonna?
Love
You
this
don't think
hole.
he's ever gonna do a show?
No, he's pretty old and he's bored. Get there.
And it's it's very hard.
Riser. Are you fucking serious, Riser? You know, you just gave Zoot an opportunity of a lifetime.
Nice, dude. Nice.
Are you fucking serious? It's a game that I have an insurmountable lead on both y'all. Make it.
How did the Australian hockey team suck so bad?
Because it's not cold there.
So you're just making up the now?
I'm stating facts.
Understandable then.
Riser had a terrible shot. It's gonna hit the corner. Oh. Zoot has a major lead on us. He left that short. Obviously short. No doubt it's short.
I think it can be.
Why anybody would just want to just sit in front of two other men unless they had homosexual tendencies.
Yeah, in the future, there'll be thousands of women.
Dude, so you went to a orgy and then you just said I'm gonna smoke weed like during in the middle of the orgy, you just busted out a joint.
Some girl gave me a vape that had weed in it, and I got high, and someone snitched on me.
Did they kick out because of weed or because you were unable to perform?
They have a drug policy. Yeah.
What kind of fucking useless orgy, but you can't have fun?
Wait a second. Hold on. I remember now. Having sex with a fat chick, and he was unable to come inside her. The second time he's had this issue at an orgy, and that of which we know. And as he's having sex with the fat chick, they brought pizza in, and the fat chick got up from Zoom, putting his dick in, and went and ate the pizza.
Lion. So I was saying, the sign was Lion.
Yeah, that.
Sorry.
That fuck someone else.
So, friends of women who are listening in the future know that Zoot is so awful in bed that if you're having sex with him, pizza, even if you're already fat, will seem like an excellent alternative. Kaiser, what the fuck, man? Why aren't you accepting my invites? No, he had sex with some guy's girlfriend just randomly at this fucking gonorrhea capital. Festival, there you go.
Yeah, Zoot. Can you even get rid of Ghana?
Yeah.
I mean, did you have unprotected sex at the orgy?
Yeah, I know.
Okay, like, is that Russian roulette? But then what the point even? Did you feel nothing with fucking condoms? That's also a stranger. What's even the point of that?
To get
As long as she's of age. As long as she's of age, oh fuck.
She wouldn't do it himself.
As long as she's of age and she's not
Child.
intoxicated, oh fuck.
dude, what is up with Riser hitting amazing shots? Dude, you have one of the most difficult shots of your entire career right now. That's a miss. I think Riser would even say that's just an obvious miss.
There's no way. His only chance is to block.
I could make it. I would hit it off the little post.
Yeah, no, you thought of it. You just bump your ball in front of this block.
Riser, are you ready to say goodbye to your lead? Riser, why'd you take a different route? Why'd you take a different route, son?
Yeah, road sucks. Perfect shot.
That was the best shot I've ever seen on this hole.
You guys are lucky that I'm not gonna. Fuck them. Fuck this one.
No. I've seen someone get a hold of one.
I don't think that's possible. Zoot, you fucked me. Zoot straight fucked me.
If someone knocks your ball, you can get them.
Now, I'm not sure about the story. Was it jumped on Friday or was
Maybe.
it jumped on Sunday? It wasn't exactly clear.
There was definite.
Rabbi, you can,
Us
There was
you
definite.
can knock my ball in.
No,
And Rabbi Yochanan said,
There's
Uh-huh.
not very
definite-
What are you saying about my lead or whatever?
definite collusion. No, there's definite collusion. Get him, Zoot.
The best talk.
Make it.
Allowed for
Oh, made it. Wow.
Oh, wait, I'm in front of Rabbi. Fuck.
Yeah, this whole always fucks me up for some reason.
Because I fuck.
What are you saying about your? What were you saying about Raza losing his leg to you, Rabbi?
Riser, that was the worst shots I've ever seen.
I see you're a hole in one then. So yeah, Zoot did the same exact shot that I did.
Even on the second day of the
Zoot, I taught you that.
Oh, nice shot.
Nice shot, Rabbi.
Oh, you did totally fuck. Raza, your best option was to get my ball. That's going
That's
nowhere.
obviously a
That's
miss.
also going nowhere.
Obviously a miss. Don't hit my ball though. Are you fucking serious? All right. Finally,
I'm not showing the best position out of everyone.
Oh wow. Seriously? Seriously? Oh, this one.
you need to make this. Zoot, you need to make this.
Who's not gonna make this in like the next 5 shots?
Too short. Too much to the left. No, more to the right, dog. More to the right.
Raza, you can make this.
That's short. Why would you?
Gentiles could
Why do you have such bad shots?
I'm just watching Zoot miss.
Alright, Rabbi, it's anyone's game now.
I hate this hole. I hate this hole.
I love this hole.
But Zoot, you're absolutely good.
I'm going to this hole.
Let me go.
Raza, hold on. Kill yourself.
Zoot, why do you talk like that?
So let's say the whole header to put it very unlovely was the sort of
Ready for the greatest trick you're going to say?
today.
Zoot,
Right, so decomposition is significant.
that was fucking.
Today, since we have a there's a way to keep the base intact and not have to write the whole sheet of music. And many of the Hasidic communities, they still carry on. So in fact, again, I think it was
That wasn't good. Oh, I can get it in.
No, you can't. Let you bounce it off the back wall. That's not going in.
I'm gonna tell
what
you.
I'm fucking on real side.
I'm gonna tell
That was terrible. Don't block my ball.
and I take it away.
No.
Good. Says the I'm gonna be having this antique of the kilo.
Oh my god.
Come on, get it in. Get it, get it. Yes. Yes. Yes, like a million.
I hate this. I hate this.
You know I'm never going to get in. So.
I think you have. The one you're
That's the
thinking,
yellow hole.
it's the other hole. Yeah. I hate your ball.
That was there for sure.
That's problematic. It's not problematic. You wrap yourself in the canopy,
Alright.
go ahead and use it as
You're in last
and the
currently.
strap considered to be a must.
That wasn't terrible.
Mais nome grafno. Dobra, no, hayotsi tałaszynki. To was Shabbos
I don't think that any of us can.
They're rid of
What do you want me to do about it?
What you need to do is block his ball so none of us get it in. I think we're on a tie right now.
So why is this case different? So this sounds like a case of what is it? It's just like if you wear the cloak that is not properly fitted.
That was a good job.
So the strings are there. You're carrying the strings.
Oh yes.
Why would I?
Yeah.
How the fuck did you do?
Which works very simple.
Yeah. Crazy ass. Yes. Thank you.
Just how I.
I'm sending you guys all the things. Far back down.
Are not crushed. You're not crushed. So because you're not crushed, you're bottled.
Rabbi, you just realized, you know, yeah, you're a point. Actually, pointed native.
No.
Just simply wear the part. Not in other
You're so strong. Rabbi.
So let's say person, not but the person.
You need to score a point, Rabbi.
What is that? Just remember again, we started this paragraph by the idea that you add and arrange a stringer on the old
Possible.
So there are two issues.
It's a risk. It's a giant risk. It's a giant risk, son.
Really, what that's an issue of is put it on the phone.
Can I still get it?
Pouring the wine to the strainer itself will also become number 4 is the owner is the racket, but it's going to be Asra as well. So
This would be the greatest shot of my career.
What you can do is as follows. You could arrange a strainer on top of
Oh, it actually might do it.
intention to
No.
use the whole.
No.
He's got good chance.
So again, I'm not using train wine. I'm just going to put it.
Don't help.
Once it's there, to go ahead and put it from the
Rosano.
you can also use it to strain wine.
Oh.
Or you couldn't go ahead and put
You're
the
by
strain
time.
on top
It's
of the
fine if you remember by time.
What you can do is you can put it there.
No, me and Rabbi are going to win.
Once you put it there,
You're going to lose.
strain wine is like, look at that.
We're both going to get 2 points, and you're going to get 0.
Dude,
Unless you make it. Unless you make this. Oh, you fuck. Are you fucking serious, dude?
The lab.
Yes. Yes.
Rise.
No, there's no angle.
Wait, off the tree. Off the tree. Just blend off the tree.
I'm putting up a strainer, but I'm not using the wine. I want to use it to hold pomegranate.
We'll go all the way around here.
No, you're still gonna hit his ball.
Then what?
Yeah, he just thought he hit the like perfect spot.
All 1-1. All 1-1.
I'm so lucky.
Pomegranates as well. I'll pour one and two of the strain the wine for my yellow shade. Rashi, for who could tell about emoting? Rashi, that works.
I don't want to go first. Go, Riser. Zoot. Zoot. Zoot, you have an invitation. Zoot.
Is a very intense process.
Riser, of course, getting an advantage. Giant advantage.
Oh. Oh, it's because I go last.
Yeah.
I drink a lot of beer. I want to make sure that after Yom Tov I'm not beer. That's the worst feeling in the world.
You didn't tell us where the fucking
So
ball
what happens?
is.
I want to make more.
Where's the shadow? Zoot, where's the shadow?
But I have this feeling.
I know it.
So let's say you can make beer on Yom Tov, for the sake of Yom Tov.
Did you time travel
But
to
again, if you want to make
figure
beer
it out?
after Yom Tov, that's awesome.
Rabbi's very close to living all this.
The barn. What the fuck is this?
Yeah, it's underneath the bone.
Oh, I should have taken out. Fuck.
As long as I can
Oh.
that.
Oh,
That's enough. So what's interesting? The way you can understand
oh, you're going down.
I don't
Oh,
actually,
and you go to,
I
okay.
don't actually have to.
It's gotta be the Aquarius.
Your contrast is with the beer case. Because in the beer case, awesome.
Oh,
no.
that is get behind the sheep.
Zoot, it is ball. It is ball one.
Collusion. Collusion.
Oh, fuck, collusion.
So again, somebody's beer for young.
We've gotten zeros before.
My actions kind of stand on the on the flip side, what's the assumed narrative? What am I doing? What am I doing? I'm straining one.
Zoot. Hit my ball, baby. Riser's ball. Oh man, I helped you both.
You have the raw, which is a giant host.
There's nothing advantageous about having the red.
Better contrast against the. Yeah, the ice is what, like one, and still it's still better contrast against the blue than a purple or yellow ball.
Dude, calm down with your discussion. Riser, blue on blue is yellow.
If that's what makes
Thank you, 10 o'clock. See you later.
Okie
That was
doke.
my amazing shot.
Zoot, hit my ball.
Oh, he actually fucking did it somehow. What the fuck?
Whoever say hold on in the hole.
Riser, are you proud of that shot?
Oh, I am with my
Dude. Ready for the greatest comeback you've ever witnessed? Fuck hitting your ball.
Who's in a better position? Who's in the best position?
Literally again, transmit somehow. Then about say we saw there was a gear summer, which was a slaughter chamber, and again so on and so forth.
Distracted. And that's about all I care.
What'd you say?
My penis is larger than most men on earth, and that's
Rabbit, just like the train meme where like people
that's right, baby.
in
Riser, don't miss this shot.
you're literally talking in my when you freaking pull the trigger back as like the arrow.
So what is it that you retracted this position?
Oh no, if Rabbi makes this, then I'm
Go
not
ahead
gonna
and
do
have the
this.
ability to transmit to someone. Like Rabbi Yossi, Rabbi
Okay, good.
all of you, I says over here.
Okay, good. This hole. I'm actually amazing.
Wow, you're so amazing.
Sounds like liquids convey. Then Rabbi Yehuda retract. What's the name from Caleb?
Funny or sure it's not?
Don't hit my ball.
In general, liquids can only go ahead and convey.
Yes.
What's the name of the retract? So I kind of like this.
Now you guys are gonna lose.
Arrows.
There's no possible way to win.
But anything that is color, it makes it coming. So you have a totally good animal, ultimately again, its flesh becomes coming. Right? And the Chagos
Riser, blast it through there. I'm down for that. Zoot.
Zoot was on the road. Have you seen a picture of it?
Yeah. It used to. Maybe his dog is really popular.
Oh, you're not going either? Like scoring so many goals. They're up Slovakia.
Where were they playing?
I was in Minnesota. I don't think it's the Wilds. They touch the puck around. Here is not being played on Olympic-sized ice. Olympic-sized international players. The ice is the best part. Nothing really changes because of the ice. So that other than it's amazing, most amazing sport.
Right now, because Miss Aquarius Bay.
We're trying to retract everything. Said he holds it gonna be there.
You got it. Karam, because it's just easy wins.
Are you going to accept the invitation? You're going to jerk yourself off raw.
Yeah, but how are you,
I just set you up
I know I am the greatest Karen player in this room.
in this call.
The greatest Karen player in this room.
That was brute force and no skill, and you know it.
I'm a dog. I need to. That was just nice.
Thank you.
going to
Kind of your slider here is a little bit wrong.
but that water would not have the ability to be on the utensils. So it only has the lower form of tuma. That halach and lemaisima waters are ingested. Ultimately, again, they are above the so it's not even above. It's like stuff. You don't about to the Rashi in this model about what we're suggesting will be between the most.
This might be.
Is what? Is the busser, the animal ingest the parad in the waters. It is bottled with gabi, a putrid liquid. So Rashi's that ingested item loses its identity to the parad. The total ability to gabi mashke salah, prat with mashke salah. Remember, did we really answer our question? It doesn't sound like it, but it doesn't appear that we got full clarity. We got bonus material.
Obviously.
Of those mashke after they're ingested by water. Fine. Says the Gemara. Now the Yosef Shimon.
One's gonna not be that easy. Easy.
Touch food items or utensils, and there's a suffix whether or not they touch food or not. I love for myself. Why we?
That was a warm-up game.
Riser.
Basketball, honestly.
You
No? I'm incredible at that.
baby, did you see how sick that shot was?
See the little like emoji that I sent?
No, I would.
This is bullshit.
That was arguably.
I like you to perform better than.
Look how sick I am, dog.
They're discs. Easy shot.
F you, dog. F you, dog. I don't really have a good shot. Time, baby. Everybody knows that. No, that's a different game. Do well. Especially when you have garbage shots like that. But
Six
6'7", bitch. Oh, am I?
When it comes to
Oh, fuck.
we'll see exactly where hopefully
Come on, 9-4. Yikes. Basketball.
ultimately again any liquid that is drunk again with means it can trust open after only the time it open or
I don't know which one I am.
The table there.
Am I stripes or solid?
The table is open. It means no one scored anything yet.
Shitty shot.
That is not the way we establish.
Just,
I can tell.
are you gonna go? You haven't even touched your cue yet. Everyone, shittiest shot I've ever seen. It's what Bitcoin was 15 years ago.
That's true, but
Dude, I can't believe I made that. Kid shot.
This is not the way that it was. So first of all, so take a look at Rashi. So he wants, what does it mean? I'm gonna pop up Lomatsin Tuma Sha'osekiyose, a like item.
I don't know if I can make this. I agree with you. Is that the excuse? Actually, not your worst excuse.
because I'm calibrated for tear in the game of champions. Is it a popsicle stick?
$0.00. Why don't you look at the free options yourself, son?
Pretty fucking expensive. Exotic cute. If that's the excuse you want to
It
use,
even makes sense in English.
the rainbow cute. Tokens, which you have like
No,
a
it's
million
free. No, it's free. You don't.
of.
No, it's you stay in the game. You won't exit. There's a little star that says items. Do you see it? Perhaps even more than that, son. I'm waiting on you to play well. What up? How are you?
It was pretty good. It was kind of busy for a little bit. What's that?
What's on your agenda for tonight?
What?
I'm playing games with friends, and then I've got another. It is. It absolutely is. Almost Miss Aquarius. Your day.
It was good. Got a bag, got a bath. The lady is nice. Good bath because he can use the mobility to walk and stuff. So he's gonna put him in the shower on Monday. She's gonna come Monday.
All right, Miss.
Like, you don't have to pay. No nasty bathroom, nasty house, no.
The one with Yaya Diamonds. It's in the interview. It's in the interview section of this Discord. Son, darn is right.
You like pizza?
Like pineapple.
Adventurous.
Yeah.
That's really controversial. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, look at you.
No, don't let me one thing. I just can't believe that. I was scared.
Oh,
And now she's.
wow. You got it.
Oh no!
Don't listen to her. She gets a split.
Split.
Yes, it was. I've seen her get a 7-10 split. Oh, for sure. Thank you. The 2, and they're going to bounce to the right and get the 1.
It's okay. You got it,
You're sounding like a rabbi with you now.
Riser, we're very positive when we play bowling. Thank you.
Right, let's go.
There you go.
It's a square.
Back.
It
It was curving back.
Oh my god. I'm not really calibrated today.
Areas.
Food items, which cannot convey to the other food items.
How should I go?
Which tells me that
Right.
else. Hamashkin Shinalulin Makabotoma. Because everyone knows.
No pun intended. Come on.
Yay, you win, we win. Yay.
I win, you win, Miss Aquarius. Doing really well. Right here.
Mr. Aquarius, you're supposed to say something.
You're welcome. Yay.
Wow.
All right, Riser. You're going to do better than you did previously. But no, sir. And this is a really tough split.
Let him
Strike, please.
You got this. Let's go.
Oh, next a lot. Aquarius. Mrs. Strike Aquarius.
All right.
I need to pull her back.
Yeah.
Or just 0. How about that? How about that?
Yeah, there you go. There you go. Yes. Yes.
You got the lead on me, Aquarius. Give it to me. Riser, are you going to get me, son?
No, Easter.
Go.
I can't.
Lead. Yes, he's leading. That's what I'm talking
There's
Other one. Be jolly.
There's so many X's on your
I love that. 91. I got to be there.
Nice job, Miss Aquarius.
That was crazy.
Good job, Ryder. That's winning.
I might have thought maybe it's only in the case of Mashkin Why?
A better question would be,
I would say maybe Mashkin.
You know it's your turn?
With the Sharats,
I didn't already. A 6-letter word right out the gate.
Then certainly I learned that what? That Mashkin have that.
He is.
And Miller's someone who works.
With our Mashkin case. Very important that come out of here. First of all, again, I love myself. Like and healing to both.
A moot? You don't know what a moot is?
An adjective.
General. So I love your Mashkin today. Contracted today. What I love is that I said. Our Rebecca will say good morning. Let us not hear such a
It's a terrible.
Sarah, Rika learning response in memory of Noah's mother Ellen, Esther, Bas, Nissen,
He just has his own way of living, finding communicated like that. It's not how it's done, like,
alive for 30 days, yet his number again.
Are you serious?
Baby, look at the scoreboard.
So Shmuel says before Shmuel says it's only once a baby passes the 30-day mark. But the Raya is actually a pretty good. The concept of redemption of the firstborn occurs when nothing has value within 30 days. Right, Rashi, you have the Bechor, right? By Bechor.
What the fuck is year?
Look at Rashi. There's two ways to look at this. Although even something finality on every person who's born, whether you're going to see the Gemara, is the notion that perhaps we're not sure exactly born during month 9 or during month 7 are viable.
Did you see William Montgomery this last week on Kill Tony?
You know, how old, or I should say, how developed
Glad.
The same.
Something fast, and if only once it
I agree. Yeah.
Okay, then why didn't you say Wednesday?
So
This is Shitas of Shimon Gamliel, that a baby be viable after 8 days. Said the
Oh, yeah.
30 days of Osai is a suffix. Right? A
now you're gonna block it with
Maybe
the fuck is Larry?
So Osai, I don't
It's a
understand.
24 point.
Every 8-year-old baby will say is what? This for a baby that is only suffix viable. Be able to circumcise any baby on the 8th day when it's Shabbos. Gilma Nepo at Halacha L'Naisa is Halacha L'Naisa. The mitzvah of Mila viable. So how am I permitted to go ahead and be Machalada? My mother knows that no, we give the baby a Mila but not a Shabbos. But a Katasham, the baby doesn't.
Do you think Laird means bad?
Yeah, it does.
And the baby was never
Presented in vividly shocking or sensational.
That's how I've heard it. In like bad stuff. Meant by a dog?
Okay.
It really is.
I
At the end of 8 months,
did not give you that time this time.
You mean tile? Why wouldn't you say tile?
Let's just take a step back. See how Rav Shmuel says the halacha l'maisa allowed to have a mila on Shabbos because orange should potentially 30 days. Turns out the middle is totally sanctioned and fine. So also wasn't a melacha, not viable.
That's your word?
Yeah, block.
Okay.
It blocks.
Now once I have a baby, I'm not sure was it born after 7. Is it a 7? If you go from Shabbos, either way you're covered. And if not, all you cutting dead flesh. And I will say there's no problem with cutting dead.
Those two A's are gonna fuck everybody. I hope you know that.
To this type of baby. It's quite possible. So what's the Aliba de Rabbi Eliezer? So that would be
Happy with that?
About whether
An extra.
Rabbi Eliezer said you are permitted to go ahead and that halacha l'maisa when we say
Then let's see it. And you, my friend, man. But whatever you are, I don't fear you either, baby. No, it's not a word.
There's a suffix about the viability of the baby.
Are you serious?
Violate Shabbos or not.
It's over for you, son.
Okay.
Nate or Gummer in
So,
Chashon not viable.
Even the
Not
word.
viable baby considered as if it's older on a legal categorization level. So how do you look?
Sirens.
Right now is living.
I play a 6-letter word and like, why is the C worth 3?
What the fuck is
Meaning a nose or snout or a bird's beak.
They disagree, and they definitely will die. That's the definition of a trade.
What map are you building? That was a good
So why would
find.
you check the trade?
Thank you, baby.
Very simply. You know, it conveys
Nice.
to a situation. I know the animal's doing that. Oh, I checked it. So once it's Yiddish Shaila, look what they've done. How do you trade for animal? As if it's alive. All right, if it's alive, then Enachinam, the Shchita could be ramifications. That obviously sounds alive and not healthy. So it stops breathing until it's dead. Or no, because it is Moshe, so it would appear that this machlokes over here by the treifa savar chayvu savar utilization of a treifa. When something has a condition from which it is Amarava, since that's the machlokes, the nifligula in the Torah, be even better.
Oh, what a word!
If you were to go,
Oh my God! Avo.
We know this.
Of
So everyone agrees that treifa, lav apagav d'lanaisa is already considered to be as if it's dead. Nevertheless, there should be no distinction as well. Rabbanon will say, "Haisala shasa kosher." The treifa will say,
You fucked me.
"It had a period of time.
I had a
Never had a time when it was healthy." To which the Gemara says, "The feet of an animal that's born as a treifa, hasam in bamina shchita."
Oh, big one.
He
to remedy this.
And a monetary unit of
A NATO. Only once it passes the third, if not the shalom it dies, and it's just mechatech babas are cutting dead flesh, which is not problematic outside. So very limited. So it's here's the shayla. It's not quite clear what the ramifications are, although we'll see the first 30 days is really the gabe milah, and again that an animal within a
I only have one tile left. I don't know how many you have.
an animal as a carbon until it reaches 8 days. Can I even
Do you want me to answer your questions? You lost. You ready for another one? You have an invitation by negative 100.
This time too, again.
Do you want to go first?
Go ahead and eat an animal within 8 days. So obviously, the kinle begavation kabalo kabasha. Fully that went through the entire Jesus and everything. So back before. What for Shimon Gamliel's logic is not Bible? Why? Because we're never quite sure if the fetus undergo the full gestational period. Right? It's one fetus. So they're figuring Shimon says you kind of have to get over the hump. Once after the Gemara says over here, it could very well be that it's possible, not possible, it's said that if an egg is born on Yom Tov, that you can eat it about food or shazet actually shoving.
Dog.
Has a mum, the proper we won't say everyone agrees, so we're going to have to get into the details that are problematic. Shazem and Amufan. That the assault, the wolf, is one that takes away its Kushas Makar.
Yeah, it's doing this stupid thing where it's taking the same.
Now look, an animal is only considered to be has the status of at least the suffix natal, same for the animal. That someone is arguing. About the status of a baby, the status of an animal within the Shulmil holds. Again, and according to the Rabban, it is. Listen, here we go. Nafal min Hagad or Achlo Ari. Listen to this. What happens
the hell?
when the baby and the baby dies within 30 days? But let's say it's not like the baby just dies. That's when the baby falls off the roof.
Thank God that
Or
way.
the baby is eaten by a lion. So let's say everyone agrees in that type of situation, you treat the baby as if it was viable. Either the baby didn't live 30 days. It's true the baby didn't live 30 days. Remember again, the premature demise of the baby has nothing to do with the baby's inherent viability. What does it have to do with? It has to do with ultimately, again, some external factor. So everyone will agree.
This is absolutely like bullshit.
I mean, what do you want me to do about it, dog? I let you go first.
No, I'm saying that the tiles are rigged.
How are they rigged? Dog.
Particular instance.
Dog, how are they? Dog, how are they?
You can't make a letter. You can't make a word with 50 fucking.
We'll say yawn in this context means the baby exhibited very little physical vitality and then passed away.
I already have more than a 40-point lead on you, and you got to go first. I mean, what more advantages do you want?
Enough, Rabbi, enough.
That was good.
Some level of physical vitality, but very weak vitality. So Allah So one opinion says the baby is considered to be living. The other one said dead. Am I not going to know? What's not going to know? Oh, lifter min hayyiva. Let's say a very important nafkamina. Let's say again a woman gives birth to a baby. Her husband dies afterwards, and then what happens? The baby dies shortly afterwards in 30 days. After only giving a yawn, the baby dies. So says the Gemara, Nachum, so then again, this machlokas, okay, we will get important. To which the Gemara says, Nachum in Agago Achlari, Dibriakol Chayki. So everyone agrees that if within 30 days the baby fell off the roof and was eaten by a lion, that the baby is considered to be alive and viable, which makes sense. The baby's premature demise has nothing to do with the baby's vitality and everything to do with external circumstances. Therefore, that baby is considered to be alive. So, for example, if a woman were to be married and has a baby, right, and then let's say again her husband dies, and then right after her husband dies, the baby is eaten by a lion. Allah says she is not subject to equal, right? Because her husband left behind living offspring. The Gemara says, "V'hara Papa Rav Huna bar Yeshua." Let's listen to the story. That Papa and Rav Huna bar Yeshua, Itla'u lebeit Rei Rav Huna bar Abi. They went to the home of the son of Rav Huna bar Abi. The Avid Lahu Igla Tzolsa, and he made for them an Igla Tzolsa. Remember again, Igla Tzolsa means the third born calf, or a calf that has reached 1/3 of its maturity. It's a delicacy. He made for them an Igla Tzolsa. The Imama de Shiva. I will say, when did he slaughter the English also? On the 7th day of its life, when it was only 7 days old. The Amri, and they said to him, Amri, he is Rachisu Adla Arta, Hava Achlinon Mine, Hashta Lo Achlinon Mine. Had you waited till tonight, we would have eaten from this English also. But now that you checked it today, we can't do it. What's that? Why was it? Because had he waited till tonight, what would it have been? Would have been already into the 8th day. As actually points out, you could say mix some kikulo. Part of the day counts as the whole. So had you waited till tonight, you would have partaken of the dosa. But now you went ahead and you shechted it by day. I'm sorry, we can't partake of it because it has not yet reached its 8th day. Which indicates to us what? That Allah says. So now what is this a case of? This is very important. What is this a case of? In this case over here, so remember, the animal was shechted. So we'll say this is a case of a less than day.
No, I'm not. I ran out of time.
That went ahead and died, not on its own, right? Not because of its own lack of vitality, but because someone.
Do you want to know my question for you?
Someone killed it. And yet, again, you see these rabbanim refusing to.
Are you gonna go?
Of the baby that was eaten by a lion. So you said before, if it was eaten by a lion within 30 days.
Okay, because everyone is waiting on you.
Because again, it didn't die
Yes,
because
sore.
of inherent viability. It died because of external circumstances. So it is viable. Yet here you have an animal that was slaughtered on the 8th day, actively slaughtered. So the animal died before 8 days, not because the animal wasn't viable.
You wouldn't last 5 minutes with the tiles like
So
that.
why wouldn't such an animal be kosher? Yet you see these rabbanim refuse to partake of it. To which the Gemara says no. The Gemara says. So ultimately, again, rather what's the case? The case is where the animal yawned and died. So we'll say again that case where the sugar.
Let's see what bullshit word comes out of this.
Of compromised vitality. So because of that, they would not partake of it. Completely, the nafal min hagag ba'achlo ari. Mar savar mesu, mar savar chayim. What's another story? Raid Rav Dimi Bar Yosef is Yalad Ve'ahu Yemuka B'Bot Plus Yamu Shach. We're going to the second wide one on the bottom. So the son of Rav Dimi Bar Yosef had a baby, and never the baby died within 30 days. Baby died within 30 days. And listen, now watch this. Shachid Yosef comes Abel Eli. So let's see what happened. The son of Rav Dimi sat Shiva for the baby. So what happened? Amrali Abuah. So Rav Dimi, his father, came along and said, do you want to eat the Shiva tray? Is that why you're sitting Shiva? Right? You want to trade in Goldberg? That's what it is. This is some strong word. Right? But he says to his son,
Vote, are you proud of that?
That's what it is. You want to eat the food.
Yeah, okay, I didn't take 5 minutes to play adult.
So again, what do you see from the story? You see from the story that a baby within 30 days is not considered to be viable like a Shimon Amil. Amrali, Kimli Bey Shekalu Chadash. I know that this baby had. Sorry. So I know.
Do you know that you're down by more
I
than
know
50
that
points?
the baby had complete vitality.
This game started.
So we're gonna take a step back. Restream when he says that a baby within 30 days.
50 points is a lot, dog.
Right? It's called the NATO.
Some people
That's
might
only
consider
because
that type
there's
of lead
something.
insurmountable.
If the baby underwent the full gestational period. That's the shayla.
For
We
all
don't
the
know.
games
But if somehow you know
that sometimes
the
you
baby
may be able to
underwent
somewhat
the entire
perhaps
gestational
keep it
period, then
potentially
in Akiyami, that baby would be considered to be completely vital. So here you have the son
competitive.
of Akimi going in and saying, Shiva Fazui that died within 30 days. His father saying, what are you doing? That's a nathan.
This game is not one of them. You've never
said,
won.
I know the baby went through a full gestational period, and therefore again the baby was a Vlad Shal Kayama.
And you use
was
oi?
sustainable, right? And therefore I do sit Shiva. Once I did this, so again, another story like this. First of all, sorry,
Oh, come on. You do not have a word that starts with OI. A three-letter OI word. There's no way. That's correct. Yeah, the game at this.
I just gave you a really good opportunity because I'm nice.
Rashi went to the answer of Isra being no sub both possible. So ultimately there was unfortunately the Hannah lost the child, lost the baby, that died within 30 days. Chazio Diosa becomes hallelujah. He said that he was sitting Shiva for the baby. Amalei looks Savalei Mar, the Hag Amar Yudam Mishmalach of Shiranamia. Don't you hold. What we said before the Talacha.
You're still down more than 50 points.
The baby within 30 days is not considered to be.
And you're struggling here, son.
Sustainable. And therefore the
Just
Relay, Kimli, the direction.
I guess.
I know that the baby.
Nala? What the fuck is that? What the fuck is Nala?
Everyone knows the knowledge.
No one knows what Nala is.
Common, very common English word.
That's not real.
Because within 30 days, Allah does not view it that the baby was what had total vitality. And therefore, Allah say, now again, just the caveat to that is, you could sit Shiva, a person could sit Shiva for whoever they want. Both say Shiva, so let's say the parents would want to sit Shiva for such a baby like that. You can, you're allowed to. There would be no aninos. Right? Remember again, aninos is when you're cut the premises. There's no aninos if there's not a halachically warranted or halachically mandated Shiva.
You're up, dog.
Maybe guys in 30 days. There's no Shiva. Based on this thing from Shiva.
And you're down by 50 points, which is a big lead.
Again, like it's one of those things you can.
Dog.
So the Gemara goes like this.
But
There's nowhere to place the tiles. What the hell
It's not.
happened?
I'm in agreement with you on that.
But I'm going to discuss this case. Let's say this is not the Hebrew case. A woman had a baby. And her husband died. And then the baby died. Woman had a baby. Her husband died. And then the baby died afterwards. The baby died within 30 days. So what happens? Now both sides. This woman assumes that she does not need either. Right?
Pig?
When her husband died, there
You
was
played
living,
pig?
living heir, living offspring.
There's nowhere else to build.
Not within 30 days of the father, within 30 days of the baby's birth. She goes in and she gets married to someone else. Some Ravina Mishmei Ravas. Ravina said, "Ravas, I'm days. In Ashes Israel, Choletzes. In Ashes Kohen, he ain't up.
You are down 50 points.
Comes on Ravina says, look. At the
And
end of the day,
Come on, they
she
don't
got
have.
married.
They don't have.
She assumes she did not.
What a joke. This game.
Why not?
Okay, that's fine.
Oh, that's a big comeback.
It turns out that it was non-viable.
Right, you keep chirping me.
Baby died within 30 days.
Down, having the gun.
Now listen, now watch this. So the Gemara adopts a very interesting middle position. So Rabina says, well, if the guy she married, meaning husband number 2, is Yisrael, it's not a problem. Let her do
Dog.
with her her deceased husband's brother, and then
That kind of fucks me.
married the Israel husband. Why? Because remember again, after Chalitza, we'll say, what's her status? Her status is that of a grusha, a divorcee. You still can marry a divorcee, no problem.
Did you know that kind of fucks me?
As Israel, there's an easy way to remedy everything. Let her do Chalitza, and she can live happily ever after. Number two.
I wish there was something that I could do about it, but unfortunately, there's just
Ultimately,
nothing I can do about it.
at the end of the day, if the guy she married was a coin, we would not make you do Chalitza. Why?
You're only down 20 points right now. Did you know that?
And if she's a grusha, she may not be
I'm gonna ram this game, so
Once you see from here that Ravina takes a little bit of a delicate approach, looking at that baby on one hand as potentially viable, potentially not viable. So again, when we don't need to remember, the baby died within 30 days. So if we can treat the baby as an apple and mandate chalitza, that's best. But only if it doesn't cost her her second marriage. Say the second husband is
there's actually a place
chalitza
to
doesn't
put
cost her.
tile over nice.
But if halal for nice and chalitza is going to cost her second marriage in the case of her husband who is a
Look at you just
they will
guessing.
not mandate chalitza. Sharbi on Mishneh Rava Amar.
No, I'm not
Sharbi is
guessing.
sending my brother no achazu va'achaz zu kolat. Ultimately, again, so the Sharbi is sending my brother.
How many tiles are left?
He has to do chalitza.
I don't know. How many are left?
No matter what, because the Ma'aseh will say, if
But
indeed
I
you
have
accept the position of the Shimon,
like between 5 and 15. I don't know how many you have.
which means that really
I can't just reveal that.
Classified.
and therefore I can come. It's mandated. Sharbiya, but Arta Amara Bahachi, it's Safra Hadr. Let's listen to this. So we listen to Sharbiya, you missed the end of Shir. It's true in the evening, Rava said what you just said. But in the morning, he changed his mind. Actually, with Safra Hadr Bay, Rava Aishes claim in a Falajas. So you're recording the initial position of
Do you want me
Rava.
to open some shit up for you?
His position is that in Nafinami, if she
Where
marries
did you
Kohen,
just go?
she
I'm not
needs
telling.
to do Chalitza.
Oh, nice. Nice.
So if Shabia wasn't happy with this Amalei, Shelusa Yehe Rabba, the Kishnu.
Dog, you're coming back, son.
They people will like the Baruch, and he will come to the right line to say,
Dog.
He who permits.
Dog.
So Shabia was calling.
Dog.
I love this word.
Let's see it.
That was
Again?
You're a permitter.
There's no rule against it.
So you know what? You're a permitter. Shelusa.
So it's not
Should be the will of Hashem that you will come to go ahead and permit forbidden classes. Let's say, which again is a little bit also stuff. It sounds better.
Baby, you're up.
The idea is that so if Shabbi was saying,
Oh, thank God.
for someone like you who is too.
Are you fucking serious?
Sickness, will get himself to
That's not a word.
permit things that are really
Sorry, it's so weird.
Get out of here with that garbage.
I'm down by 4 points. You're supposed to win by like 1,000 points.
Meaning that halacha
I don't know
l'maisa,
what's
if
going
maybe
on,
God
but
said 30 days, if she's married to Yisrael, we will make her
it's not looking good for you.
If she's married to a Kohen, we will not make her do a chalitza. Interesting. What's the mother's idea? So Rabbi Yehuda matters. Let's remember again. So Rabbi Yehuda. Now we're jumping back on the sources. So again, we do adopt the position of the Shimon of Yom Halacha L'Maisa, the Gabi and So as we said before, the real ramification
No way.
for us would be for
Time's up.
and for Afilis.
Time's up. There's no word there.
Permitted the Nila of an androgynous on
You're done. There's no word.
Again, the Mishnah said as follows. The
No,
Mishnah said,
there's a
for a
word.
suffix in an androgynous Shabbos, that he says you do
I think you might
on
beat
the
me.
Shabbos to give an androgynous amiba. Okay. Says the Gemara.
There's nowhere to go again.
Clearly,
Okay, nice.
clearly, what Rabbi Yehuda is actually saying is that the androgynous is a zachar, right? That's the takeaway. I mean, the fact that Rabbi Yehuda says
Open something up, dog.
of an
Luigi
androgynous
isn't a word.
tells us
Luigi?
androgynous is male.
Luigi?
Which
No,
they were,
that's
by
not.
the way, don't think that Rabbi Yehuda holds that in all circumstances. Right? There are Sifkar, it's Dafka by Mila that he holds down. After all, Shin Ata Omer came.
Are you fucking serious? Are you fucking serious? You did that again?
So therefore, when it comes to Erichin, I also know to get Erichin on personal valuation values.
It's a different word.
My value. I pledge your era. So Torah gives specific categories. So a male between the ages of 20 and 60 is going to be X. Below 20 is going to be Y. A female is going to be this. So we know that if you pledge the Erichin of an androgynous, he's not judged like a male. After all, we don't go I know that androgynous is not treated like a male for Erichin purposes. To which the Gemara says this time because we learn Yocho Hazocher. The pasuk says by Erichin Hazocher, the male, below Tumtum Vandrogynous. The pasuk says it doesn't come to include or that excludes Tumtum and androgynous. Yocho you lo yehe Erich beish. So I thought maybe that means that one.
Dog, I'm gonna lose because I can't get rid of my letters. Ziti? Good word, dude.
Male or female, and if you don't definitively
I didn't even look that you were by a
either
three.
you fit into a category or you don't fit into a category. Therefore,
You have a word though?
Cannot definitively, unfortunately, fit into a category. Has no
See.
value. Has no erech value.
Maybe if you don't, you did some bullshit.
We also
Why can't I get the...
So in other words, an unstated, right, an anonymous.
That point should...
Section from Torah's
That should have been like way higher.
Anonymous price up. It's like Rabbi Huda. Even though Rabbi Huda says in the Mishnah that you could be Mechalo Shabbos to give an androgynous a bris, which tells us that androgynous is a zachar. Don't think that Rabbi Huda always holds that an androgynous is a zachar. Or look over here, you see it by Erchin. Rabbi Huda holds that an androgynous is not a zachar, which then begs the question. So the Gemara says, Amar Rav Nachman Yitzchak Afanan Tanina.
Let's go. Take the lead.
You won.
Except for a Chemi Shot and
You won. You won. No, I don't have a word.
A woman cannot, and an androgynous cannot. So it's like once again, you see that Rabbi Huda
Wig. You won on wig.
Not a zachar. So we'll say, so now I have to answer Jonathan's question. By Erech androgynous is not a zachar.
No
By
way.
Kedushin androgynous is not a zachar.
Yeah.
So why is Mila different?
Don't get my hopes up.
Dude, I wouldn't fuck around with you. You know how much I like to win.
Some bullshit.
I don't have anything.
Larger category of male, right? It's a larger category of zachar. In the rest of Torah, zachar means what? Zachar. Definitive
Nothing.
Zachar. Definitive zachar.
It's over, baby.
But apparently, again, Rabbi Huda dashes. Kol zachar is a ribui coming to include those who aren't even fully male. Right? Who are those who aren't even fully male? That's the androgynous. And therefore, again, the bris of the androgynous will be doche Shabbos, even though the androgynous is not considered to be a zachar in other languages. Because the Shekach will stop over here. We'll pick up in here Hashem at the Mishnah tomorrow. All right, so we'll say good morning. We can have out of us today because by thanking our sponsors, we thank Sammy and Martha Asmussen, and those sponsors dedicating all the shooting and rushes to this month.
And you just increased your lead.
Yeah. And the trash talking at the beginning of this game was crazy.
Yes, it was.
The first ever literati win against literati. How does it feel? How does it feel to lose? And literati
eyes. Bam. Official. Wow. Oh, and you had a cue too. You could have fucked me if there was an eye or whatever.
I know. Yeah, but you gotta use the restroom.
Ultimately, again, in the halachos concerning the timing of the Isser of Chametz. So we saw the tradition of Rabbi Meir, Rabbi Yehuda, and ultimately again Rabbi Gamliel. So we're going to analyze over the course of the Gemara. So it's not Hassam. Echad Omer B'Shnayim B'Chodesh. So most like we're going to go ahead and give a little bit of background to this. It's not focus on it. Most like understand whenever you see machlokas in time. So machlokas in time should be based on one of two things: either interpretation of the possibility or a concern of general confusion. Like,
Yeah, what's up, guys? What's up? Hi, guys. What's up? What's up, guys? What's up, guys?
Two guys show up. Right? Ruben and Shimon.
Hi, guys.
Show up and they say, we testify, we saw lady.
What's up, guys? You guys are corny, weird, and peace.
Who the fuck was that?
Some absolute mongoloid.
That's a racial term. You don't want to use that.
Is that offensive to Mongolian people?
Yeah.
I thought it just meant like idiot.
Look up what it means. Was their name Reek? Was their name Reek? R-E-E-K?
What do you mean?
What was their name in here?
Oh, I didn't get a chance to see.
What did he say?
He just kept repeating like just like some annoying troll like what's up guys? What's up guys?
Well, guess what?
What's up guys? And then he just kept repeating that, and then he said like you guys are all something, and then you're like what?
All right. That was, I would say, the worst, most rigged game in the history of humankind. Do you feel very happy with yourself?
I do.
Okay.
Do you want to play basketball?
Yeah, I do.
Or
I do. I want to play basketball.
Okay.
And I'm going to send you an invitation. And then I'm going to smoke you. And then we're going to watch a documentary.
Do you have a documentary?
Did I ever make you watch Astronauts Gone Wild?
Yeah.
It's like my favorite documentary ever.
However, if Ruben said that murder happened in the 5th hour, and Shimon said the murder happened in the 7th hour, then ultimately again the Hebrews is called why is that is a 2-hour disparity. Gemara says very simple.
We beat Slovakia 7-1.
Doug, nobody cares about that sport.
Yo, you're talking to a Canadian, sir.
Doug, you don't even care.
And the 7th hour.
I care about hockey a lot, dude.
In the 7th hour, the sun is
I've been watching it.
Who's the best hockey player in the league right now?
Would normally allow for a 2-hour start. He says that's too much, right?
That's too subjective.
Let's analyze this.
You have an invitation. All right, we're going.
Prepare to lose.
And one of the things, again, that we seem to learn about this is to line up pretty exactly. If you just clean up that to allow for up to 2 hour disparity, provided that again, it's not a we'll call it solar disparity.
Oh, what the
It's
fuck?
5 to 7 with the disparity.
That was so bad.
That
Warm-up game.
Amra Baysa is as follows. Salomar, the David at the mayor in Adam Flavel of Home, was an ultimately against a Baysa, you have to say that a person.
Oh, this is awful. This is one of the worst rounds we've seen. 6. Wow. We're both terrible.
Maybe it's still more than you got.
We're terrible.
Adam to a Hatsi shot. And for example, people concur up to a half hour. What is that? Watch this. The different mayor in Adam
Have you ever seen the documentary Religulous?
No.
It's like my favorite movie ever. All right. Trying to think of a good documentary you would like that isn't boring as fuck about Canadians. No, they didn't go to Manitoba. They went to the Amazon, but they didn't even go up to Amazon. Have you ever seen Man on Wire?
I feel like I have at some point, some time ago.
It's about the guy who did tightrope walking between the World Trade Center. Would you be interested in a documentary about a guy who climbs tall buildings? That Spider-Man guy? He climbs on the outside of them.
Is his name like Alan something, like French guy?
Yeah, he's French, but nobody knows his name.
I follow him on Facebook.
Okay.
I'm probably gonna go to sleep at like 9 o'clock.
Dog, what is this bullshit?
So I came in here today at like 12 p.m. or 11, and then 12, and then 1, and then 2, and each time I join, I hear snoring sounds coming from you, and you. So I don't know what happened to your sleep schedule.
That's true. Okay, hold on. I'm gonna look up the best documentary.
We don't have time to watch it. I'm actually gonna go to sleep at 9 p.m. because that's my bedtime.
What the fuck is that mean? You're the person who's normally up to like 6 in the morning.
Yeah, I know. Things change. People change. It's a new year.
There used to be. Do you know what TV Land is? It's like a channel that has like old television on it.
Sure.
All right, so they had a phrase that would go, "Times change, people change. Great TV does it." What are your thoughts on that?
The greatest TV show, song, slogan, dance, whatever.
Does it make you want to watch television?
Old television specifically.
Would you consider it the greatest slogan in the history of slogans?
I mean, it seems like boundless in a sense of time. So yeah, really, you could say it any time of the year.
Doug, I can't believe you don't want to watch a documentary.
What?
I can't believe you don't want to watch a documentary.
I've already watched the one about the people that live in the mall.
The murder happened at the beginning of the third hour.
You know that there are other documentaries in the world aside from that one?
He's off by a little bit. He's off by a little bit.
That one's one of the best documentaries.
It wasn't even as good as Big River Man, dog.
Yeah, Big River Man is like that should be what they show. Big River Man is what they show the students in documentary films of what to stretch.
Big River Man, in its own way, was like 3 different documentaries. And the further I get away from having seen it, the more I enjoy it.
Why were there 3 documentaries?
Doug, I knew you were going to ask this question, and now I'm going to tell you. Because it talked about, it was like him training in like that weird Eastern European pool, and then him swimming in the like the Yangtze River and the Mississippi, and then about him swimming in the Amazon, and about him eating horse burgers.
I guess I don't know. I mean, like there was a build up to like the story that was really awesome. I guess. But, yeah.
Now, what do you think of this story? What do you think of this question? What do you think is Zoot's favorite documentary of all time?
Let's say you were to be the father of a right? And you were to actually ask.
Oh god. Probably some weird fucking orgy time travel bookstore.
It's not the By Blue documentary, though he has seen it, and there is nudity in it. He knows everything about that woman. His favorite documentary, which we should just watch right now in honor of Zoot, is about the game Donkey Kong. Do you want me to tell you about it?
Is this like an arcade one or no?
Yeah.
Okay, I feel like you possibly mentioned this before.
Oh no, I definitely mentioned it before. So Zoot told me, he's like, it's my favorite documentary ever. So I was like, okay, I'll watch it. And I did. It's about this like underdog story of this guy who wants to set the record of the highest score in Donkey Kong. And it's about a few people, but basically like these people are like really, really strict on like high scores. There's even a website dedicated to all the high scores of all the old games. And like people are really serious about it. And then there's this guy who's like he's like a barbecue sauce. Not even barbecue sauce, like a hot sauce. Like air. And so he has all this money, and he's able to buy like a cool car and be able to like pay for what he needs to be able to play Donkey Kong all day. And so these guys start to buy these like Donkey Kong arcade machines and keep them in like their garage and just like play on them and try to do really well. And this one guy who set like the world record in like Washington State or something, he sets the record, and then when he was away at work, like some random people come to his house and knock on the door, and his wife lets them in or something like that, and lets them look at the board that he was using, and it happened to be a modified board, and so his like high score was thrown out. And then they basically say like there's going to be this showdown at the like this video game land in like New Hampshire, which is like 2 stories. It's like one of the biggest video game places in the world for arcade games. I think it's maybe the biggest, at least in the United States. And they play, and it's Like they're all trying to get this high score, and when you get the high score, you break the game. The game like literally didn't have enough data to be able to give you like a congratulations, you won. It just like crashes. The whole thing crashes. And once you get the crash screen, that means that you won. Something like that. And it's just that story. So you ready to watch it?
Yeah, we're gonna play Literati. Then I gotta sleep.
Okay, well, nobody gives a shit about your sleep schedule. I'm just telling you right now, no one gives a shit about your sleep schedule. I'm sending you a Literati invitation right now, and so you feel like it's an advantage to go first.
You don't even care about the hockey game?
No.
Or the hockey tournament, the World Junior?
No. I don't care about children like that.
You don't care about the children, okay?
No,
Rabbi Rothschild doesn't care about children. That's cool.
not like that.
What does that mean? Like, support? Nice. Nice word.
Question number one. You said you saw the murder. So which the cycle of the global cycle? Did you see the murder? That's the Asa shut up. The Asa shut up.
Are you proud of that?
What year the cycle?
It's tie game, dog.
The Asa Kodesh. What month? The Kama Kodesh. What day of the month? The Asa Yom. Kama Kodesh. The Asa Yom. What day of the week? The Asa Shah. What time?
Oh my god.
You know, you've never beat me when I've gone first.
I've only beaten you one time.
Yeah. And I had to pass. So technically, I let you win.
Not how it works.
Dog, did I make a move on my first try? Yes or no?
You, this game we played together. Is that what you mean?
No, the last game that we played.
Are really questions regarding training of regions, right? What part of the Yobo cycle, what part of the Shemitah cycle, what year?
The last game that we played, I passed my first.
You swapped? What are you doing?
Why wouldn't I?
Look at this. Because look at this move. 50 points. Oh my goodness. 54 points, dog. What are you going to do? You're down by 57 points right now, dog.
One of the witnesses says, I don't know.
You just got the split in half.
They said, you don't know
How does that make you
what
feel?
year the Shemitah cycle it was, you're out. You don't know what year the Yobo cycle it is, you're out.
Silence.
You don't know what
Or
year it was,
crickets.
you're out. Yet the Ticos,
This is not looking good for you.
So yet, interesting enough, like the Ticos, even if both of them say we don't know, for example, what color clothes was the murderer wearing? I don't know. I know it was lady. I saw a lady there. I don't know what clothes. Was it interesting enough? We don't know people said. I want to be clear. Never take country don't go through this. How it doesn't automatically accept it either. But what it's saying is the inability to answer one of the difficult questions does not go ahead and immediately nullify the news. So the Gemara says, what is that?
Wow. Did your microphone stop working, or did you stop being able to breathe air after you saw that 64 point?
The Gemara says, second why by the Moshe. I mean, Kakilos come after they do some tilok. The Havila Edos Shiata Yahala Zima. Wow. We'll say it's been a while for us to see that phrase. Right? Because what happens? I will say, in order for Edos to be accepted.
He's trying to. Wow.
Any set of Edom that are going to testify.
Impressive.
Has someone is the concept where they can be prudent, to be
Why are you so quiet? Are you just concentrating? All of a sudden?
Two other witnesses show up and they say, "It is impossible that you witnessed that event." Why? Two words. Two words. You were with us at that particular time. They will say, if an Eidos is not subject to Hazama, you need budget is not covered, which makes sense. Because at the end of the day, if you're not giving testimony in your witness to be proven, then what skill do you have in the game to tell the truth? So therefore, I will say, interestingly enough, the Hakidos questions are incredibly important because the Hakidos questions are what create an Eidos that is subject to Hazama, that is subject to being disproven. But if you can't answer one of the Hakira questions, then you can't be disproven. That's different than the Bibikos.
Yeah.
What up, baby?
Why are you talking?
I'm talking.
Why are you talking?
I'm talking.
You're not talking.
Are you sure you really so?
What do you want me to say?
The reason is to clarify. But the Hakiros
No,
questions are
you're
what
supposed to talk. You can't just go silent and then when I'm asking you
any Eidos that's not subject to Hazama,
questions, but
accepted. Tikos, Eidos Shati Akolazili. The Gemara says, Tikos, even if one of the witnesses bringing both witnesses,
I'm gonna give you the best comeback you've ever seen in the history of humankind.
Now watch this. Giam and Taiki explain I will say remember again. Both according to Abaye and to Rabba, really even more according to Rabba. Right? According to Rabba, Rabbi Yehuda allows an error of up to 2 hours in a day. Meir allows ultimately again for an error of up to 3 hours. So it's like if you're really allowing the margin of error, ultimately again when it comes to testifying about the time that the witnesses saw the murder.
Oh, no way.
there's no E word. There's no, unless you have another S. Yes. Fucking S.
Baby, what do you want me to do?
Right, Reuben shouldn't show up to say, we saw Levi murder Yehuda. Let's say, good. And then what?
You're up 10, son.
Second hour, third hour. And then what happens? And then witnesses show up and say, second hour, we're having breakfast with us. The second hour. How could you have seen it? Then, it wasn't the second hour. No,
I made a major mistake.
And Amir says, I have up to 3 hours and a bit. And he says, up to 3 hours and a bit.
I made a major mistake.
Never be fraudulent because you have a built-in margin of error that essentially becomes like the escape for
Wow.
witnesses, which the Gemara says, no. The Kule those site. What's the case? If you look at Rashi, Shani, Rashi 460, right? Nothing about it. Shani Piavina, Vahu, Kuli to Sayu. In Yesh Mazimin Khan, Yehola Haziman, Aidi Shab, Tausa, the Lama Kala Shabbat, Usahan, according to these approaches. The way Hazama works is that Hazama would have to Ibn Mazim, right? Mazimin, the witnesses who come along to prove that Reuben and Shimon, the first set of witnesses, are fraudulent, would have to prove that those witnesses could not have witnessed the event both during the stated hour as well as during when? Any of the margin of error as well. See, I will say, so it doesn't mean that they're not subject to Hazama. What it means ultimately is that the halacha of Hazama says that you have to go ahead and prove that these witnesses could not have seen the event at the time they say the event occurred, and what? And any potential margin of error as well. So it does up the threshold for Hazama, but it is still an English that is subject to Hazama. So quite to be there. Therefore, again, Allah you give it right. You would create ultimately again. If you look at Rashi is Rabbi Meir before we listen to Meir says, Meir the other part it shows Yavinu lahu lahani shtayim shalosh mitchilas sha'ar rishona ad sof chamesh bein shneihem. So listen to this. So therefore, it turns out that according to Meir, the margin of error essentially would be. This is talking about a guy ultimately again. Who says, right, you give him the margin of error, from the beginning of the first hour, and so punish until the end of the fifth hour. Say maybe you should even go and give a little bit of time earlier time. Allah, then your mama, the Laila, both parties. The problem is, remember, just like we said that people don't make a mistake to the fifth hour and the seventh hour, that's halal for the to give the sunnahs in the positions. David and Tefillah Shoshana, so Shishis, the ultimately again margin of error would be between the first hour and the sixth hour. I would deal with the nation of Lune Kara today. I will say before you turn the page with Rashi. Rabbi Huda, the Adam Bad Gimel shows, Rabbi Huda who says that a person can make a mistake up to 3 hours, 3 hours of it actually. Davinu Lahanach the shows the Kamishkar Rabbi Huda by Matzah Fires. Rabbi Huda is going to make a mistake up to 3 hours, then what? You give him from the beginning of the first hour so the end of the sixth hour. The Nasa Lumi cards, and really we should back it up even a little bit more on the base. Ella, then you mama the Laila, Loto Inish. But ultimately, again, we see that people do not make a mistake between ultimately, again, day and night. The Nasa Likamate. And in reality, we should add on more time as well. Ella should be Kamavisa, who presents Karamana. Notice, as we said before, that Allah said people will make a distinction between the fifth hour and, or make a mistake between the fifth hour and the seventh hour. Why? Because the sun is in different positions. So we'll say, so here's what's interesting. So what comes out over here is that Halakha, also an Allah, so what comes out over here is that according to this approach, even if there's a margin of error is always capped at certain what we'll call it certain
I'm down 34.
certain
This would be the greatest comeback in the history of comebacks.
Like people might make a margin of error in time, but people
You're using a dictionary cheating machine, so I mean, I don't really know how that's fair.
Before noon, let's call it, and after noon. Noon itself
No,
will be subject to
this-
some confusion. But people go
so
to
the-
in the morning and the afternoon where the sun is in different positions. So even though we allow a margin of error, we assume that people are still cognizant.
I feel like if you hijack, I feel like add an extension onto someone's,
So the Gemara says, so it's not.
onto someone's like big word like that.
That could be a fascinating machlokas. Well, say it's a fascinating machlokas also because it's a machlokas of human nature about how attentive people are in general to what it is that they observe. So what's fascinating about this is as follows. In Abaye's model, remember in the first version of the two versions of Abaye, in the first version of Abaye's model, there was a chief of Rabbi Meir that said people don't make mistakes. Right? People make mistakes. That people could be exact with their time. People could be exact. If you notice again in every subsequent version, that doesn't even come on the radar. Right? In the second version of Abaye, it's not like that. In both versions, ultimately in the version of Rava, it's not like that. So it's coming out as a fascinating insight that can people be exact with what it is that they see. One version of Abaye says everybody says no. And then the Charlotte just becomes how much of a margin of error do you assume is acceptable? So let's go back to comments. So Tanan, here we go. Rabbi Meir Omer Oakland Mohay. Disarf in the Tfilas Vav. Rabbi Yehuda Omer Oakland Kol Daled the Tolan Kol. Disarf in the Tfilas Vav. We'll say let's analyze. Now, I will say remember again. So I just want to point out. So remember, it was Rabbi Meir Rabbi Yehuda who had this whole machlokas ultimately again by Eidos. I will say what is at the core of their machlokas? What's the core of the dispute? What's the core of the dispute? The core of the dispute is we don't really trust people to be totally exact, right? That people often are not totally exact, so therefore we have to assume that people have a margin of error in what time they begin. Oh, well, that's the case. When it comes to comments, that's pretty significant. So now watch this, I will say now you have a new appreciation of Rabbi Meir Rabbi Yehuda's Mashitos in Gabe comments. Because watch this. Remember, what did we see in the Mishnah? Rabbi Yehuda says that halacha l'mais. I'm sorry. Rabbi Meir says you should eat chametz the whole morning up through the 5th hour, and you begin to burn chametz at the beginning of the 6th hour. Right? So Rabbi Meir, now also remember again. Just I know you know this, but just important to say it again. When chametz becomes asur d'oraisa, when end of the 6th hour, that's asur d'oraisa. You're not bonon back it up to the beginning of the 6th hour. So Rabbi Meir says you can eat chametz until the beginning of the 6th hour. So open. Let's listen to this. Rabbi Yehuda says no. You can eat through the 4th hour. Then we have this concept of total, which we'll discuss in greater depth, which essentially means suspended. Right? Suspended. What does it mean suspended? You can get benefit from the chametz, but you cannot eat the chametz during the 5th hour. And you go ahead and burn the chametz already beginning the 6th hour. So let's analyze this. La'abai aliv Rabbi Meir, the Amar named Azam Toeh.
No. Come on. You have an O into something?
According to the first version of Abaye. Right? And Abaye's first version of Rabbi Meir, always the sheep level say, people don't make mistakes. So let's remember again. According to Rabbi Meir, when Reuben says, I saw the murder at hour number 2, and Shimon says, I saw the murder at hour number 3, how did Abaye interpret that first version of Abaye? How did he interpret it? That Reuben was saying what? The end of hour number 2, and Shimon was saying beginning of hour number 3. They were saying the same time. In the first version,
That's spelled Ruebben.
of Rabbi Meir, according to Abaye, people don't make mistakes. I could be exact with time. I could be exact with time. You could be exact with time. So then why not allow people to go ahead and what? They hold foolishness. Let people eat the entire 6 hours. And let people burn the puppets when puppets become us.
Are you serious? Are you fucking serious?
Why deprive people of extra consumption? Let people eat comes to the end of the 6th and beginning and burn it at the end of the 6th, whether the actual biblical shah says, sir. We want to the half lishna. The half lishna and it was like even according to the second version of Abaye, right? The second version of Abaye, where Abaye says according to Rabbi Meir, people can make a little bit of a mistake. That's fine. Necho asocius. So we'll say let people eat towards the end of the 6th hour. So we'll say, let people stop eating, 45 minutes into the 6th hour. Because right now some people get confused about a little bit. But why do you have to back up the Shas Isser to the beginning of the 6th hour? Furthermore, in Abaye's first version, where according to Yehuda, people can make a mistake of up to a half hour.
Do you feel breathing on your heels?
Second version of Abaye, where he holds it.
Don't you wish you would have been watching Jude's favorite documentary on the history of the Donkey Kong tournament as opposed to perhaps giving up one of the, if not the biggest lead in the history of this game? You were up a lot, and you had an X. You've gotten a Q, an X, and a Z. You got everything in this game. Maybe not a Z, but you got everything. You know it. I know it. Everybody knows it.
No, you should see the shitty titles of that.
Oh, shut the fuck up.
It's insane.
Dog.
Possibly one of the worst title sequences we've ever seen.
Right? Those who possess the need to unallow. Those who are careful. But chametz is given over to everyone. So which is a different way of saying that essentially, if you're going to be a witness in a capital case, so at the end of the day, there's such tradition of the Hakira, right? There's such examination and cross-examination that at the end of the day, the only way to able to stand up is if you are Zaris. Zaris in this context means a very precise, detail-oriented, exact individual. But if you're not,
You're up 12, son. 15, Dyer and Eck. That was really good.
Some people
Yeah, we'll see. I don't know.
Say bye to that lead, you little bee.
So the nice thing is, you're going to
Wow.
on the back that.
How'd you like that move?
So Reuben, who's never
It's
been
good,
on
but
anything in
I
his
just
life,
want you
never been on time,
to ask yourself,
you're going to rely on
what do you think of this move?
Zach, and he can eat until the end of the 6th hour.
I think I've never broken 300 before.
That's amazing, dog.
Chametz is everyone. So whenever you legislate halacha, the halacha has people who come to
There's not many cars.
many people who are simply not trained.
This is gonna come down to
Therefore, again, you have to back up the shot.
What the fuck is Zyme?
The Rabbah, so now let's go to Rabbah's model. The Rabbah, leave with everything.
Oh, man.
Listen to this. Remember again, Rabbah.
Oh, you got me.
According to Rabbah.
You got me.
oh man, no way he was 2 in a row.
You got me.
No way.
You got me with that one.
Therefore,
No
again,
way.
so the Gemara says, therefore, really should eat from the beginning of the 5th hour. Back it up even more. Because let's say people make a mistake of up to 2 hours in a pit, but really, again, from the beginning,
I don't know how I beat
hour,
you.
people really should not be able to eat. So the Gemara
Oh,
says,
what
"Remember,
the
we are
fuck?
only speaking up until the 6th hour." To which the Gemara says, "Hey,
Not
now
this
Mizrach,
bullshit.
design comment about it." So we'll say, "No, no, there's a big difference. 5th hour, ultimately, again, the sun is in the east. The 7th hour, which I will say, the beginning of the Shas, assuming the Araisa, the sun is in the west. So because there is something identifiable and observable to mark the difference in these two times of using the people being harmless. Ihaki, Vishis Nami. Oh, exactly, that's the case. Therefore, I will say this is great because then
Are you gonna go?
when you insert the Oraisa coming
This game is over.
which technically is the beginning of the 7th hour of the day,
How many
the
tiles
sun
do you have?
is in the west. So there's a
Too many.
when the Shah sisters, well, that's the case for the mayor. Why do you stop?
So then you go in
Right?
if you stack
At the beginning of the 6th
somehow
hour.
good.
Let people eat through the 6th hour. Listen, that's very interesting. In the 6th hour,
Oh,
the
you?
sun is
I don't see any tiles on the board.
in sky. Most because of that, when it's in sky, okay,
No way.
might get a little bit confused. So because of that, ultimately, again, Rava wanted to proceed. They wanted to back it up a little bit. Rava, I'll leave it at Yehuda. I will say Rava, according to Yehuda, Rava's interpretation of Yehuda, what you call
He needs a 33 point or higher word here.
hours at the bit. Get ready for this. If that's the case, Mitchilas Dalit will make it. Ultimately, again, really, let's see if you can make a mistake.
313 that is a crazy score. I don't know how I did that because I was playing
Squids,
words that are
Woven, Zine.
Remember, you have the sun on your side, right? And therefore, again,
Design was good.
observable reality.
Well, didn't have any other good ones.
And
I have the Moshe came down.
it was like 38 points.
That's the case again. Rabuda. Ultimately,
It was like 20.
Remember, it was the end of the 4th, tolling in the 5th hour, and then again burn 6th hour. According to Yehuda, why can't I eat through the 5th hour as well?
Man, 2 in a row. That's crazy.
I let you win both of them. All right. Enjoy your nap, you little bee.
Alright, thanks for playing.
You're
Happy
welcome.
New Year's.
You're welcome, baby. Come back when you want to lose.
Yeah, the merge token for merge will be the number one crypto next.
Worst idea ever.
Why do you think it's so bad?
No, it's not that bad. What are the odds that Zoot has gonorrhea?
500%.
Oh, we'll leave it at that. Take care, Big Dog.
Later.
Peace.
Totally independent of the precision issue. But try to listen to this. The Amar Ein Beer comments on the straight up. Rabbi Yehuda says the only way to destroy your comments is how? Ultimately, again, through burning it. That's the way to destroy comments. The Yomuli Rabbanu Sha'af is a lucky boy. It's incredible. Because it's what happened. Rabbi Yehuda wanted to give you an hour to collect firewood. So watch this. Enjoy your comments in the morning. Eat through the 4th hour. When it says 5th hour, you can't do it. You can get benefit from it. That's Rabbi Yehuda saying, go collect your wood for beer comments. Go collect your wood. You've been busy with your Pesach preparations, so we didn't collect the wood. Go collect the wood in the 4th hour, and in the 5th hour, and therefore Allah burn your comments in the 6th hour. So therefore, interestingly enough, according to Yehuda, the 5th hour total issue is not a din in the imposition of people, but rather ultimately again it's a din in beer comments. We're giving you an hour to give beer comments because also Rabbi Yehuda's shita is it's not enough to go to the river and throw your comments into the river. You have to destroy your comments by fire. Well, also, you have a significant amount of fire. It's going to consume a significant amount of comments. That's going to require significant fire. Significant fire requires wood. Maybe you don't have firewood gathered. So therefore, so we give you the time to assemble your firewood. So in each day, Ravina L'Rav. So I think this is another matter. I don't think that's it. Only the Imasai Shalom Shas Yehuda. About the Shas Ura Hashbasasa b'chol davar. So we'll say, interestingly enough, Ravina says to Rava that there is another sheet that Rabbi that ultimately again Rabbi Huda says, when do we say Masai? Ultimately again, when do I say that you can only destroy chametz through burning Shalom b'shas Ura? We'll say, look at Rashi in just a moment. This is the third wide line down in Rashi. Imasai, when you omer ein chametz elas sreifa. Rabbi says, when do I hold this? You can only destroy chametz with sreifa when Shalom b'shas Ura. B'tchila sheish. Ultimately, again, I will say, when do we say that halacha l'maisa? You can only go ahead and destroy chametz with fire. That's shalom b'shas kiyula, right? Ultimately, again, like Rashi says, the beginning of the sixth, the whole sixth, where the chametz is only asur b'drabanan, but not the daraisa. About b'shas kiyuro hashbasasa b'chol davar. Rabbi will say, once the time of the chametz begins, you could destroy chametz any way you want. Look at Rashi. About b'shas kiyuro, b'shava shumusham in Torah. Hashbasasa b'chol davar. The Torah said, "Lama im ein lo itzim yamtin at shas b'guro v'yashbisena b'chol davar." So we'll say, Ravina says, I don't understand. Even though he says that burning chametz, like you dispose of it before the biblical prohibition for chametz sets in. But once the biblical prohibition for chametz sets in, then what? You can destroy chametz however you want. So say that if Yehuda builds in an extra hour to gather firewood, but in just 2 hours from now you can destroy it however you want, it doesn't seem to make all that much sense. And the other Rava, old one, because wasn't why this fact that building the extra hours. We're laser focused over here. That because this is until the end of the fourth, Tolan in the fifth, burn in the sixth. Why does Rabbi Yehuda need that extra buffer? Remember again, let's say we already have a buffer hour. What's the buffer hour? 6. Remember in the right? So chametz is not us until the 7th hour of the day, the beginning of the 7th hour. So the rabbis, the Rabbana already built in a buffer hour. Rabbi Yehuda is building in an additional buffer hour of the 5th hour. So why is that? So we have the firewood shita. We have so Gemara says Ravina says something else. The Gemara says, I'm sorry. Amarava Zera Bishum Yom Hamukunan. Oh, it's good. Cloudy day. So let's say, remember again, all of this is predicated on being able to see the sun. The sun tells what time of day it is. That happens if Erev Pesach is cloudy. If Erev Pesach is cloudy, that throws everything off. So I mean, let's just build in an extra buffer hour to take care of a cloudy day. Well, if that's the case, then why not throw in the 4th hour also? Why don't you just go ahead and say, people can only use until the end of the 3rd hour, and already beginning the 4th hour, let's say 4th and 5th hours, totally 6th hour ultimately again is fear. After all, should not be concerned with a cloudy day. But at Papa, Dalit is man soon to the Kobe. So what's great? No. You can't do the 4th hour. Why? Because I want to say everyone knows the 4th hour is super time. People normally eat in the 4th hour. Going to see that is a normative time to have your suga. Different Hazal did not want to, does not want to back up his rahila to the 4th hour of the day, for that is a normative smanach. That is a normative time to have you. So let's listen to this thing where it says, what does it mean? Look at Rashi. Sman sudi lakol, dakol b'kiyim ba. Literally, again, we'll say everybody is proficient in that time. So let's listen to this. It's a beautiful Gemara. Shari Shona, the first hour of the day, Ma'achal Ludin. That's when the Ludin go ahead and eat their first meal. I will say it's pretty early. Why do the Ludin eat then? So let's look at Rashi. Rashi says over here, Ludin to Rashi's not Suda. Rashi says, Ludin, the listin of Rav Sonenheim, Elisha listin or Kalayla, the Yeshinim Sharav Shas was the Ludin were, Rashi points out, later on, the Ludin were cannibals. So they were a cannibalistic group. So apparently they had a very voracious appetite. So they would already have their first meal, the first hour of the day. Shnia, Michaelis, second hour of the day, the listed thieves. Why are thieves? Now remember, the second hour of the day is early. Why are thieves having a meal already second hour of the day? And a long night of theft. You get tired of people's stuff. It's exhausting. So we'll say, so therefore, again, they had their Suda second hour of the day. Shlishis, Michael Yashin. Listen, this is very big. Third hour of the day, who's third hour of the day? Yashin inheritors. Listen, who are inheritors? Those are people who don't have to work for them. They just inherited an incredible amount of money. Rashi says, Gershon, so there's no real exertion. So therefore, again, they just got inside in the 3rd hour of the day. Revius Machal Polvin. We'll say 4th hour of the day is when workers. So remember, workers generally begin Shishis, 5th hour of the day, Michael Tamidi Chacham. That's when Tamidi Chacham have their first meal. Shishis, Michael Kol Adam. The 6th hour of the day is when people in general, most people, have their first meal. The Bahamar goes, you know, also I want to point out that, well, we'll see. Bamarav, Papa says, I reveal Masu no Kali. But 1 second. You just said the 6th hour is when general people have their meal. But yet we said before that the 4th hour is when people have their meal. Ella April, rather turn it around. Revius Michael Kol Adam. The 4th hour of the day is when people generally have their meal of the day. Chamishas Michael Kolim. The 5th hour is when workers eat. And Shishis Michael Tamidi Chachamim. And ultimately, again, the 6th hour of the day is when Tamidi Chachamim. So let's say, so depending on kind of what you did for a living and what your day looked like, determined your savior of meals. Mikan ve'ilech, we'll say if you eat after these times, ke'et kizorik even lechemas. Ultimately, again, it's like throwing a stone into an empty pit. So we'll say the idea over here is that Chazal, before starting exact graphics, that it's important to have some type of substitute meal a little bit earlier in the day. Because if you wait, or at some point, by the 6th hour, because if you wait too long, then ultimately, again, what ends up happening is that the meal is not as beneficial. I guess it also means that if you wait too long until you're hungry, you end up eating more than you have to at a certain level of like ravenous consumption. If you eat a little bit earlier, you'll eat what you need, you won't overeat. So if you wait too much, it's like throwing the stone into an empty pit. However, that's only true about Tam, Midi Mitzvah, less than one. But if Halacha L'Naisa, again, you had a little something for breakfast, then even if you delayed your lunch of the most ever again, from a Talmudic perspective, you're pretty much eating 2 meals a day, not 3 meals a day. But people would eat a little something for breakfast. So they wouldn't have a meal, a little something. So as long as you eat a little something for breakfast, then even if you delayed your first major meal of the day a little bit longer, it's going to be okay. So we'll stop over here. We're going to pick up. So I'll say, so we're not finished with this, but at least now you see, this is really fascinating, because now you see that the Mishnah of Pesachim that dealt with, again, the focus about how the Zmanim for Yisro comes works is really a more fundamental focus that really first comes about by Eidos, that really focuses on how precise are people with all right, that was a good word to let us lay down. Is looking as the side 160. Right now, our fund over here. Thank our day of work sponsor Howard Keating. And then we have Howard's sister, Via Hessel, Nas Shalom is on the rough on. We look at her. We are picking up on that's about 115, exactly 6 lines up from the bottom, middle of the line, right to the wide line. Wide was Wilson's number again. Maybe another incredibly fascinating tomorrow. So we're going to discuss today. Remember, Gemara left off with this concept that the basic definition of a safer is 85 letters. These 85 letters means safer. So the Gemara says, based on the section of by people saw, we'll discuss why the 5 people saw are the most that. But when I say 85 letters, that's what the safer. So the Gemara says, why the Hamish Molar of Hamish also, so the Philosos Kuzaros. These 85 letters have to be like together in a safer, or can they be dispersed throughout the scroll? The Gemara said they must be together. This now we're actually going to do that. Even if they're scattered around. This is known as the capsule. Sefer Torah and Shalom. If you have a Sefer Torah, that's what you want. Each will lock each one of the Hamish Osios. You go parashas by even saw. Matzilin, Matzilin, Be'in Lach, In Matzilin. Also, it's the right case. If you have a worn out Sefer Torah, as long as there's 85 letters throughout the Sefer, you have the identity of the Sefer. Save it on Shabbos. If there's no levels of the device, it's fully security that class. The halach lines, the 85 letters spread out amongst the entire scroll. That's usually a application of our first tradition, Laguna Vista, Aliba de Laguna, potatoes. So this makes things I know even according to the Buddha, that's what it's usually we're talking about letters or talking about words. Look at that potatoes. But depending on that, the maximum Pisaros, Lola Laki, Ostabat, and Lola Laki, Kiva Shneva. Kivakan, Kivakan. Once it's picked up in the place, it says that the letters can be dispersed out the scroll. What it means is what? That you can have words that are made up of letters that are dispersed out to the letters would be the following. Either you have 85 letters concentrated in one place, or you could have 85 letters that are dispersed throughout the scroll, assuming that what? That the letters are not just standalone solitary letters, but the letters are part of words. And the words, again, are dispersed throughout the scroll. So when those like, you can have other. So you might have to follow, so you might have to follow. 자기네가 내가 뭐죠? 팔쇼지 아스나카 파라푸스 마니오스 마마 우 이런 거 로스는 팔쇼 by so remember again you're gonna say Torah it has words right words that block you up so again section that's the only individual part of the section demarcated by a note at the beginning and a note at the end. Low man, why does it have a why does it have those type of documents? Omar Sharif and was that those ones because that this section of I even saw already doesn't really belong where it's placed. Because they really doesn't remember.
Ethical Kabbalah frames this as metaphysically dangerous, not neutral. Bottom line, in Kabbalah, intersect is viewed as a serious spiritual misalignment, not just not paganism. Okay, well, hold on. Analingus, Remy. Kabbalah is even more negative here. While mouth is the highest sanctity, mouth is associated with speech, breath, Torah, and divine expression. Hold on here as well. Using it in contact with areas associated with bodily waste is seen as severe inversion of holiness. But what if it's clean? Our extreme crossing of boundaries, Kabbalah places huge importance on spiritual separation of demands. This act collapses those boundaries in the wrong direction, strengthening impurity. Zohar repeatedly warns against strong holiness downward into impure realms instead of elevating the physical reward. Bottom line, Kabbalistically, this is viewed far worse than pain and, of course, spiritually speaking. Calm down. Important nuance, Kabbalah is not mainstream practice. Many Jews follow halakha without Kabbalistic stringencies. These ideals are mystical, not legal rulings. Rambam, for example, explicitly rejected this metaphysical framing. In one sentence, Kabbalah teaches that sexual acts must channel divine energy through its proper spiritual pathway, and therefore views anal sex, and especially analingus, as serious distortions that empower impurity rather than holiness. So, is that the end? No. Because I'm sure some references out there are saying, maybe, I want my salad tossed. Let's see how we can figure this out. All right, so the halakhic rule on anal sex, if you want it, is well, generally, without Kabbalah, core principle halakha regulates sexual behavior primarily through law, consent, boundaries, and metaphysical energy channels. So the tone is legal and pragmatic, not mystical. Anal sex between a married man and a woman. Yeah, that's what we're talking about. We can talk about homosexuality at another point. But yeah, Talmud, based on the Talmud, Deuteronomy 20b famously says, a man may do with his wife whatever he desires. I'm not so cool with that if she doesn't desire it. I'm about equality. Okay, taken at face value, many classical halakhic authorities understand this to include non-vaginal intercourse as long as it is between a husband and wife with consensual, it does not cause harm, it does not involve prohibited emissions. Rishonim, earlier authorities, Rashi, Tosafos, generally permissive in theory, Rambam legally allows it, but strongly discourage it as a crude and morally disgusting, not mystical. Ravad, more permissive than Rambam. All right, practical halakhic consensus. Most later halakhic authorities do not forbid it, outright strongly discourage it, often say it should not be habitual and not replaced in normal relations. Key point. If someone asks, is this forbidden by law? Many poskim would answer no. If they ask, is it appropriate? Many would also say no. Analingus, rimming. Beer halakha is much less permissive, even without Kabbalah. Why? Not mysticism, why hiding? Human waste concerns. Anything involving contact with fecal matter raises serious prohibitions. The mouth must not contact areas considered filthy under halakhic standards. Baal tashaktu, do not make yourself repulsive. Many authorities apply this principle here. This is a legal category, not a mystical one. Brachot and 60 issues. The mouth is used for prayer, blessings, Torah. Halakha treats improper use as a problem of dignity, not cosmic damage. Bottom line, most halakhic authorities would consider anal ligature effectively prohibited or at a minimum strongly forbidden in practice, even without invoking Kabbalah. Okay, key differences from Kabbalah. The reasoning for halakha is law, consent, dignity. For Kabbalah is cosmic energy, purity, zero. Anal sex, technically permitted but discouraged, spiritually dangerous, according to halakha and Kabbalah, spiritually dangerous. Analingus, largely prohibited in halakha, Kabbalah, severely damaging. And then tone, practical for halakha and metaphysical for Kabbalah. One sentence summary: halakha without Kabbalah may technically prevent anal intercourse between married partners, but discouraging it as undignified, but generally reject analingus on legal and cleanliness grounds rather than mystical grounds. All right, so I'm going to be honest with you. I'm sure that somebody's going to want me to find a loophole this bad boy. So here's what I would say. There used to be this Canadian content who was amazing called Sue Johansson, R.I.P. baby, Zachron Lebracha, and she taught everybody's favorite rabbi about a lot of things sexual. She's like Canada's Dr. Ruth. If you know about Dr. Ruth, anyway, shout out to that bitch. Anyway, so Sunday Night Sex with Sue Johansson was a show where Sue would take calls, and I would love to have a show like this someday. But they were amazing. I would watch these with just. I'm not going to tell you all about with whom I would watch this show, but it would be like every guy would be very, in their own way, extremely jealous. Anyway, I would watch these shows and just learn. And just like, I was like, I'll put it this way, I was like a lion in a sea of gazelles. Anyway, watch the show, and one thing I remember, Sue Johansson was much more liberal in terms of some of the things, and she would say like how thick the epidermal walls of the vagina are. It's like really tough. It's got to like be able to have babies and stuff. But I'll never forget. She said the epidermal wall of the penis is like one
Epidermal. Just want to clarify that.
layer. It's like not very thick. And these girls would call him to be like, oh, my boyfriend wants to have anal sex. I don't really know about this. You know, Sue wasn't against it. And I think there can be perhaps something like third eye awakening in it to some people, perhaps. I mean, like the male prostate is like milkable. And to women, one time I talked to this girl, and I was like, so what's it feel like? Like, you're taking a really big shit multiple times, and she's like, uh-huh. And so I guess, like, okay, that'd be very pleasurable for many people. All right, yeah, but that was a good end. That was good. All right, anyway, so what? What are you gonna say? Well, first and foremost, cleanliness is really important. So, if you were gonna partake in this, whether halakhically or kabbalistically, it has to be related. This is just an answer, and I think it's okay. Like, I mean, you know, like there's gotta be like preservation of the sperm. So, just like make a little bit of effort, maybe just to fire towards the vagina at some point or something. Like, you don't have to make that fucking nut connection every single time. But, you know, perhaps to have that intention, that would be great, ideally. But if not, the lady can just kind of do what she wants to, maybe move it towards the vaginal canal. Who knows? Like, maybe in your mind think that, like, hey, if we had some kind of Rube Goldberg kind of like setup downstairs, she might get pregnant. I think that because you got to have that kind of mentality. So it's super clean, and you had the intention that she could get pregnant from this, and that perhaps by doing this, you may somehow have more children in the future because you'll be more attracted to each other. I think that that's like a loophole we could use. All right, really quickly, I was working at this financial institution, and I would go into this like vault where we kept all the money, and I was a little bit of a pimp, let's just say, still my baby. Anyway, this one woman would gigantic go there, and she'd be like, "So what'd you do last night?" And I'd be like, "Oh man, allegedly, this is all alleged." I'd be like, this girl blew me, this other girl blew me. Wow. Just like talking up a storm, spilling the tea. It was like Petticoat Junction. Anyway, and this girl was like, "Well, you better be careful." I'm like, "Why?" She's blowing me. And she's like, "Yeah, but I had a girlfriend of mine who would blow guys she liked and incubate their semen in her mouth. And then when the guy wasn't looking, try to impregnate herself." And I was like, "Damn, bitch, you got some crazy ass friends." She's like, "Yeah, just be careful because you might meet someone like that. You could change your life." And I'd be like, "Oh, this is all alleged, so we were just doing hypotheticals back there and everything. We had a pancake, perhaps, in the backs of cars, whatever." But I was like, "Damn, that's like, not so down on how shit could be." But again, I'm like perfectly virgin as a new fallen snow, so I've never been born ever. Not like I hold perhaps the world record for most amount of BJ's from Project, but nevertheless, or like that was like, I basically made my own fucking religion out of that, kids. But let's not go into it. It had religious connotations, we'll just put it that way. Allegedly. Perhaps. Why? Who knows? I'm just allegedly. Anyway, back to cunniling. No. Analing is okay. So, do you think anal sex is okay? If you did under those circumstances, I think it's better. And whether it's allowed or not, I mean, it's already allowed. It may not be. It may not be. It may not be like a mainstream thought, but I mean it is. But I don't know. It's up to you and your partner, really. Look, I say this for all this bullshit. This is like Outback Steakhouse. No rules, just what right. And I don't know, that used to be their saying. And do as thou wilt, just don't fuck up. And I don't think, if you did anal sex under these circumstances, I don't think that's too much fucking up. So long as no one gets hurt, it's totally consensual. Now, rim jobs, that one is interesting. This thing's never going to upload. All right, so I have to make it quick. Everything's got to be really clean, and I think it's just like any other orifice. That if everything's super clean, then you don't have to worry about the mouth being like, you know, like desanctified or whatever. And then the hole, I think, would be okay.
It's just tubes.
And if there was some girl out there who would be like, "Look, if you do this to me, it will allow me to have more children." That's what I'm about. I want Judy's of the girl. So with all of this, if you can justify it between you and your partner that, hey, if we do this, we're going to be more sexually attracted to each other, and it's going to make things hotter, and we're going to reproduce more, then I'm all for it. You fine. Go fuck yourself.
I want to say the consent's really, really important for both parties. And I don't agree with a man may do with his wife which he wants. Maybe, and I think the rabbis would think the same. I think that she should consent to any of this. I really think they would think that.
Perhaps not whatever he wants. I understand how it's written, but love is a two-way street.
Because it's not like you could just straight up kill her. So we'll talk about sexuality in the future, perhaps. But this is our capitalistic discussion on anal sex and no jobs. You're fine. Go fuck yourself.
My lad, we're going to see this is not the first margin of the margin themselves not having drunk. No, you only need to see a rate. That is the margins of something written by in Apikarsi. Ashla Sifra, even by Masir. You only why that doesn't make any sense. That was written by a heretic. You're not allowed to say that sacred Torah on Shabbos. Because again, listen, this goes back to the basic idea that what endows a sacred Torah with Kedusha is not being and harshly and strict, but rather with sober license. So if the person who wrote the Sefer is a heretic, the Sefer has no Kedusha. And therefore, halacha l'maisa, if a fire breaks out, you are not going to save such a Sefer. So the Gemara says, can't be talking about the margins of the secret Torah. In fact, that since you're allowed to burn, of course, the margins of the Kedusha, the secret meaning are making
All right, babies, I want to add some clarification to the whole anal sex thing. Like, if you're really going to do it, then I want to make sure you do it correctly. Yo, baby, I want to talk about and clarify the whole analingus thing. What's up, sluts? I wanted to clarify the whole anal sex and analingus thing. So if you're going to do it in a hypothetical manner, and at a high level, staying within halakhic and kabbalistic framing and avoiding explicit sexual technique, here's how it works. I'll give you sexual technique. Anyway, hypothetically, there are three major things about which we need to be aware: halakhic ritual concerns, kabbalistic spiritual concerns, human dignity, health, and intention. So halakhic style precautions, ritual, and legal logic. Even when something is permitted in Jewish law, it is usually surrounded by conditions: cleanliness, nikion. Jewish law is very sensitive to zara, which is excrement. Precaution would require ensuring absolute cleanliness beforehand. I would definitely think that, like an anal douche or a anal douche bag or an enema would be great. Precaution would require ensure absolute cleanliness beforehand, avoiding any contact with filth that would invalidate prayer, blessing, or Torah study afterward. This mirrors existing halakhic rules around bodily cleanliness, not sexuality per se. It's like it's just tubes from here to like here. It's just one big ass tube, sort of. All right, semen concerns, if applicable. Traditional halakha treats wasted seed seriously. A hypothetical permission would likely require the ejaculation still occur in a halakhically acceptable manner, or that the act be secondary, not primary outlet. But again, under Rube Goldberg like logic, anything in this sort of area could go, in the right spot. Who knows? And if you had the right mentality, like, all right, did you ever see those old McDonald's commercials with Michael Jordan and Larry Bird, where it was like nothing but net, and they're like bouncing stuff? They'd be like off the backboard, So like their intention was for the ball to eventually go in the hoop, but the ball didn't hit that stuff first. If you don't know what I'm referencing, well then that's on you. But
even if someone is trying to actually
What's in the bag? Lunch. Big Mac fries. Play for it. You and me for my Big Mac. First one to miss, which is a winner eat.
like notice they're bouncing it off of stuff. Not necessarily every time. See, off the glass. Larry Legend knew what was up. I mean, this is like vaginal. Okay, but that gets into like anal. No rim. See, no rim on that one. Off the floor. Through the window. Off the wall. Oh, fuck. That didn't record, did it? Oh, man. This shit sucks.
I were to get a hold of a sefer written by a heretic or the whole thing. About the heretics. It says
How much fucking space do we have? We should have enough space. We should be good. Okay. So that shit just sucks. Anyway, I guess if this thing is still recording, I'll just do it. I don't know. Could you see what was going on there? Yeah, I think you figured it out. Okay. So we'll just go with this one and upload it. This shit sucks. So if you ever saw those old commercials, it'd be like off the floor, off the rafters, off the wall, nothing but that. And so I guess like the same way you could say like off the rectum, off your thigh, into the vagina, nothing but that. And you can help it. There's nobody who says, hey, you can't take a finger and just yeah, hold on, wait. We do think that. We do. You shouldn't do that. There's and I really mean this, a lot of caution. You never do anal than vaginal. You do vaginal than anal. So how do we get past this one? All right. So maybe not semen that was like in the butthole, but if they were just like a smear streak on an ass cheek, that's just like skin. We want to avoid any kind of anus to vaginal canal. That's really important. All right. So like just don't use seminal fluid that's way back in there. Or you could use a condom and then at the end just take, the condom and just kind of lady can just, scoop that shit up like Baskin Robbins. Who knows? Easy there, Cold Stone Creamery. Here we go. So as I was saying, cleanliness is really important. Semen concerns. Again, Rube Goldberg is a thing. Marital context. Nearly all leniencies in sexual matters appear only within marriage. Precautions would include mutual consent, emotional well-being of both spouses, no coercion or degradation. I really mean that. Now, if some bitch is like, you degrade me, Rabbi, as much as you fucking want, well, then that's like, we're just playing house at that point. We're not we're just role playing it, and that's not. It may seem like degradation if you're being walked around on a fucking leash, but that doesn't necessarily mean it. I mean, I would say to you, there are like two mental states. Like one would be like, "Yeah, bitch, you like that, right?" And she'd be like I'd be like, "You dirty slut, you fucking eat that shit up," and she'd be like, "Uh huh." That's degrading. But then I could be like, "Yo, time out." I could use the lady from the grape stomp and the I just stop it. Wait. Ah. That lady, you know who I'm talking about. Like whatever your safe word is. And be like, wait, do you really feel great? And she's gonna be like, fuck no, bring it on harder. Anyway, it's just that's part of sexuality. All right, so if I hear that, then it'd be like, yo, are you being degraded? You need to stop or whatever. All right. So then Kabbalistic precautions, spiritual metaphysics. Kabbalah views sexuality as cosmic energy transfer, not just physical pleasure. Intentionality, Kavana. The act would need elevated intention, such as strengthening marital unity, which again I agree, and channeling desire towards holiness. That's a pun. Anyway, get it holy, like your whole holiness. Anyway, acts driven, maybe not the most appropriate of puns, but still nevertheless fucking hilarious. Acts driven purely by domination, humiliation, or excess desire would be spiritually damaging. However, some bitches want that, and so you have to. It's a fine line. Like, look, if you really feel like you're being demeaned by it, then absolutely not. But if it turns you on to get this playful demeaning in, then all's fair in love and war, baby. Avoiding association with the Sitra Achar. In Kabbalah, bodily openings of waste are symbolically linked to Kelipot, impure forces. Precautions would include clear separation between pleasure and waste, avoiding acts that symbolically feed impurity, mental focus or connection rather than transgression. Timing. Kabbalah assigns different spiritual states to times, weekdays versus Shabbat. A hypothetical permission might restrict such acts to certain times or discourage them during spiritually sensitive periods. Ethical and human dignity precautions. Judaism strongly emphasizes kavod habrios, human dignity. No degradation. Any act that causes shame, makes a partner feel used, mimics abusive power dynamics would be spiritually invalid until it would be spiritually invalid even if technically permitted. Again, nobody wants you to feel shame or used or anything like that. However, there are some bitches out there and people just in general who like that idea. And I'm not going to kink shame. If that's what you like, that's cool. But you should have a safe word to be able to say, like, if you do feel shame, if you do feel used, you need, then it's no longer consenting. And then you know the fucking grape lady. We'll do it at the end. And then health and safety. Judaism treats bodily harm as prohibited. Precautions would include avoiding injury, avoiding practices that cause pain or long-term harm. Again, some bitches want that though, so we wouldn't want to injure anybody and cause pain or long-term harm. You know, John Mellencamp, aka John Cougar or John Cougar Mellencamp, but John Mellencamp had a song "Hurt So Good." Come on, baby, make it hurt so good. Sometimes love don't feel like it should. You make it hurt so good. There's something about that hurting can be good. And that's for every individual to be able to determine. But if it's really causing pain, absolutely not. And go to the proper authority if you feel at any point that somebody's hurting you without your consent. So then you should know that the big picture, even in this hypothetical, Judaism would still view such acts as non-ideal. I agree. I agree. Vaginal, penile interaction is the way to go. Vaginal penile sex. They might be tolerated under limited conditions, not celebrated. Now, I know some Rebbitzin out there is going to be like, but I want to celebrate this stuff. And it'd be like, um, there's a fine line between tolerated and limited, not celebrated. We're going to celebrate penile vaginal intercourse. And generally not celebrated. But if you were like, look, I wasn't able to have a child, but then because I was just like like asexual, but then something awakened inside of me when my partner rimmed me, and now I've got a brood of 14 children, we might celebrate that. I'm not gonna lie. All right, the default sexual ideal of halakha and Kabbalah remains penile vaginal intimacy, yes, with love, modesty, and sanctity. Let's get that straight. And then, what about analingus? So, halakha versus Kabbalah. If analingus were assumed to be permitted, which in reality it is not in mainstream halakhic or Kabbalistic sources, the precautions would be even stricter than for other non-normative sexual acts because it directly involves the area most associated with zoa, excrement, and kelipot. Below is how Judaism would likely frame it if it were allowed. Halakhic type precautions, absolute cleanliness. I'm even saying that you could have like a machine. I don't know, like you know how we have like uh, black lights that see like semen on stuff. I think you could have the same kind of machine, like or light or something that could ensure like an anus is completely clean. Like science could do that. I'm sure somebody could work on that. Anyway, um, so this would be so cleanliness is a central issue. Jewish law is extremely strict about contact with excrement, having filth in or near the mouth. Hypothetical permission would require meticulous cleansing beforehand, zero presence of waste, immediate washing afterward. Any doubt of contamination would render the act forbidden. This is stricter than for most other intimate contact because the mouth is used for prayer, Torah blessings. Separation from holiness after. Even hypothetically, one would still likely require washing the mouth and body, waiting before prayer or learning Torah, treating the act as something that creates temporary ritual distance. This mirrors halakhic logic in other bodily function contexts. Consent and marital context. As with all sexual leniency, only within marriage, full enthusiastic consent, no coercion or pressure. Kabbalistic precautions. Where it gets stricter. Kabbalah is far more resistant to this act than halakha would be. Mouth symbolism in Kabbalah, the mouth corresponds to malchut, speech, divine expression, using it in a way associated with waste risks. Spiritual inversion, drawing energy downward instead of upward. Hypothetical precautions would require very strong intentional focus, kavana, which I think could be done, and framing the act as bonding, not indulgence. That's the big thing. I'm saying like there are ladies out there who have been in and men just sexless marriages for a long time. I don't know if that's the best thing to do or to be in, but if you are and you want to spice things up, this might be it. If it's not, then maybe that's not the right person for you. Who knows? But maybe it is. And maybe this just floats your boat, tickles your fancy, whatever it is. All right. So, Kabbalistic precautions where it gets stricter. We talked about this. Avoiding feeding the kelipot, the anal area is symbolically linked to waste separation, and sitra achra, the other side. Precautions would include clear mental separation between pleasure and filth, avoiding any sense of degradation or excess, immediate spiritual reorientation afterward, washing, prayer later, etc. Even then, Kabbalah would likely view it as spiritually dangerous, not neutral. Yeah, but danger might be my middle name, baby. You never know. I mean, under most conditions, penile, vaginal sex, that's what we're talking about. But under some circumstances, if we think that it will increase the bond between two people and overall create more Jews, that's what sex is about in many ways. I'm going to be more lenient on this. Timing restrictions, if hypothetically allowed at all, likely discouraged on Shabbat or holy days. Okay, fine. And I'm fine with that. I think that's, should be focused on procreation. Not that this isn't, but this isn't, uh, perhaps the chances aren't as high. And I want on at least Shabbat, the chances would be highest. Look, I've said this before. If you really want to run down some rabbits and give it to me, like, calm down, woman. Um, Men and women in Israel, and just Jewish men and women, Jewish men and women, period, should be having intercourse every single night. For the man, 6 days a week under current weeks, this is how it should work. You both have a long day, whatever. You ejaculate inside your wife, and you go to bed, and both fall asleep. If she's not brought to orgasm, I understand it takes a little while. She's got to be in the right mood, all those other things. But for a guy, it's a really easy way to fall asleep. Now, on Shabbat, that's a time for the woman. And you must ensure every single time that you get her off beforehand, especially on Shabbat. I'm sure that you could probably do it under normal circumstances during the week as well. And if you can, that's great. But what I'm saying is, like, if you, like, some women, it's always going to happen to them, but some women, it's going to be really difficult for them to come to orgasm. You're going to have to work at it, and it might take you a long time, and you've got work in the morning and all the other things that you've got, and I don't want you exhausted every single night because you're having to try to get this lady off. So what do I advise? He can inseminate you and then fall asleep. And lady, if you want, you use a toy or a tool or whatever it is, you just watch my streams, whatever it is to get you off. You do it, girl. All right. So precautions would include clear mental separation between pleasure and filth, avoiding any sense of degradation, immediate spiritual reorientation after watching prayer later, etc. Even then, Kabbalah would likely view it as spiritually dangerous, not neutral. And it's not ideal. None of this is ideal. Why? Because ideal is penile vaginal intercourse. Ideal is the woman coming before the man, and that's just, if I can give a guy any advice, make sure she comes first. If you do, you're putty. Ask any woman. I've said this before. I've said it. I'll say it again. I used to always get confused why these scummy guys would get these amazing girls, and it's because they would take the time to make sure she came first, and perhaps her other mates would not do that. And she comes first. If she comes first, it's over. She's putting in your hands. All right. Timing restrictions, if hypothetically allowed at all, likely discouraged on Shabbat or holy days, possibly restricted to times of lower spiritual sensitivity. Human dignity is crucial. Judaism would draw a hard line here. Any act that feels degrading, humiliating, power imbalance would be invalid spiritually, even if technically permitted. Pleasure alone would not justify it. Kavod, dignity is non-negotiable. Bottom line, even in a hypothetical permissive framework, analingus would be the most restricted, spiritual, risky, not ideal. I agree with all of that. It would require extreme cleanliness, strong intentionality, clear dignity, and consent. I agree with all of that. Kabbalah would still view it as borderline or spiritually damaging, even if tolerated. However, if it means that we're going to have more Jews for whatever reason, then I think that we can be more lenient on it. In real Jewish tradition, this is why halakha avoids permitting it. Kabbalah strongly discourages it. Many authorities treat it as outright forbidden, but not this one. You're fired. Go fuck yourself.
So again, this goes back to this like about when we're playing Ma'in on this number again, let's go back to this one. So the Mishnah said, say Torah Shabbos, say even a book of Tanakh and Shabbos, Shabbos. What can you say? You can't save a However, again, Rashi is using the message. What used to happen on Shabbos? The Rav of the city would give a shir. And what was the shir? The shir was on halacha. What to do, what to not do. So what were they concerned about? That if a person starts reading Sufim, or say general Sufim, is always what is that halacha. So if a person starts reading Sufim, what's going to happen? They're going to get caught up in the reading of the Sufim, and they're not going to take the shir. And if they don't take the shir, they're going to learn halacha. And if they don't learn halacha, they're going to different. Chazal said, no reading of the Sufim on Shabbos. Which the Gemara says, at the time that the Rav was giving a shear in the base energy. The rest of Shabbos Shmuel says, no, even at a time when the Rav wasn't giving a shear, you can't read the Sufim on the Shabbos. Yet Na'ado is still Shmuel, but Na'ado has Sufim. Yet in Na'ado, you go ahead and read a section of the Sufim.
An enema would be great. Or Torah study afterward. This beer's exist. I take with much. Halakhic what's up, sluts?
God's going to be giving cheer, and you're going to be reading something else. Right? God's going to be giving the drasha, right? And you're going to be reading something else. You're going to be reading something else. So therefore, again, you're not allowed to read Sufim in the place where the Rav is giving the drasha. Shmuel says, "Vein b'makom beis hamedrash, vein shmo b'makom beis hamedrash, vein zman beis hamedrash in Korin, shemo b'zman beis hamedrash Korin." So Shmuel says, no. Geography not really an issue. Right? It doesn't mean at the time that the Rav is giving cheer, you can't read Sufim. It doesn't matter if you're in the Medrash or if you're at home. We don't want anything to go in English. But when it's not the time of the Rav's cheer, then you are permitted to read the Sufim. But the Shmuel Tzadeh, Shmuel is using the Narda, has the Sidra of the Sufim with the Plus of the Shamsa. So they'll say Narda, in the section of Sufim by Shabbos. So that's the position of Shmuel. Halach l'maisa, you go and it's only at the time of the shear. At the time of the shear, you can't read the Sufim whether you're in the base medrash or you're at home. But when it's not the time of the shear, you read the Sufim. The Rashi only Pidama made color. The Rashi said in reality, it's as we said before. Shmuel can be nechemda. And also Shmuel also can be nechemda. When it says the reading of the Sufim on Shabbos, it's unfortunately different. Sanya, here we go. So even though we said that you can't read Sufim on Shabbos, however, Aval Shonin by the Lord said you can learn the Drush associated with Sufim. You learn the Drush associated with Sufim, Darshan Bahan, and again you can learn the depth of Sufim. Mitzvah a pasuk maybe for Royal. Ultimately, again, you need a pasuk from the Sufim. Looking something up. You can look up a pasuk and full of Sufim. Or in the Tanakh. If they not only kiss a college in Korban, from the Kevin, why is that Chazal saying you can't read the Sufim? Is this? It is Yomu, it is the Kodesh in Korin, the Kodesh in the Shari. In order that a person should say, if there's a limitation on my ability to read the Sufim, then certainly I can't read on the game if this matters. So if Rabbi Shani says something amazing, like there's a thing about this, there is some level of legislation regarding learning Torah on Shabbos. Okay, so there might be a whole guess as to, when you're not allowed to read the Sufim, how you're not allowed to read the Sufim, what part of the Sufim, Medrash Sufim. The point is there's a discussion, right? There's a discussion about not learning some type of Torah on Shabbos. So Kenya says the reason why Chazal is some limitation on the Sufim, although that limitation is subject to dispute, right? The reason Chazal is why? In order to teach you the limitation on Sufim, Allah has on the other thing that so temporarily you don't have the limitation of Sufim. And you learn anything you want of that. But if you have a limitation, ultimately again, one thing happens. So whether it's business items, work related items, or for that matter, things that really related to Again, this obviously don't have to sort of totally crash out the book, but the idea is that a person should be conscious and obvious of what it is that you're learning, you're trying reading and learning. Alright, so what's your stop over here?
This is metaphysically dangerous.
There's a section. Let's say we put the dots together. We'll do that.
Yo, baby, I want to talk about and clarify the whole anal lingus. What's up, sluts? I wanted to clarify the whole anal sex and anal lingus thing. So if you're going to do it in a hypothetical manner and at a high level, staying within halakhic and kabbalistic framing and avoiding explicit sexual technique, here's how it works. I'll give you sexual technique. Anyway, hypothetically, there are three major things about which we need to be aware: halakhic ritual concerns, kabbalistic spiritual concerns, human dignity, health, and intention. So halakhic style cautions ritual and legal logic. Even when something is permitted in Jewish law, it is usually surrounded by conditions of cleanliness. Jewish law is very sensitive to Zohar, which is excrement. Precaution would require ensuring absolute cleanliness beforehand. I would definitely think that like an anal douche or an anal douchebag or an enema would be great. Precaution would require ensuring absolute cleanliness beforehand, avoiding any contact with filth that would invalidate prayer, blessing, or Torah study afterwards. This mirrors existing halakhic rules around bodily cleanliness, not sexuality per se. It's like, it's just tubes from here to like here. It's just one big ass tube, sort of. Alright, semen concerns is applicable. Traditional halakha treats wasted seed seriously. A hypothetical permission would likely require the ejaculation still occur in a halakhically acceptable manner, or that the act be secondary, not primary outcome. But again, under Rube Goldberg like logic, anything in this sort of area could go, in the right spot. Who knows? And if you have the right mentality, like, all right, did you ever see those old McDonald's commercials with Michael Jordan and Larry Bird, where it was like nothing but net, and they're like bouncing stuff? They'd be like off the backboard, off the. So like their intention was to for the ball to eventually go in the hoop, but the ball didn't hit that stuff first. If you don't know what I'm referencing, well then
again, essentially, Shmuel says this follows.
That's on you.
Whenever you have an area that's accessible, let's say by two Chatzeros. By the way, this is not limited to Chatzeros. This is true to Mavuos. Whenever you have one area accessible by two other areas, like one area has ease access, one area has more difficult access. So a local relation, each area is given to the one that has ease access.
Like, notice they're bouncing it off of stuff. Not necessarily every time.
Like, remember again, you have the case of when you pick up a house, you overturn it, and you're going to diminish the height of the wall. So again, that structure that has easier access to the wall is granted that
off the glass. Larry knew what was up.
And you have an area in between two Chatzeros, both that matter. One has easy one that matters. Grant the area to the hospital.
I mean, this is like, imagine, okay, but that gets into like, hey, no rim. See, no rim on that one. Off the floor.
Right,
off the wall.
Right. your use
Fucking
was on gravity
record
has
this.
ability. So therefore, you're supposed to say, now we go on with that macro. So it's not.
Oh,
So
man,
just keep in mind, again, Rama,
this shit sucks.
Rika and Shosho, those are the same, essentially. Those are the same. There's no real distinction ultimately between the two. Therefore, both quote unquote have the same access. They're both important. When both have the same access, what happens? What happens?
I guess if this thing is still recording,
They ask each other.
I'll just do it.
Right? Because when both have the same access, they effectively ask each other.
I
And when they
could just see
effectively
what's going on there.
whenever everyone has the same access, then halal from Lamaisa,
Yeah, I think you figured it out. Okay, so we'll just go with this one and upload it. The shit sucks. So if you ever saw those commercials, it'd be like off the floor, off the rafters, off the wall, nothing but that. And so I guess like the same way you could say like
people have a culture, people
off
have
the rectum, off your thigh, into the vagina, nothing but that.
Yeah, we'll call
And you can help it. There's nobody who says, hey, you can't take a finger and just yeah, hold on, wait. We do think that. We should do that. There's and I really mean this, a lot of caution. You never do anal to vag. You do vaginal to anal. I hope we get this. All right. So maybe not semen out.
Hold on. You could also do vaginal, wash, and then do anal. It's always a way, kids.
Was like in the bubble, but if they were just like a smear streak on an ass cheek, that's just like skin. We want to avoid any kind of penis to vaginal. That's really important. All right. So like, just don't use seminal fluid that's way back in there, or you could use a condom, and then at the end, just take the condom and just kind of lady can just scoop that shit up like Baskin Robbins. Who knows? Easy there, Cold Stone Creamery. Here we go. So as I was saying, cleanliness is really important. Seeming concerns.
Cleanliness is next to godliness, kids. Don't ever forget. The non-blaspheme way.
Anything above 10 talking goes to the Bnei Aliyah, or what we call the Yetases. Anything below 10 talking goes to the Bnei Concept. So we'll say, what does that tell you?
Maybe I want to talk about
that's
they clarify the whole
so we'll say, the Bnei Concept, how do they use that? Zrika, through throwing. The Bnei Aliyah, how do they use that? Shosho, lowering. And yet we see that law. Unless we don't say anything above 10 talking goes to the Bnei Aliyah. That any other area that some can access to Zrika and others can access to Shosho, we give it only again to the ones who can utilize it through Shosho, which is a big shmuel in the first without Allah, although that is Shosho, because that is Zrika, most things also resist the Shosho. So the most you see any temperature of an area that some can access, ultimately again through lowering, and others can only access through throwing. And I was going to point out, when the yours is throwing here, throwing is giving us an area that's 10 fucking high. You don't exactly have to throw stuff in order to get the top of it. What it means is an upward motion. An upward motion as opposed to a downward motion. See, they're going to say Shmuel's logic, and it's really quite profound. Shmuel's logic is that it's always less effort to go downward than it is to go upward. Like Shmuel's logic is that a downward activity always takes less energy than upward activity. Therefore, by definition, downward use is always considered to be a greater use than upward use. Kind of almost like that. So, right now, the Ben requires you to break gravity. To be a Ben Yerika, so unfortunately, someone who goes in a downward direction in life, that except to go well, that requires no effort at all. To be a Ben Yerika, starts to go upward. That's not part of the up to that. That's not Hashmisha Benachos. That's not the use of my life.
Because I kind of looked at it again because they saw a guy doing 225. I went, oh, you think that's good? They went, yeah, that's a really good deal in bricks.
Therefore, the mission really saying is like if you have an area that's above 10 o'clock, and
Bricks.
so we saw who was in the past that, who was in the past that, some of the past that led the people in the alley, people in the upper story. And therefore, what it's saying is the people in the past can access this area through lowering. The people in the cluster have to access it through the stuff. You see that whenever one group has both the social, one group has the road to the stuff, give it to the group that you don't have to group you say the name of Pasha literally means the people who live on the terrace. They're domiciled over the night of the terrace. Oh, look at watch this. If that's the case, then when it says above the prophet, both in the air and in the second light of the most night,
This is the so they had to reroute everything straight away.
That's called effort to test out the effort. Effort to test out what has no lowering, there's no slowing, pretty much again it's called lateral use. Lateral use means I don't have to go up, I don't have to go down. I can just directly access the area.
Then they usually do it so you're great slow.
So the name of the test out,
It's a good way to
go ahead
break
and
people
call
down.
it stage or utilize it in a form of lateral use. There's no lowering, there's no throwing, they can be backfired and anything the box has problems with the name of the test out. Okay, now, so therefore the Gemara explains that you misunderstood the Pesach. You thought that the Pesach meant Bnei Aliyah, people in the upper story. And you thought they're talking about an area, therefore, that the Bnei Aliyah used to the Bnei Cluster used through itself, and yet you didn't say that what is the Bnei Aliyah? And you were using it as a proof as well. That whenever you have to practice an area, one through Sika, one through Shosho, the condition is Shosho, which one is know that it's the correct interpretation. Their Pesach literally means the people living on the Pesach. And therefore, when they access the area of the that's called access the Pesach. Lateral they're going up, they're going down. That's why we put it in. Give to the concept. I'm not. Let's never pass up. Let's never pass up. What they can speak to the rest of the concept. And Allah for the night again, both the concept as well as the process. Both have direct.
Yeah, it's a good way to break people down by seeing the bricks.
Half the concept that are when you
Sleep for 12 I had to flex with it because I kind of looked at it again because they saw a guy doing 225. I went, oh, you think that's good? They went, yeah, that's really good. I went, you think I can do it, boss? He goes, I don't think so. I went, interesting. I'm going to put that on. How many times do you guys think I can do it, boss? He goes, twice. I said 5. So I did 30. I love that you're trying to prove your manliness to an 8-year-old. Tell your father, Boston. I had to flex with them because I kind of looked at it again because they saw a guy doing 225. I went, oh, you think that's good? They went, yeah, that's really good. I went, you think I can do it, boss? He goes, I don't think so. I went, interesting. I'm going to put that on. How many times do you think I can do it, boss? He goes, twice. Tiger said 5. So I did 30. I love that you're trying to prove your manliness to an 8-year-old. Tell your father, Boston. I had to flex with them because I kind of looked at it again because they saw a guy doing 225. I went, oh, you think that's good? They went, yeah, that's really good. I went, you think I can do it? He goes, I don't think so. I went, interesting. I'm going to put that on. How many times do you guys think I can do it? Boss? He goes, twice. Tiger said 5. So I did 30. I love that you're trying to prove your manliness to an 8-year-old. Tell your father, Boston. I had to flex with him because I kind of looked at
Ella, my the Chutzer, half the Chutzer. What does it mean when it says that it belongs to the Chutzer, even to the Chutzer? Meaning not only does it belong to the Pesach, but it also belongs to the Chutzer. Ushnehan asu. And therefore, halacha l'maisa, and both will be aser. Therefore, it's hakanami, so here, by the Chutzer. What does it mean that if it's below 10 talking, but it's close to the Pesach, it belongs to the Chutzer? Half the Chutzer, even is useful by the parts and halakha again, both therefore have access to it, and therefore it is also. Therefore, both like we did not remember again. We were trying to bring a proof to Shmuel. Let's take a step back. We're focused the entirety of today's down. Focused almost the entirety of today's down. Focused on the machlokas Rav Shmuel. If you have an area that borders two chatzeros, one chatzer utilizes the area for shilshul, lowering, one chatzer accesses the area for zrika, throwing. Who is considered as ease of use and therefore who has rights? Rav said zrika, shilshul, same thing. Neither is considered to have ease of use more than other. And if Rav will say again, if they join in an Eruv, common Eruv, then they can both use the area. If they don't join in an Eruv, then what? Then Halakha neither of them the area. Shmuel says no. When one is zrika, one is shilshul, we give it to the area with shilshul. Why? Because again, lowering is considered use. Lowering is ease of use, and therefore Halakha we would have done. We tried to bring this case of Shmuel. Next, now, interesting case. Chulias habor b'hasela. So we'll say Chulias habor means you have an area that is the edge of the pit. Chulia is the edge of the pit. And I will say to understand when you want to say Chulias habor, what is this level? In order to have a pit, you have to dig. So where would you place the dirt that you place for digging the pit? You would build like a lip. Or a lip is the wrong word. Thank you. An embankment around the pit. Thank you. An embankment around the pit. That's called Chulias habor. So we'll say, so again, obviously that's higher than the rest of the ground. So Chulias habor b'hasela, shein gavon hasela. So we'll say if you have the embankment of the pit, or a rock, doesn't have to matter, that is more than 10 fucking high. We'll say still the same case of the concept in their pesos. So what happens? So if it's more than 10 fucking high, in their pesos, we'll say it's considered to be the domain of the pesos.
Again, Luke Goldberg is a thing. Marital context. Nearly all leniencies in sexual matters are proven only within marriage. Precautions would include mutual consent, emotional well-being of both spouses, no coercion or degradation. Now, if some bitches like eat the gravy around by as much as you fucking want, well, then that's like, we're just playing house at that point. We're just role playing it, and that's not. It may seem like degradation if you're being walked around on a fucking leash, but that doesn't necessarily mean it. I mean, I would say to you, there are like two mental states. Like one would be like, yeah, bitch, you like that, right? And she'd be like, you dirty slut, you fucking eat that shit up. And she'd be like, that's degrading. But then I could be like, yo, time out. I could use the lady from the grape stomp and it's not that way.
So very simple. Well, the top of the pit, the top of the rock, that are more than 10 fucking high, those are considered to be the domains of the other pesos. Anything above 10 fucking is the domain of the pesos. Below 10 fucking are the domains of I see the case of the rock, right? If you have a rock that's more than 10 fucking high. So let's say, so why is that considered to be the domain of the SS? The SS could utilize what's called Pesach, lateral usage, right? It's high, I can use the top of it, no problem. But I don't think it's too far. So what's coming out of the bar? Not because at a bar, the minor fundamentals, you do now own the water spot in town. Remember again, what part of the pit is usually the useful part of the pit, right? It's the hole. So therefore, we'll say even for the name of Pesas, how are you utilizing the pit? You're lowering something into it. So I'm going to say, so the Gemara, interesting, the Gemara saying over is like this. The Mishnah is grouping the rock and the pit together and saying if the rock is more than 10 fucking high, it's the rishus of the Pesas. if the embankment of the pit is more than 10 fucking high, it belongs to the process. But why? The rock I understand, because the usage of the rock ultimately again is the top of the rock. But a pit is not really used for its embankment. What's used in the pit is the cavity. The cavity of the pit is what's used. So that's case of the only way the B'nai Reb has been able to use the cavity of the pit is how
Seeming concerns.
through lowering something.
Again, Rube Goldberg is a thing. Marital context. Nearly all.
Watch this.
Leniencies and sexual.
So the name of that says, how do they use the bit? How do they use the bit? How? Well, right? Through shilshul. The B'nai Chatzar, how do they use the bit? The assumption is if they have like a bucket or something, they have to throw it over the embankment in order to get it into the cavity. So this is a case of echad b'shilshul.
Perhaps I should have said non-blasphemous way, but you know what I mean when it comes to cleanliness. Everybody should. I'm the cleanest person ever. I've got surgical hands, girls.
Again, Rube Goldberg is a thing. Marital context. Nearly all leniencies and sexual matters are proven only within marriage. Precautions would include mutual consent, emotional well-being of both spouses, no coercion or degradation. I really mean that. Now, if some bitches like you degrade me right by as much as you fucking want.
Yeah, actually, I'm sorry. Picture 279. So this is it over. You can see.
Seeming concerns.
Again, it's the same bit over here. So remember again that upper area, the
As
area
I
to the
said
right,
previously,
the railing,
in a non-blasphemous way,
and the way they're going to access it
and to not blaspheme.
the bucket to the right.
And as you know, cleanliness
So
is very
sorry.
important. I've got surgical hands, girl.
So you see over here that halacha l'maisa, what you're going
Cleanliness is really important.
You are
Seeming
lowering
concerns.
it down. You are lowering it
Again,
down.
Rube Goldberg is a thing. Marital context. Nearly all leniencies and sexual matters are proven only within marriage. Precautions would include mutual consent, emotional well-being of both spouses, no coercion or degradation. I really mean that. Now, if some bitches like you degrade me around by as much as you fucking want, well, then that's like, you know, we're just playing house at that point. We're just role playing it, and that's not. It may seem like degradation if you're being walked around on a fuck leash, but that doesn't necessarily mean it. I mean, I would say to you, there are like two mental states. Like one would be like, yeah, bitch, you like that, right? And she'd be like, you dirty slut, you fucking eat that shit up. And she'd be like, huh? That's degrading. But then I could be like, yo, time out. I could use the lady from the grave stomp and the I just not that wait.
Every one of these, that when one research has quote unquote lateral use, it should be directly used. And the other one has either legal or social. Everyone agrees that the one with lateral use that is called Tessa is the one who is awarded delicious. Therefore, the Gemara says this is not a right in the Shmuel. Contra, or judgment. Aren't you concerned that the kids will become diminished in small water? Over time, the kids will become diminished. Does that cause a problem? Remember again, it's very nice for awarding usage of the kids right now. Congratulations, you two now live in the hottest spot in town. Water level is going to be at some point. I got a job to give you all of the gentlemen. All the juice is being collected underneath.
Yes, and whoever collects the most is going to win a free weekend here at the Chateau with international food and wine tasting.
When
Stop.
it's full, therefore, once it's diminished, no
So that's the safe word, girls. Like universally, if you hear that, stop.
That lady, you know, like whatever your safe word is.
Tell the truth.
and be like, wait, do you really feel degraded? She's gonna be like, fuck no, bring it on harder. Anyway, it's just that's part of sexuality. All right, so
the bar is going to be approved to the principle of shul. Shul is right after this begun, after the shul.
so if I hear that, then it'd be like, yo, are you being degraded? Or you need to stop or whatever. All right, so then Kabbalistic precautions, spiritual metaphysics. Kabbalah views sexuality as cosmic energy transfer, not just physical pleasure. Intentionality conduct. The act would need elevated intention, such as strengthening marital unity, which again I agree, and channeling desire towards holiness. That's a pun. Anyway, get it holy, like your whole holiness. Anyway, acts driven, maybe not the most appropriate of puns, but still nevertheless welcome. Acts driven purely by domination, humiliation, or excess desire would be spiritually damaging. However, some bitches want that, and so you have to, it's a fine line. Like, look, if you really feel like you're being demeaned by it, then absolutely not. But if it turns you on to get this playful demeaning in, then let's fall in love with war, babe. Avoiding association with the Sitra Achra in Kabbalah, bodily openings and waste are symbolically linked to teleport impure forces. Precautions would include clear separation between pleasure and waste, avoiding acts that symbolically feed impurity, mental focus, or connection rather than transgression. Timing. Kabbalah assigns different spiritual states to times, weekdays versus Shabbat. Hypothetical permission might restrict such acts to certain times or discourage them during spiritually sensitive periods. Ethical and human dignity precautions. Judaism strongly emphasizes kavod habrios, human dignity. No degradation. Any act that causes shame, makes a partner feel used, mimics abusive power dynamics would be spiritually invalid until would be spiritually invalid even if technically permitted. Nobody wants you to feel shame or used or anything like that. However, there are some bitches out there and people just in general who like that idea. And I'm not going to kink shame. If that's what you like, that's cool, but you should have a safe word to be able to say, like, if you do feel shame, if you do feel used, then it's no longer consenting. And then you know, the fucking grape lady will do it at the end.
We already did it.
And then health and safety. Judaism treats bodily harm as prohibited. Precautions would include avoiding injury, avoiding practices that cause pain or long-term harm. Again, some bitches want that though, so we wouldn't want to injure anybody and cause pain or long-term harm. You know, John Mellencamp, aka John Cougar or John Cougar Mellencamp, but John Mellencamp had a song "Hurt So Good." Come on, baby, make it hurt so good. Sometimes love don't feel like it should. You make it hurt so good. There's something about that hurting can be good, and that's for every individual to be able to determine. But if it's really causing pain, absolutely not. And go to the proper authority if you feel at any point that somebody's hurting you without your consent. So then you should know that the big picture, even in this hypothetical, Judaism would still view such acts as not ideal. I agree. Vaginal, penile interaction is the way to go. Vaginal penile sex. They might be tolerated under limited conditions, not celebrated. Now, I know some Reddits out there is going to be like, but I want to celebrate this stuff. And it'd be like, there's a fine line between tolerated and limited, not celebrated. We're going to celebrate penile, vaginal intercourse. And generally not celebrated. But if you were like, look, I wasn't able to have a child, but then because I was just like asexual, but then something awakened inside of me when my partner rimmed me, and now I've got a brood of 14 children, we might celebrate that. I'm not gonna lie. All right, the default sexual ideal of Halakha and Kabbalah remains penile, vaginal intimacy, yes, with love, modesty, and sanctity. let's get that straight.
They get to use
And then,
lower tempo.
what about analingus?
Yeah, you know,
So, halakha versus Kabbalah. If analingus were assumed to be permitted, which in reality it is not in mainstream halakhic or Kabbalistic sources, the precautions would be even stricter than for other non-normative sexual acts because it directly involves the area most associated with zoa, excrement, and calico. Below is how Judaism would likely frame it if it were allowed. Halakhic type precautions, absolute cleanliness. I'm even saying that you could have like a machine, I don't know, like you know how we have like black lights that see like semen on stuff? I think you could have the same kind of machine, like or light or something that could ensure like an anus is completely clean. Like science could do that. I'm sure somebody could work on that. Anyway,
Same with the mouth. Don't forget, kids. It's like holes, like all the way down. It's just like one big tube. Don't forget that.
anyway, so
In fact,
this would be the so cleanliness is a central issue.
I want to
So it's
say,
extremely strict about
like,
contact with excrement, having filth in or near the mouth. Hypothetical permission would require
like everything in the future, I think will be a lot cleaner. There are already advancements in cleanliness, and I think that everything could be super clean in the future. I imagine a world where it would be, and I don't want it to exist if it's not relatively clean. And especially in comparison to what it was under Talmudic times, like we're way cleaner than they were.
meticulous cleansing beforehand, zero presence of waste, immediate washing afterward. Any doubt of contamination would render the act forbidden. This is stricter than for most other intimate contact because the mouth is used for prayer, Torah lessons. Separation from holiness after. Even hypothetically, one would still likely require washing the mouth and body, waiting before prayer or learning Torah, treating the act as something that creates temporary ritual distance. This mirrors halakhic logic and other bodily function contexts. Consent and marital context. As with all sexual leniency, only within marriage, full enthusiastic consent, no coercion or pressure. Kabbalistic precautions. Where it gets stricter, Kabbalah is far more resistant to this act than halakha would be. Mouth symbolism. In Kabbalah, the mouth corresponds to mouth speech, divine expression, using it in a way associated with waste risks. Spiritual inversion, drawing energy downward instead of upward. Hypothetical precautions would require a very strong intentional focus, kavana, which I think could be done, and framing the act as bonding, not indulgence. That's the big thing. I'm saying like there are ladies out there who've been in and men just sexless marriages for a long time. I don't know if that's the best thing to do or to be in, but if you are, and you want to spice things up, this might be it. If it's not, then maybe that's not the right person for you. Who knows? But maybe it is. And maybe this just floats your boat, tickles your fancy, whatever it is.
Ignite your fire.
All right, so
Light my fire.
Kabbalistic precautions where it gets stricter. We talked about this. Avoiding feeding the calico, the anal area symbolically linked to waste separation, and Sitra Achar, the other side. Precautions would include clear mental separation between pleasure and filth, avoiding any sense of degradation or excess, immediate spiritual reorientation afterward, watching prayer later, etc. Even then, Kabbalah would likely view it as spiritually dangerous, not neutral. Yeah, but danger might be my middle name, baby. You never know. I mean, under most conditions, penile, vaginal sex, that's what we're talking about. But under some circumstances, if we think that it will increase the bond between two people and overall create more Jews, that's what sex is about in many ways. I'm going to be more lenient on this. Having restrictions, if hypothetically allowed at all, likely discouraged on Shabbat or holy days. Okay, fine. And I'm fine with that. I think that's, should be focused on procreation. Not that this isn't, but this isn't, perhaps the chances aren't as high I went on at least Shabbat, the chances would be high. Look, I've said this before. If you really want to run down some reps of them, give it to me. Like, calm down, woman. Men and women in Israel, and just Jewish men and women, Jewish men and women, period, should be having intercourse every single night. For the man, 6 days a week under current weeks.
Or mornings too. Mornings are important. If you can do it multiple times a day, good on you, my friend.
This is how it should work. You both had a long day, whatever. You ejaculate inside your wife, and you go to bed, and you both fall asleep. If she's not brought to orgasm, I understand it takes a little while. She's got to be the right mood, all those other things. But for
Dog, but like, let me say, if you're not familiar with the womanizer, dog, you should be able to get that girl off. This fucking thing's battery has been around for years. So just, work it in there. You'll figure it out. Just like that. Greatest fucking battery ever.
guy is a really easy way to fall asleep now. On Shabbat, that's the time for the woman.
So let me say this. With the womanizer, you should be able to get your girl out. Pretty fucking easy. But if you haven't, whatever, just understand that the priority is on Shabbat that she gets off.
Must ensure every single time.
But it's really important if she can do it. You can get her off every single time. That's ideal, baby.
Time that you get her off beforehand.
Get her off before anyone else every single time. That's ideal.
Especially on Shabbat. I'm sure that you could.
That's how I roll, baby.
Probably do it under normal circumstances during the week as well. If you can, that's great. But what I'm saying is, look, if you, like, some women, it's always going to happen to them, but some women, it's going to be really difficult for them to come to orgasm. You're going to have to work at it, and it might take you a long time. And you've got work in the morning and all the other things that you've got, and I don't want you. I don't want you exhausted every single night because you're trying to get this lady off. So what do I advise? He can inseminate you and then fall asleep. And lady, if you want, you use a toy or a tool or whatever it is. You just watch my streams, whatever it is to get you off. You do it, girl. All right. So precautions would include clear mental separation between pleasure and filth, avoiding any sense of degradation, immediate spiritual reorientation afterward, watching prayer later, etc. Even then, Kabbalah would likely view it as spiritually dangerous, not neutral. And it's not ideal. None of this is ideal. Why? Because ideal is penile vaginal intercourse. Ideal is the woman coming before the man. And that's just, if I can give a guy any advice, make sure she comes first. If you do, you're putty. Ask any woman. I've said this before. I'll say it again. You used to always get confused.
She's putty in her head. That's what I'm trying to say.
Confused by these scummy guys would get these amazing girls, and it's because they would take the time to make sure she came first, and perhaps her other mates would not do that. She comes first. If she comes first, it's over. She's putting in your head.
Game over.
All right. Timing restrictions, if hypothetically allowed at all, likely discourage on Shabbat or holy days, possibly restricted to times of lower spiritual sensitivity. Human dignity is crucial. Judaism would draw a hard line here. Any act that feels degrading, humiliating. Degrading, humiliating, power imbalance would be invalid spiritually, even if technically permitted. Pleasure alone would not justify it, while dignity is non-negotiable. Bottom line, even in a hypothetical permissive framework, analingus would be the most restrictive, spiritual, risky, not ideal. I agree with all of that. It would require extreme cleanliness, strong intentionality, clear dignity, and consent. I agree with all of that. Kabbalah would still view it as borderline or spiritually damaging, even if tolerated. However, if it means that we're going to have more Jews for whatever reason, then I think that we can be more lenient on it. In real Jewish tradition, this is why halakha avoids permitting it. Kabbalah strongly discourages it. Many authorities treat it as outright forbidden. but not this
And
one.
if you do not make it joint eruv in one,
You're fine. Go fuck yourself.
Why do they actually upon each other? Because we view them both as having rights in the same area. They both have rights in that same mechitza, and therefore I will say again, because they both have rights, if they make a joint eruv, shalom al Yisrael. But if they don't make a joint eruv, then what? Then they ask upon each other. And I will say, now what does that show you? What does that show you? I was thinking about it. Take a look back at picture 282. We'll say, when you look at usage of that mechitza, do they enjoy the same usage? And the answer is no. The lower left gustera. How does the lower left gustera use the mechitza? How do they use it? How do they use it? Zrika, right? They have to throw their bucket. Remember again, we'll say, when we say throw lav dam throw. But what does throw mean? Upward motion. However, here they really would have to throw. They have to throw their bucket ultimately again through upright up until the upper mechitza, down to the cavity, down to the mechitza. I'm sorry, to the upper to the mechitza. How does the upper gustera utilize the mechitza? How? Shulshim. Lord. We'll say this is a case ultimately again of Echad Yisrika, the Echad Shulshim. Now, if Shmuel was correct, who should be awarded piece of the mechitza?
I got 3 DMs. You sent a peach emoji.
Right, ultimately again, the upper gustera, which is the gustera that has that.
A picture of Andy Letterman's ass. I saw that.
Yeah, one thing
You're like, oh, I would never. I mean, how do you laugh at him on this fucking Flagrant podcast for stumbling over his words?
How do you handle a drug lord situation? Obviously, text might be the app to kill you. But moving on, Christian L.
It's like, as ridiculous as that Mark broke into my house now, it's like, how can I make this the absolute worst out of this universe fucking problem have this be like, yeah, like, you already know you're a cheater. Just admit to it. Just be like, hey, I'm sorry.
Take a look.
I just read the situation.
So Christian L, we know it's just Chin chatting in. He's only giving $4.99. He's not making very much money. But he said, let's scroll back up. He said, Mark, what is Shop's most redeeming quality? You must have seen something good in the beginning. Hoping he answered
I
fucking
shop's positive quality. There's the under the umbrella of narcissistic personality disorder, which implies relationship.
What do they do? They walk up. They walk up to the upper gustera and they keep going with them. Therefore, what's the case?
Was to Austin, Texas in 2021.
Everyone.
I got permission to go from my wife because she was like, why the fuck are you going with a job? It was actually her birthday, so I was like, but I'm like, it felt like I was like, dude, I want to go to this, but like, he invited me, like, come on, like, this is gonna be fun. I hadn't traveled like that much, like during COVID. So like, and Chappelle, she like who Luana loves, is like going with us. So she was like, he was like, he would be going for the money. Like, I was like, so I just made up a lie. I was like, oh, I told him,
Everybody actually says, "Oh my
I'm like mad at her because I'm traveling and she's like snake face from my perspective. And then, you know, oh, okay. So that's the other He set them up to put me on the road. He was making me feel like shit. Every reason he was talking about it. So much fun. Not even treating me like with 100% respect for you treated me last year. And I'm like, you're fucking awesome. You're never going to think you think you're doing great. I, am college educated as a professional writer. I do all these things. Like, I had a dangerous job. Like, you're paying me, and I agreed to do the same fucking. I didn't have negotiations. What's pushing me to do the same thing? I was like, well, it's what I'm looking for. Like, so that's the shit on me.
Yeah, that's so funny. The first time I've seen a guy turn on that freaking fun.
I always do that before I came home. It would be funny to do that.
Yeah, like, with Shab, what I learned from Shab, because he does have good qualities, is like, number one, he's helped me a lot. Like, I was really into my son's baseball team. And, like, I was the Shab on the game. Yeah, so my son, Denver, got a lot better at the swing and the pitch. And he never, like, loses to a fat guy anymore, like a fat kid. So, like a fat kid is playing, he's always better than a fat kid. I didn't like him until I got my own truck.
Because now I know this guy. Also, it's not even a show. Like, this like it's and then hearing others of his stories, I was shocked. Also, as a whole, coaches himself, he's like this. He's the work ethic, and job, trying to job. The shop is just that's fucking location. It doesn't so
Yeah, I mean, they
I watched myself play football on video thousands of times. Excuse me, I did high school. High school, colleges. So watching practice film every day, one-on-one drills and scrimmage footage, and you're scrutinized one by one, right? It's humiliating. When you fuck up, it's like, as a freshman, I'm like, I don't know how to play football. Like, your coach is ripping it, but it's a great, like, learning how to exercise. But I look at Chop and I go, I know what it looks like. I'm not saying, like, I had great moments for me. I feel like when I was performing well, and it gives me appreciation for, like, NFL caliber play. Like, you have no idea playing yourself playing football on camera. Like, these fucking 300-pound D linemen, it's like, these humans shouldn't be able to move that fast. Watching Sean, I'm like, oh, he looks like a D3 player. You know what I mean? Like, he's not good.
Yeah, I haven't seen good highlights. Jay said, thank you, Jay. Jay, how does Shop feel about earring?
Good question, because that's another nuance one, that falls into the umbrella of Shop hates everyone who he feels is socially beneath him. However, he did negotiate on Eric's behalf not against, but like, when he was being brought into the King of the Sting situation, apparently, according to Shop, which take it with a grain of salt, but I think Thea was kind of like making it more difficult for him to kind of be an equal partner in this like dynamic or something like that. It's like because they were inviting him on as a guest, got back home for this much change. He was kind of like, hey man, like if I'm gonna keep myself available, which is totally fair. It's like, am I gonna call or am I gonna be part of this thing? He was asking very fair questions. And Shop advocated for him to be a more fairly paid kind of splitting in this kind of thing. And I think it was Theo who was kind of going, I don't want that, but also like but part of this pie was the fact that like this thing is what it is because of Theo Vaughn. Sure, Theo Vaughn is the draw here. Theo Vaughn does a solo podcast, he gets 1 million hits. So like obviously in a business sense, you can realistically go, what's your value? It's like what you add. In a friend sense, or a very fair sense, you go, if we're doing a podcast together, and I know that I need you, let's all get paid the same. But baked into this cake is a condescension towards Eric, not like his attitude of like he likes to dismiss people. Hey, Carol, sell tickets. I can't do that. But Eric's a better stand-up comedian than you, Brendan, and he's been on TV. And he's, I don't know. Eric is always very nice to me, and a thoughtful person too. He would always like. He was the first person at Thick Boy when I was like. Really like I got depressed where I was like coming to work every day and I'm like I am waking up early and like dealing with Brendan's bullshit until like 10 p.m. every night, 7 a.m. like I just started becoming dead at some point. Like I hate every moment here. And he was the only person to be like, hey man, you alright? And I was like, yeah. And he said it's okay to not be okay or something like that.
Really? I wouldn't have picked him to be a guy that talks like that. I mean, that sounds like a good idea for like a sitcom, you know?
I moved in the house recently. We got a new house in LA. Whenever you move in a new house, it's always weird. It's even weird. Hey, Rob, you're on a live show right now. Are you okay with that? I'm sure, yeah. I know you're ready. There's a lot of people watching, actually. It's a shock thing. This is my Hey, Rob. Who's about to destroy Brendan Schaub? Actually, no, he's not. He's totally incompetent and doesn't do anything.
Rob, we're actually having an incredible discovery conference right now.
Share a concept with you.
And what's the Shiloh? So
of course. Robert Pebble, attorney law.
All right. Good luck, Rob.
Yeah, so Rob is like, I went to college with him. He's one of the smartest people I know. Right? I was like, if I get 10% of what he's saying, I'm lucky. Like,
it's the water to the one that has lateral
he's better than John.
All right, motion to
Porque
dismiss.
tú le quieres botar both of the pesa, both of the lateral.
That's it. So you went to college with this guy?
Yeah, like that shit at college. I would consider Rob, if he had a higher IQ, I would be surprised, but he's like extremely intelligent and specifically organizational systems. I remember he was like 20 years old. He's like a gym brother, like we used to be like connected with this thing when I was 20 years old. So he was the first one was we connected over like we just lifted, and he was like, because I had this policy like if you ask me if I'm gonna do something, like if you run a cycle, my dad would show me the first person who was casting
When you step in that position, whether you want to like some people that
he's a jack of all of the also he's like characteristics along with organizational systems. So he was like, fitness clubs, like training people how to run a more efficient, like personal training, like architecture for all the clubs in Southern California. Like started as a personal trainer, like quickly they're like, oh, you're way too smart to do this. Like, so he was still going to college, and also making other stuff. Like telling people how to do their job.
You didn't get your lunch by the 5th hour. You went 4 hours without a 10-minute break, dude. You didn't get reimbursed for business expenses. Okay, we worked off the clock.
Yeah, and he's also very moral too. You know, a lot with lawyers, like some of these guys. Whoever's representing Shop, it's like, obviously you realize this guy's an idiot, pathological liar who has no case. Kind of like whoever's representing Blake Lively, Ryan Reynolds. They're like, this person has no case whatsoever, and you can charge these clients millions of dollars and draw this process, but you're going to lose in the end, right? But Pebble is extremely.
It's a good, actually, you know what? Now that
has a lot of integrity.
That is a good advertisement. I mean, he's a lawyer doing wage and hour stuff in California,
and he'll fire clients
get it from
ethical. Yeah, if you said you have a case or you're misrepresenting something, he'll fire clients.
He fired me the other day, trying to sue Gerardo. Not enough Diet Cokes. But we fixed that problem, didn't we? Yeah. You know when I drink a Diet Coke, what happens?
He's a lawyer doing whatever. What can go wrong? No, seriously, Rob is one of the best labor attorneys in the state.
There you go.
It's hard. It's a hard concept for people to understand that you can have muscles and also be good at a job, but it turns out
actually helps. It helps. Muscles help everything.
Yeah. Mark is Rob, the sharpest tool in the shed. I know literally one of the smartest people I know. He's designing a service, like an AI-based platform that he invented and programmed that essentially does the job of. So sorry to all paralegals out there, but Rob is designing a product to sell to law firms that automates all these different things using AI.
And I'm doing an AI platform that watches shop content too. They will also be part of our Patreon.
Yes. Have you seen Brendan tossing his sticky cookies on the ground? If you I know that's a meme. Of course, he's not conscientious, so he's the type of person who just throw trash on the ground and expects most to pick it up. So, of course,
that's like that.
James, I'd love to
read it. Yeah, that was a great one.
Anything else? Any other questions?
You guys played Sega NHL PA Hockey 93. This would be the exact same for Swinger. Well, I love that because I love that movie and I love that game. You've seen Swingers, right? One of the greatest movies made. Would you play that hockey? You ever play that game, that hockey game on was it Super Nintendo? Yeah.
No, I don't think so.
Dude, that game was the best. All you had to do was you go around the goal, and then you click, and then you can get a goal every time. And then you could also fight it. Super Mario. Super Mario is on there. That was a good game on there.
I fell off of video games because I realized, so my older brother is I'm happy to recognize, my place in the world as far as intellect because, someone like Rob is so much smarter than me, or my brother Eric is, in applied mathematics PhD, so, I've met real smart people. It's also funny when people, try to pass themselves off in LA. It's I'm smart. I'm like, hey, you guys smart people. And go to Austin, Texas.
Yeah, dude, that's where the philosophers are.
I'd say comedians can be really smart, but it's if you get a room full of PhD, applied math and computer science PhD students in a room, it's going to be an odd bunch. But their IQs are off the charts.
Yeah, they won't stand at all compared to Joey Coco Diaz and Kreischer, dude. Shirt off.
He's imaging guy. He's very nice to me, so I'm going to say trash up. He doesn't seem to be good.
Oh, no. It's stand-up.
I don't mean to hit on it.
You're right. He doesn't use people. That's true. People that can help him for a little bit. Yeah, that's for sure. I'll say The Machine. I enjoyed the movie. I might go check it out.
I don't know.
There was another question that we didn't answer from the fan funding. What is the estimated time of Shop's downfall?
14 years.
That's what I was alluding to before. Define downfall. Define building. I would just. At some point, right, there must be a point where you stop podcasting. And because he says, I would do this for free. Now you wouldn't, right? There's some point where I'm seeing some clip where he's like, I could do this for free if we weren't making any money. It's like, would you know?
Would you know? No, I don't think so.
I don't doubt that Brendan, I do think Brendan thrives off being on I don't necessarily feel the compulsion. Because whatever people call you, I'm constantly being accused of being a narcissist. I'm like, I don't like. I feel like I get enough attention in life, right? I don't feel like there's this deficit of like I need to post things. You know, I feel like some people do constantly need to be in front of the camera. I feel like Brendan does thrive off of that. Like because they're like, you can do all this stuff. There's nothing to investigate. I need to pay a guy $100,000. You guys are the performers and the producers.
Yeah, I mean,
Would you rather take $100,000 a year just for yourself?
that's a common knock on this. Yeah, I don't know. You know,
Like what a show.
oh, yeah, they have
So much production and post-production. So it's just funny. Like, the shit that he wastes on
he's like,
there's a bunch of people here and I was intervention.
let's check.
It's Brendan's Crazy X. I like the people who have Crazy X. Do you think Brendan is a sane person? And again, I'm thinking of the show. Did I beg you guys to come on here, or do people seem to be interested in having me talk about Brendan? So
I beg you to come here.
if you were like, hey, come on my podcast and talk about fucking lifting weights for an hour, I would.
I mean, I'll do 10 more push-ups. I'll do 10 more push-ups.
Once my wrist is better, I still think it's a funny idea for me and you to go to the gym. Because I want some time to prepare. Because I think I can probably still do 2 plates maybe. Or I was able. If I worked a little bit too, I think I could probably still. I might be able to. But I would need you there to make sure I don't die.
Come back quickly, but just kidding. I want to film. I want to film it.
I'm saying 1 plate. I'm not even listening 1 plate.
Yeah.
I could probably do that. Once my wrist is better, to stop being bloodless. Yeah. I can do 2 plates 25 times. Or, you know what? Elizabeth Marsden said this earlier. You and me or Jorno doing a race, like, to see.
Somebody said, "Is that Mark?" I don't know. Is that me?
On the left.
Where Mark eat like a bigger slob. I do.
If you
think you're gonna blame me? You're telling me that I eat like a slob? Good fucking look.
I mean, if you say the words "oh" for no talent, you have to be specific because look over it.
We also
I know exactly how untalented I am.
I'm not sure if it ever made sense back in that day.
I got you like that truck.
Yeah, once I know roided, because then what violence it might be with the roids, I don't know.
I like the idea of DK about like raping people with steroids.
Yeah.
Like tying you down and giving you guys steroids. What was Rob's attitude towards getting close to Shane Gillis and bringing him to Rutherford? Brendan, Shane hung out at the TV shows so I knew about him before he let this thing happen. I never watched him. To me about being like a sucker for like Trump advertisements. Because he was like, I'm the guy, I'm the target Trump. I was like, that was really funny. And a good angle on Trump, I love his Trump impersonation because I feel like it's neutral. It's not like, you know, I hate Trump because he has dozens of friends funny, but
Shane, yeah.
If Trump was before Trump was, attempted to assassinate him, because Trump would like be if he could assassinate him, would be funny.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm sure that Brendan presents the shit out of Shane Gillis. Here's what I've said this before. My take on Shane Gillis versus Shane Brendan Chavez. You know how Brendan Chavez like cosplaying as like a blue collar, like trucks and blue collar and this and that. Like Shane Gillis is like actually, you know, like he's like kind of he's actually kind of a history nerd, and he went to us, but he actually played college football, like was an O-lineman. His level of self-awareness and his level of, like, he owns 2 pairs of pants and a couple pairs of button dog. This is such a hard concept for Brendan to rationalize. He used to look at me and be like, oh, you like don't care about materialistic shit? I'm like, yeah, because I'm not rich. Like, why would I buy expensive shit trying to look like wealthy? I'm not, you know. It was like, I saw his mind spin. Like, how are you not totally obsessed with material wealth?
Shop's girl for sure cheats on him too. LOL. It's kind of funny to me because it looks like it's maybe his girlfriend's profile and he's commenting from that and clarifying that it's him.
I
don't know. Who is
because I always found something like, oh yeah, for sure. I'm like, yeah, you know, I think Jews want to, you know, if I look for you, you don't know in your sleep, then, you know, are you taking steroids? You don't know about it? 100%. Yeah. Mark used to work with Jim Monty. Yes, I am. Oh, dude. Shop and Snoz. Bro, I cannot give any updates on Snoz right now, but holy fuck.
Oh, no.
Holy fuck.
Okay.
I'm instructed to not say what I know about this for the time being, but Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ. That's all I have to say.
Do you have a favorite joke from the Green Puppy?
Let me think about that for a second. I'll actually try to answer.
Yeah. Okay, I thought you were going to
know what's in the special versus everybody, sometimes the full hour, then they cut down to 6 minutes. Guys, he would end with like this week of getting rifle to kill a dream. And he's like, why would you just want to murder a mountain? Yeah, I was like disgusted.
Yeah.
Like, I'm kind of low-key, like, when people eat animals, I'm just like, yeah, when I get those women to go kill a mountain lion that hasn't done anything to my... Yeah, I get it if it attacks your animal, or something, you're a farmer, it's like, I get it. But you're just like a guy who, like, you know, like, thinks mountain lions are just dangerous to, like, you're in the fucking... This is where the colors I thought it was weird. Humor that involves references to happen. What is this fascination?
I made a prediction the other day on the podcast that honestly, Shopify is so far, whether he is or not, yes.
Oh, for sure.
He would be like a huge influencer in the game space.
Like, here's some interesting things. Like, Derek Post and Jim Gordon, openly, like,
Trans, you know, yeah.
And I'm like, that's so cool. Yeah. Be like, I'm a male comic. Yeah. When these guys go, like, I would never know. And they take their fetish and sexual preference and just do these shit. That is something bullshit of an asshole. Yeah. But it's totally authentic. I totally have no shame about it. I don't know if we're supposed to make the fun.
Yeah.
He's in the pool, I guess. Yeah. But I was like, this is really weird. If the guy says that, I go, I'm willing to take anything else you say face value because clearly you do not get a single fucking bug. Respect. So I always told people, I said, it's this more authentic way to say it. Canadians, have a succinct, real self, constructed a false facade to make up for moving itself. Whatever that is. It's like you can't really avoid that because there's only shame.
What's that?
Narcissistic personality disorder. Any cluster B personality disorder, sociopathy, borderline personality, histrionic personality disorder, Machiavellianism. Cluster B has a lot of overlap with regards to like a damaged self that allows you to be either self-destructive or destructive of other people. In various expressions, and a core commonality of like something's wrong with your brain.
How did you learn about all that stuff? Like,
I'm very interested in personality disorder. These terms would be like, oh, that person's bipolar, or like, I go, you don't know what bipolar means. You think people who have like units I go, no, bipolar means extended periods of mania, extended periods of depression. So these things are fascinating to me. With narcissistic personality disorder, the moment you start to get buff, people will be like, you're a narcissist. I'm like, am I a narcissist? Because I'm like,
a little bit, check. That's good. That's fine. My cable was raised in that bed.
Full costume. Oh my god, I saw that skin. That costume was super edgy. Also representative of like used to have a team that would do these skits for him, so it was like high production value, but terrible in that fight.
Okay, so I like how, so I don't know if you heard, but I asked him a question. I said, what's your favorite bit from the Gringo Coffee? And he was like, my least favorite bit.
So as we get it, Mark, you've watched Jordan Peterson podcast. First of all, I have consumed many hours of Jordan Peterson, but like, imagine me learning psychology from Jordan Peterson. Now he has weird expertise. I don't subscribe to his politics, but he is an expert. Like, have you listen to Jordan Peterson? Because what he says about psychology is highly accurate.
You've been able to get pills in the past, have you?
I'm sorry, Mark. Look at Jim Norton, I knew. Well, good for you. I didn't. When I know a girl who used to date Jim Norton. Here's a funny story about him. So he was dating this straight girl, and
Never met her.
either his birthday or her birthday, I forget which one, but they held a hired a male escort because he wanted to watch this girl get fucked in front of Jim Norton. And like, so I'm sure they get together in a huge town. And he's like, this girl, shots and throwing up. And Jim Norton couldn't take it.
Oh, yeah.
He thought he wanted to see this, but he couldn't handle it. Like stormed off and created this huge conflict. Because this girl was getting big. Yes, exactly.
That'd be fun.
I like Jordan Peterson. Oh, Mark, who provided the fear and evidence? And Brendan was, I am repeating this a lot, because people keep asking him, and it's like, he can't admit the truth because it unravels his entire identity in order to admit this. But he literally hired hackers to try to take down the fucking subreddit for like $15,000.
How could that make that?
Right?
I mean, it'd be funny, like, Jordan Peterson, if he wants him and have sex.
Thank you.
I like DPT's comment. Does BGL cry like Peterson when talking about men not having sex?
I'm no shame in crying. If you don't give me sex for a little while, I might fucking cry. Okay? That's if you would hurt me, you got me. You're crying, you have sex for a week, and I might get really emotional.
Yeah, I mean,
Give me sex.
hopefully no one ever tries to Hogan, you know, or have sex in that way.
Sex in the bed.
Has anyone ever tried to Hogan you? Asking for a friend where they where they're like, have sex with my wife. I feel like Jordan Peterson might do that.
Red bar, what's the sword from the stone? I don't know what that means. Angela is steamrolling this life. I'm sorry if I'm steamrolling.
No, you're good.
I'm sorry.
We got 24 hours of this. That's a long time. Bill don't realize how long we've been in the podcast. 24 hours.
I have the benefit of being like, I can leave whenever I want. Marketing about that is no, I took the microdose mushrooms before it came out of coffee, fucking energy drink.
That's pretty good, dude.
So, the last time I went on your show, I mean, you guys like had a working retired. Like, I took pre-workout before I came. It didn't take much to get me going.
Yeah.
But I was, but hey, that's me. If you don't want me to podcast talking, way too much, then find somebody to talk to.
I want you to talk to Jordan Peterson.
I would love that.
That would be so fucking cool. You could probably figure that out, right?
Well, I would like to talk to him. I thought Jordan was, he went on Jim Jeffries, and this is a rare moment where a political pundit, Jim Jeffries, asked him a kind of gotcha question. And normally pundits get very defensive because he made points like, so would you say that this? And Jordan Peterson goes, I was like, what? And Jordan Peterson just admitted that he was wrong about something. So I respect him for that because he thought about the question.
I was wrong. You don't have to. I don't know if you know, but Cooney is known more for his Peterson impression than his shop commentary. Yeah. I do the Peterson impression on the show a bunch, and people request it, but I'm not convinced it's any good. Oh yeah, I've been doing it. That's still the case. My father has plastic surgery on her face. Thank you, David. I'm still not convinced. It's really, it sounds too much like blaming my mom. Like impersonation of my mom.
Has Mark ever laughed genuinely? And why do people think I don't laugh genuinely? I'm very open with laughter. I don't try to shield my laughter. Can we get
some more English money in the chat? English money. Snapchat. Where are you at? I'm joking around. You fucked up. I did it on purpose. It's a funny shot. There's a guy that gave us I'm not sure was it Rubles? Yeah. Oh, I didn't know that. He gave us that, and I was like, is that English money to Gerardo? And Gerardo didn't cut it in time.
Does Mark know the lyrics to 10? Look how cool Mark is. Thank you, finally.
But one thing we do need to be clear about, we get a lot of bots. All of the 100% of the negative comments are bots. We know that. Every time someone criticizes us in any way, it's just another one of those bots. Yeah, we actually a lot of bots. We know it.
People are paying for negative comments, but
They're doing that stuff. Go ahead and make sure they can work out. These bots. I can tell when someone's a bot. they say something negative, it's a consequence.
So you got to know and what happens is like I've been trying to follow that story, but I'm just like I assume whatever shot one of my frogs like obviously, but at the time,
Remember again, if you go to simple, the punch and the shot, which is that your first kilo, that's a lot. Your first kilo, which is a very important way. That bubbles will be ushered in the Nuka and Nakala. Plus one, and Nakala wants to have a bubbles out of it. Now is a very important halacha that goes almost everything in the last 4 blocks. That's a lot about competition over the last couple of years.
Why would you ask about that? It's like, get someone up to your house and censor the 15-second.
Because sin is only why I don't know it. About extra bubble. So about kilo, how much are you bubble? So when I watch it, all the way until the right, and what I was saying, remember, is almost like 400.
So this is a huge
and almost are permitted all the way up to the time of the basic.
It's like
It's like so if you do that, then a local nice stuff, you just genetically change the right? You just go ahead and set a sanitary code, but ultimately again,
I don't know if microdoses are. Oh, I used to play with my beer on my social. They would talk about that. They're like, oh,
so the idea is if you put it there, because you only use an aqua, then a local and nice study is almost all the way up to the sanitary. We actually said you want to help us you have my office. That's by now, I was very right, the person remember again.
why would he answer about so I got rid of this and I was like, wait, restriction. But turns out, she's the most
father-in-law is building a bubble how is my off able to build
okay, allegedly.
440.
Sure, I can.
why would I say something?
440. If you all guys
Did you ever see the Mr. Mark? What's the most creative you've seen shot to get one?
ton of really smoking turbo. One man go ahead
That's all. What do I know?
What is your favorite bit?
I'm confusing my favorite bit with just kind of like sort of like when I thought about it, I was like watching him do it, and like out of like, what if God had a little skimmish? It's funny how high school football ever, it's like you're always being teacher you see like a 4-year-old fucking making gay jokes. What's going on with assassination scene as we're entering it?
So that's just like no, because it's just like a big grabbing and they have it's also like they're not here all the time. They're taking away time from top Jimmy. You think I'm Antoine Davis too? If we do any kind of game, it's ironically. I'm just like a Batman.
What?
I mean, just insane. Adam is one of our loyal supporters. He has a wife named Ellie. He said, "What's up, Adam and Ellie? Make sure to come up tonight." So we're going to
executing for the guy, but he like for a second, it's just like that. Just episodes where I appeared as a guest on the Fighter the Kid. Episodes of like Clips Channel, because like this was like just like me, you know. It was like, even though I appeared in like 100 episodes after that, I don't want to say the cat's chair or whatever. I'm like, oh, you got me. Got the final episodes. I'm on it. Yes.
Say your soul on the record. Like a guy,
You didn't take that audio. It's like clips where it's like, oh, Mark Crowley talks about two weeks. It's episode. Because he did so far from doing that, it's like showing up and like having a court type instead of like review and say anything Hey, I was there. I told you 2, 4, 3, and then because he kept saying it, I getting broken stressed by it because it was never so much my I've seen shop and bench press for plates, and you don't need to like that. What do you need to do?
The other thing was impressive enough.
Yeah. So, but then he wears no sleep for a while. Like, it's people like, oh, look, he posted himself. And for serious reasons, like, being sure of the bench press, it's like, see everybody else doing all this thing. It's like, cool, but sure, that's a fun house to do.
I don't see any online. It seems like he barely put gasoline in it. That's the Diet Coke talking I heard.
6'5", bench pressing 225, doesn't count. Yeah, okay, so what the count thing was really funny because I maybe watching this video last week when I showed a video maybe it was Ryan's dude, shops are ridiculous for like trying to mock you.
Yeah,
20-pound dumbbells, which is most commercial gyms 120 pounds. So that's a lot, right? And you show your presses that 9 times, which is not shit.
he's a big guy.
So, if you do a wrist wrap, it's a wrist if you put an elbow grip, that creates an elastic advantage where it's like there's a rebound from your super wings. Sean looks at it and goes, he's wearing wrist wraps, it doesn't count. It's like, what? It doesn't help you lift more weight, it helps your wrist up.
He probably doesn't. He either is lying or he doesn't know.
But it was, he's just for everything else. What's the thing I can use to dismiss the person who's doing better?
Yeah.
Because you can say it doesn't even count. What do wrist straps do exactly? Do they help you lift more weights?
He hates anybody that does anything. When the question
It's true, no true.
can you either say can Shop do a oil change, and then someone I think it was Parker said can Shop change a tire. The real question is can Shop change a light bulb?
How many shops does take this reliable? Shop is definitely watching. Funny thing is, Shop is just so much. He's a man who's scared of, he's scared of
Yeah, I mean, so he really doesn't read comments.
He's scared of them.
Yeah.
Like, I read them because I go, give me something to argue. This is fun for me. I read them compulsively looking for conflict.
I just learned a long time ago that you can never, ever read, even in the live stream, I haven't read a single one of these things coming out. Baseball, Devlin, what did you guys think about what happened to Bob's dog, Donnie, DKS? That dog off the pod now? Probably is so pod.
You know what is weird as I'm looking over all this now?
Big dog.
Big dog. I had this video I saw my phone when I lost my cat in late 2021, early 2022. My cat went missing for 8 days, and my water really torn up about it. I thought the cat was dead. You have to accept if a cat goes missing, you have to accept.
I remember that. Yeah,
And I said to him privately, like, can you check out a video of us, we just found a cat, and you're sleepless, like, you haven't slept with me, you have to stay up at night, like, take shifts, like, it fucks with you mentally so much, and I'm super into my animals, so it's like, this is all you can think of, your pet. I sent it to him going like this, about like we found, a cat spider, and it's a video of him coming in eating rabbits because he ate 3 days. It was like raining and super cold. It was like the coldest day in fucking, January like ever. It was the day he lost. We were super worried about him. And you hear like Luana's like talking to her mom like in German in the background, and they're both kind of like crying, like and I'm faintly going, but I was emotional, He plays it on fucking Fire the Kid and starts making fun of us.
Oh shit!
He was like, I got Luana in the background. I'm like, you're doing a Hitler joke about Luana crying because she's speaking with her mom, and then like making fun of her. Hey, cool, bro. Like, but it's now I don't take offense to it. It just tells me like you have no empathy.
Probably not.
And you don't understand people's relationships with pets.
I know that too because we lost the cat. Broken a shorty by our cat. Can't find. Yeah.
I mean, it's not good. It's cats. You either keep them indoors. I know. Take my cats outside and monitor them. Inside. The cats want to be outside all the time.
How many cats do you have?
4.
Oh shit!
And I walk them.
Really? With like a leash?
I don't walk right as walk. They like to play in the courtyard of our apartment complex, and they just like to smell shit and be outside as much. But if a cat had its way, it would be outside most of the time.
I like cat. I mean, I like cats, but I have a dog. And I like that
dogs too.
Yeah, you have to.
Pets are easier. If you look
Yeah,
at
that's why.
easier.
Shredded cat daddy. What's that?
But I also love all animals. There doesn't have to be the dog, cat, dichotomy. I also love dogs too. It's just dogs are higher maintenance,
Yeah, you can't really like leave with the dog. You have to take all these plants.
Dogs are like selectively bred dogs to be more attached to humans and need more human attention. Cats require like 20 minutes of interaction a day.
Which is why I think Brendan's figured out. It's like, you get a dog, you give it back, or you take it to get murdered, or whatever.
Hey, remember I was trying to fucking hypoallergenic like Russian cats or whatever they're like. It was a specific kind of cat they look for. I was the person who he tasked with helping him find the reader. It's hypoallergenic. Actually, there's like a bunch of scams for like bring cats. He got scammed first. Maybe after this, but like it's a difficult landscape to navigate if you're not savvy. There's probably a lot more dog breeders out there. Cats that are like that don't trigger allergies. Like that. It's like a couple breeds, and you're either getting a Harris cat, which is one kind of cat. And I connected them with these people who were legit. And he goes on his podcast after like I secured the deal, and I'm like, you're gonna pick him up this week. Yeah. And he talks shit about these stupid fucking cats and the owners of them. And somebody from the Reddit forwards it. I think to his wife. Like someone clicked it and was like, you can easily, it's like there's one breeder of certain kinds of cats in LA. So they sent it to her, and I saw this like recently screenshot and saw the message. It's like, but also fairly. It's like I'm glad your husband like outed himself and like for being like you saved us the trouble of like giving one of our cats to a horrible what would be a horrible pet owner. Thank you, man. But he couldn't even. I was like, okay, you can't like you compulsively talk shit about so many things in your life. You don't even realize like you just pay me, work 20 hours to find these cats, and then you're just like couldn't keep your mouth shut long enough for one fucking podcast episode to not talk shit about a stranger when you're about to do business with and fuck up your whole opportunity.
I mean, Chavez says, I like how you bring up how he keeps getting scammed. I think we should try to scam his
always about
I mentioned before, I think the former creative director would talk about the magic beans.
Like, Shav, you need handling and insurance.
Yeah, it's like, oh, here's the social media.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. he used to run this scam where he would get more followers. There's an automated process that you can do where, okay, let's say you're a celebrity, right? And there's an automated thing that likes random people's stories. Yeah. Because if you're like, oh, you have a check mark and 1 million followers, and somebody sees that you like your story, it drives traffic to your page, and then they follow you. So it actually does work. Yeah. But at the time, it was being counterbalanced by the fact that he had like fucked with Bobby Lee, and like so people were just like unfollowing him by the thousands. Yeah. Like, you can't make up for this. Like it would have worked if you had a net neutral following, but
Some engagement.
I was just going through all these screenshots of people being like, "Oh hey, thanks for liking my story, Brendan." Like, because I'd be sending it to him. It's like, he hired this guy. I remember, like stiffed him for a month because he just didn't feel like paying. It was like $5,000 a month like on this thing. Because if you start getting the results, I'm like, well, it's just if you look at how many followers you're getting, it's just being drowned out by the unfollows because of your own action. It's crazy.
It's crazy because when you hit that hundreds of dollar millions, it's like you don't see the unfollowing rate, really.
Yeah. Well, but just someone who didn't play on their content. Yeah, exactly. Delusion. Somebody says, Mark, you know how hard it is to play in the NFL, but somehow someone who didn't play on their college team is playing in the NFL. Wait, is that a reference to current players? Because if so, I don't know. I don't follow NFL currently. Guys, give me the PGL Tommy kind of person. Guys, stop. Let me talk. Jesus.
It's been so much fun, dude. This has been amazing.
Okay. So how many times is Gringo Poppy going to play?
I mean, we did the math. I think it's 57 or 58. I don't know even what number we're on now. I almost let you made the first 3 hours terrible.
I was thinking about the production value versus this first one.
Yeah.
Like it's like the first one looks amazing. It's in the theater, the lights, everything's so perfect. It was like this looks like it was shot in someone's basement.
Super 8 camera. My favorite joke is actually on the first one of Shops.
Which one?
When he's like hunting with Joe Rogan. When he's hunting with Joe Rogan and he goes, where the turkeys at? Over there? Okay, cool. And he kicks all the turkeys. Fucking hilarious, dude.
Why does he kick? I don't remember the joke.
Because he's like, it's so easy to kill them. You don't need a gun. You just kick the turkeys. He's like, where are they at? Over there? Okay, oh yeah, for sure. And he starts kicking them.
I like all these jokes about like callousness towards animals.
Yeah, that's a good point, Mark. I mean, turkeys are great. You ever see those wild turkeys? They're so funny and they're kind of friendly. Yeah. Some of them let you pet them. And
I get hunting
more turkeys.
I kill one elk and eat the meat for the rest of the year. I totally get that, but I don't know. Trophy hunting is a little weird to me, but I get like the argument for it is it drives animal conservation.
Yeah. Sometimes you're gonna kill a deer.
I just would never sign up and be like, let me go kill a lion.
You wouldn't want to do that.
So you put its head in my fucking weird instinct.
Yeah, that'd be cannibalism.
It's dead animal. It's in a closed environment, and I had a high-powered rifle.
Talk about a lion killing a lion,
Mark, let me ask you a question about that. Do you feel any kinship to lions now? That's a ridiculous question. You always have?
I remember as a child, I saw this guy in an article about a guy who somehow had he had a pet lion, but there was some he might have been South Africa, like he lived in a place where there would be more like an actual lion in the wild. Yeah. But he befriended a large cat, and there are these people you can see on the internet where they like this that one famous South African guy who he kind of has this herd of lions, and he also does hyenas, but he knows other behaviors. You can own a tiger and develop a friendship with tigers are much more solo, like in nature. They just have their own territory they can follow. But lions are highly social. They're the most social big cats, right? So I've always thought it would be so cool to fucking have a big cat. Because they act just like regular cats, just bigger. And it could, instead of scratch my arm, it's like you'd be dead. But
This question I wanted to ask you next right here. I think you got lost in the sauce here. Well, we're already on another take of the Gringo Puppy. God damn, dude, not enough. Did he delete it? It was a great question. Oh, here we go. This is it right here. Do you think Brendan has ever read an entire book without pictures?
I'm such a quick no. He only reads picture books. He hasn't read like Hemingway.
Jane Austen experience. Jane Austen.
Do you guys remember, like, how did I say this? The reason why he was also nice, I mean, guys with that, but I'm little Tim Kennedy's brain. Indirect bankruptcy community. But he was on the Food Truck Diaries when I was working there, and he came in again. Tim was very gracious to me. I also get that he seems to have told some ridiculous sociopathic lies that, like, what the fuck? Like, again, isn't it enough to be a great Ray who, like, was a great MMA fighter? You have to, like, invent, you know, that you didn't have crimes in order to see it. And no one's checking that for you. And like, hey, that idea, buddy, who's around you? You know, what was your upbringing like? There's this deficit of attention.
Did you have a bad childhood with the Vita device?
He got Tim Kenny. He's like, yeah, I was in Glendale the other day, and I was just shooting all these arcades. Not even looking at it.
It's funny watching Cal and trying to explain because Sean always has these broad stroke, like, no, I got it. So, okay, look, kid is good. And Cal's like, no, precisely what the argument is whether or not you get the broad stroke will be good. Specific shit that I don't know about. Cal research into it. And I don't understand, like, why it's a big deal to, you know, like even go from this far to something with a, you know, but, and he actually looked into it and said, yeah, he's a good guy. Like, dude, we're not fucking, you have to be, you know, this is a very nuanced debate here. Military people, we're talking about the technicalities of medals that they get. And it's in that world that's very important to be highly specific and not misrepresent yourself.
Well, that's the thing about that world is that he's not Superman, but you're going to find out he's Batman. You know what I mean?
What the fuck is that kind of dude? I was like, huh? You know?
It's the bottom line.
I like it. So that's such physical, kind of like, because we're just watching the physical component of this, you know? But, like, what he perceives as, like this is going to be a rough day.
I like them nuts. Well, I'm glad that we have a lion in here with a good fights.
That's right there.
His name is Gerbaldo Adderton.
I'm just like,
He's good.
well, I'm a guy with this fucking squirrel device, so.
My name from Tim Kennedy, by the way, was the morning that Tim Kennedy was coming out of the show. Food Truck Diaries. He's promoting his book. Guess what I texted at 8 in the morning? Hey, could you like read the book real quick and like give me some notes?
Oh my
God! The whole thing, but I had to like scan out the book and read the book and find like a few, you know, it's like give me like a book report by an hour, you know. So I had like feed Sean questions so that he could pretend as if he read it.
That's wild.
Right? And I'm like, why not just say it and read it? Who gives a fuck? Nobody thinks you're a reader. And then you go, so I didn't read the book, but tell me about it. And allow Tim to talk. Right?
He can tell you.
Why does everything have to be predicated on a lie? Making yourself, you know, because that word is like, he asked the questions that I told him to, because it was just thematic. It was like, oh, so you're talking about this, you know, and it teed up perfectly. It just, if you'd asked one follow-up, it's like, oh, like, did you remember the chapter about this? And you'd be like, yeah, one with the thing. And then he said, and Tim asked one follow-up question.
That's House of Cards.
Your bill says, what the fuck is
What the fuck is Wingus McDingus?
He's Batman.
I got a stupid Tim Kennedy out here. Tim Kennedy, ever been killed by him?
Mark, Brendan, after that video of everyone congratulating him for his Ringo Poppy special, or did Chin actually come up with that on his own unprompted?
What's my goal?
It was planned and prompted, but here, let me say this. What kind of person would you anticipate? Like, it's almost like, oh my God, you threw this surprise birthday present. It's like, I don't want that, you know? Like, don't give me an emotional thing.
Right. I'm recording a podcast. I can find you. So he tries to make me cry all the time.
It's telling of what the environment necessitates. And like, Shin's anticipate that this is something that needs to happen. That Brendan, if it didn't happen, would feel insulted.
Yeah.
He needs to have some sort of self-congratulatory, emotional, like, celebration of his, like, oh my God, thank you for the academy.
Yeah.
You put out a 26-minute video on YouTube. What the fuck are you talking about?
And that's got bumpers too, so it's like 23.
And then the accomplishment, it's like, maybe had this one some award, like, oh, you won the Mark Twain Award, or like something, or the Andy Kaufman Award for comedy. Like, it's not an accomplishment to post a video to YouTube.
Yeah.
So I don't get what the like premise is. So congratulations on uploading a video. And we also celebrated when it hit 1 million views. It resulted in about 300,000 views.
Oh shit!
85 views on the Grio Pop Man?
Yes.
Oh,
And I heard from the
he didn't even need to do that.
It was like, I need because he felt in his mind that getting to 1 million views would like
It's a benchmark.
prove everyone wrong.
Yeah.
But he gets fixated on like it needs to be this, it needs to like be a certain thing.
Speaking of being fixated, I don't expect you to watch all of our shows, but we have this idea that Shop hates us, right? So if you're going to be a favor, because we've articulated our views on this, right? It's been asked what times in the chat, if you can close your eyes and paint the picture for me of what it'll be like if he finds who we are and how he would potentially hurt us. Let's go for it.
Yes.
Closure.
So Shop would handle if you figured out where you guys live and actually was forced to watch your content, which you would have to force him to watch it because the moment anybody made any sort of fun of him, like, he doesn't just like, it's fun for me to be part of a joke. Like I said before, it's like, if it's a good joke, like, please, by all means. If it's shitty, okay, but your community is very fun.
Yeah.
You're not like, you're not vicious.
You leave unscathed when you're here, is what you're saying.
I mean, like, out of all the places that, like make Shop content, it was very fair.
Thank you.
Good stuff.
Now get to the part where it comes in and you just sit there.
I've never counted.
If you were a normal human being, like, if you had 10 minutes of fucking Chris D'Elia or Brian Callen, they'd be like, oh, that's hilarious. Like, you guys, like, do a podcast about me every week? Like, that's funny. Shop would hate it. Irrationally, because you guys are, it's all fun and spirited.
Even though we love you.
Yeah, like, we're like, it's all good spirit. He would hate me the moment that he discovered that he was a butt of a joke by plebeians. He was like, I believe him. These guys are nobody's right. So it's like, oh, they're in their mom's closet. So he never had to dismiss your uncle's shit. And then he would imagine beating up or talk about beating the shit out of you or
outside of you.
Like, yes. Shop would never confront you face to face because he has an aversion to face conflict because, like, I'm not saying he's scared to fight. Obviously, he fought in the UFC, but he was paid to do it. And I assume he has more nerves than like some people just bothered by it. It's like, you think Khabib or Nurmagomedov gets nervous to fight?
Yeah.
I think that's the coolest motherfucker.
You're right. No, you got it.
Like, he's but some guys, admittedly, like George St. Pierre, like he just admitted to being very nervous, and it makes sense because he's a nerdy guy, but he's just afraid to shoot and fight. It's like you're in an arena and some dude trying to beat the shit out of you.
But you walk in here and two fat dudes are eating cotton cakes.
Yeah, it's a joke.
Here's what I'm saying though, is that Brendan in real life, despite like his success in the UFC, he's not somebody who enjoys like conflict per se. Like, I enjoy confrontation more than he does. The idea of like beating the shit out of somebody who deserves it. Like for example, if like, just saying, like, if I saw some dude like bullying my friend, like it would be like, oh, I get to beat the shit out of this guy.
Nice. Let's go.
But that's predicated on the idea of a moral governance,
Yes.
right? Where
you're right. Damn, you're fucking smart. Yeah. Oh, dude. Yeah. This is somebody who
enjoys this degree, inflicting violence on people just because you're capable of it, and it gives you pleasure in the act of committing violence against people. Like, you draw pleasure from that. Brandon's not a sociopath, but it implies like there would be a rule. Now, of course, if somebody attacked his wife or kids, of course it's not that.
Oh yeah.
I have no doubt that he would defend them.
They're gonna intersect the hell out of you.
But he wouldn't be able to comprehend or justify what the moral transgression is. Now, there are fighting words for guys where it's like, you can roast me or whatever, but there's certain things a guy can say to me where I'm like, you're inviting me to hit you. Right. Like, if disrespecting me in a way that transgresses a male boundary.
Like, if you hate someone's Triscuits and they were like, hey, why did you sit in their mom calls you? You probably have to yell at your mom. But if you say it to my mom,
that is a predicate for physical violence. And that's a funny thing to analyze too, is that shows you the moral compass is broken there. You're attacking a guy because you ate his food. Wow. What the fuck is that? You know?
Yeah, Brian, wow.
Just, wow. In his mind, he's the hero of that story. He doesn't realize it's like,
Open it up.
you're a guy, you know?
Assad is one of our favorites. He's a chef. Hey, real quick, y'all talk about Bumble being scared. That's your takeaway. Look him in the room. Lock him in the room. Don't fuck his way out on skate with the Diet Coke.
Yeah, exactly. I'm just telling you, like, why would I lie about my perception of Brendan? The most mean and aggressive he was in group chats. He liked to bully people where he has formal authority in front of other people.
Yeah.
And knowing that if you clap back at him, it's going to be in front of other people, therefore he's justified in firing.
Yes.
I would be far more, like, I would say things to him in text message that he's probably never heard before from him. But it's just me going coldly, like, you're wrong. Like, I'm sorry, Brendan, I'd be diplomatic, but I'm like, let me analyze this for you and tell you why you're incorrect and be coherent. And he, like, it scrambled his brain because he's like, employees are stop arguing. But I'm right. And you're just totally wrong to the point of, like, if I tell you that you're right, I'm actually, like, harming your business, you know? And then in person, we have these conflicts of text and go, let's talk tomorrow. And they're like, hey, what's up, brother? Like, he's very reconciliatory.
Yeah.
And I'm okay, like, football coaches in my life, like, when I played college football, I had this head coach who was like a former NFL offensive lineman who was, like, super smart and, like, just an aggressive, nasty competitor, you know? He would get in your fucking face and just be like, if you fucked up, like, he would, like, grab your face mask and you know, like, so I'm okay with guys being like, you fucked up, and I'm telling you directly, but you also, if you did a great job, you bring the same energy to compliment you, so I'm not scared of a boss being like, you fucked up, and assertive boss. It's like, cool, be direct, and tell me what I need to do. But Shab is like, he'll be a dick to you in a text message or group chat, and then see you in person, be like, hey man, so I gotta tone it down and be a little. I'm like, okay. You want me to say be a yes man more? Is that what you're saying? You know? You want me to not point out that you're a fucking idiot to the group chat?
You want me to tell you what we think will happen?
Yeah.
You know, I'm very diplomatic. I mean, we're more on your side now where we don't believe they'll actually hurt us. You know what I mean? But we used to have two big red chairs, only for the sole reason that we can dance around them while he tries to choke us out.
Yeah, we were thinking the chairs could maybe give us some time. We'd like hold it right in front of him and he'd try and get us.
That's hilarious.
Last line of defense kind
But then Bobby Lee told us that we don't have to worry about that.
Yeah. Tiger Belly's money is pretty good, but most of that we just put right back in the pot.
Yeah.
As you can see from the Cordos.
Yeah, the coffee cakes.
He pays us pretty well. He's a good boss. Bobby's assertive.
Yes.
He'll tell us, like, you know, hey, there aren't enough clips about, you know, like that.
More beef, more cheese.
You know, where, like, we still don't know Mr. Whole Foods is pivoting us like years to find that out.
The mastermind.
Yeah, so it's like, I always talk with Bobby every night.
I still remember that phone call.
Oh, yeah, I saw it.
Dude,
Yeah.
he called me up. He's like, We fucking got him, dude. He's been on the server, and I'm like, no way. How do you know this? He's like, fucking hackers. They hired with a duffel bag full of cash. Their accounts open. I'm like, okay, here's what I'm going to recommend you do. Don't tell them about this. Let's just sleep it through. Try to maybe gather some more information. Let's do their sexting suggestion by this email address that these anonymous people gave you. Might be Bobby Lee's email, but maybe not. Because you don't have to verify your email to make it right? Except like a 12-year-old living through it. Yeah. So like, I verified this is true.
I mean, you gotta give it up to that guy that doesn't matter that made that motherfucking email Tiger Billy. Oh yeah, that guy, dude. That's a chef's kiss. All you do is lie to me. Rogan is short pie.
Somebody out there actually did that.
Yeah.
And made Brendan Schaub ruin his career.
Yeah, Brian was threatening people on behalf of this server or whatever. Yep.
Yeah.
Flapjack.
Honestly, how well do you think you do in a real fight with Bob? I think you'd be surprised. All I've ever said about fighting Brendan is that I wouldn't be scared to. It's like I played fucking college football against guys who were bigger and stronger than Brendan. I wrestled heavyweight in high school.
A lot of cappuccinos.
Do you think I'm scared of being punched in the face? Yeah. I've been in more street fights and we're like, I'm just not like, do you think engaging in physical violence with guys roughly my size scares me? You must not know me.
That's how I feel about August.
That guy used to go to my wife's DMs.
Oh, yeah, I've heard.
Like, just so fucking, hey, do you think Luana would go for you? Like,
my DMs.
Did he? He's trying to fuck?
Well, let's just say he slid into more than that.
He said, give me devil face emoji.
Did he say that?
No, he was actually kind of polite. I mean, hey, shoot or shoot. But, he was like, you know, hey, if you're ever in London, like, come through. Well, it was polite, but like he was hitting on her.
If you have any London block, come on through.
We said, Joe, you didn't give him this comment. What the fuck are you talking about? Crash out. When did I crash out? When my wife was typing my.
I crash out every night.
On cell phone away to Sequoia National Forest after locking the apartment out.
Truck flip asked this a little earlier.
Has Brian taken loans or something from Bob Bud? Is that what's going on? He needs money for alimony, dude. Mark, when Brendan was drinking, how much alcohol was down? A lot. Because I remember keeping track of this, and I remember looking through some of the photos that I had on my phone that I take a chop show at 9 a.m. Yeah. Large one. You know, like at 9 in the morning, and then he just kept drinking. You can see his face, you know, where he looks bloated. It's like, well, you're drinking whiskey all throughout the day.
Cheeked up on the chin up.
And then he would do, I remember I tried to calculate how much whiskey he was drinking based on, like, he would take a large, like a glass this big, where we do the comedy clubs, where you serve like a Diet Coke in, with whiskey and ice, and I was trying to be like, okay, you need about like 6 shots to fill us up with the ice. They'd have one of those, maybe more. So he was drinking at least 12 shots of whiskey at night over the course of 2 shows. Damn. And then
a little less than 3.
I was like, he was at least drinking 30 drinks of whiskey a weekend. It was, oh my God. And then go to bar. So is that alcoholism? Like, I don't know what the definition of, but
I don't know if it is or not.
At least I've heard tolerance. And it was part of his act. He's like sipping a giant glass of whiskey. I'll tell you, he's not even finished by the end of the show. And for somebody who struggles to pronounce words, it's not a great look. On the second show, he'd be like, he sounded drunk on top of it.
That yellow thing he was drinking on the where he dips up, it looks like a banana. He drank out of it. He had the weird face.
Oh, that was the Shuri. Celebration of Thai Masa.
Then I think drinking that even one time makes you an alcoholic.
I'm done with baddies that hook up with Bob during his comedy days where they've used a lot of them were, but a couple of them were very intelligent and like. Women are you have to understand that like the draw of status is enormous for most even sophisticated women. It's like, yeah, you're famous. He's also, tall, good looking athlete, right? Like, is it surprising that Brendan Schaub can as women offer themselves to him? No. A lot of them are dumb, but a few more sophisticated. But they just see through his bullshit. gas sites everywhere. But on the side to be like, he does this like future faking where he's like, I'm gonna leave my wife for you, and like, oh god, he's like, poor old me, like I don't even sleep with my wife anymore. It's just like a staged marriage, like yeah, it's just for the kids, and because I've seen him to my own friends, multiple of my own friends, because I'm like, this chick that I work out with Zoom culture, like who like pursues with this. I've seen him pursue so many women that like I knew before him, but it's sort of the real team. Like, his approach is identical. You know, he just like baddies, baddie. He's the socials. Is incapable of not doing the same things. Yeah. It's used the same story, which involves like I'm super sympathetic. My wife is actually at home. Sometimes my wife, so this is really cheating. I'm the one that I'm leaving my wife for and start a family with.
Yeah, he does like a 60-year-old in the middle class. He acts like a 60-year-old in the middle class, like acting like they're gonna leave their wife. They don't really have that much money, so they can't just pay for sex and like not have to. Yeah, worse.
Yeah, you know, like I don't know. It's like because you can get away with all this by like you know. I'm famous. I have my own kid. You're the side piece.
Yeah. You can't be honest.
He needs a shared fantasy. He's also NPD.
Yeah.
Classic behavior. Enter into a shared fantasy because I've received like women I didn't know that well when I met reach out to me and be like, we made plans to go to a fertility room to talk about having kids. I'm like, what? I'm like, you're an idiot for believing that. First of all, but Brendan was an issue because he develops a pretty elaborate fantasy before people in Discord the next week, which creates liabilities. Because like, guess what? If you do that to then one of them's gonna
ask Crystal, yeah.
Right. It's like you're up in the odds of like you need enough women, like objects. One of them might protest. That might give momentum to a little bit of or other people.
Truck flip, great question. He already answered that though.
Yeah, the things over here he's
doing God's work.
He's an artiste.
How many addies went with all that whiskey? Oh, we already answered that.
He's doing a 4-day.
Yeah. How is Brendan supporting his lifestyle? It doesn't make sense. Peter. Somebody said Peter.
Okay. So I really try to not speak inaccurately, right? Like because there's already so many people speculating on like he's going broke, he's doing this, but if I don't see your bank accounts or know your exact financial situations, I can't comment on that. I know he made a lot of money doing stand-up, for sure. He made a lot of money doing podcasts. So like, if you have any sort of financial intelligence, you can talk some of that way.
And I think he doesn't keep it a secret that he lives outside of his means. Like he talks about that he just bought a Corvette because he got money from the UFC or whatever.
Right. That's the main thing is like a guy like me, if you give me a bunch of money, I'd be like, I'd buy a functional car and like. But I just like the comfort would be having a bunch of money as security to kind of do what I want, not have to worry about it. It doesn't make sense to me to be like, I got a bunch of money, I can look like I'm more rich. Like what? But to him, the appearance of wealth is very important to me. As you know, many people in LA that you meet that I'm sad. Fucking materialism.
They're in Austin now, though, and they do. You know, one thing we're laughing about with the expensive thing, he's whining all the time about Austin now, and one of the first things he said was they don't have an airline out here. Oh yes, I wanted to ask you. Yeah, what do you think about that? That's a crazy thing to say.
Also, you guys have been to Airwolf. Which I would never have actually shopped there had it not been for shop. No, because it's like I hate because I can as a bodybuilder you cook your own food. I eat steak and rice, chicken right now. I don't eat fancy shit. So I'm already cooking for myself. So I'm like, wait, so this like $10 steak that I can get from Costco that's amazing. I like the equivalent of that at Airline would be like $80 from the fucking, I just remember going there and being like, wait, how about a drink and like a plate of food that had like meat and a side dish and it's like $40?
Yeah, their hot bar different.
and it's now the food is very good, but it's like going to Erewhon is part of the whole like I'm rich, I can afford it. You like to be seen at Erewhon because everything's so expensive, it prices out all the proteins.
Yeah, Erewhon's like fucking Costco with a beach, dude.
It's a funny little thing that people remind me there, but like I'm like I can eat McDonald's. I don't give a fuck.
Shout out to CR Guitar, dude. What the fuck? CR Guitar. CR Guitar is the guy that made our pizza. Oh, he's in Canada. He's a great musician. He's a great follow on Instagram.
On my mom's side, her mother is Irish heritage. Mary Evelyn Irish heritage.
Dude, hit up CR Guitar.
He was the most Irishest. What the fuck is an Erewhon? Erewhon is like EREWHON. It's like more expensive whole food. It's like a grocery store where everything is like 3 times the price of a normal grocery store. It's like, oh, here's this small thing of strawberries. It's $18.
Yeah. I've never bought food. Well, I've never grocery shopped there. I have gotten a smoothie or two. It's expensive as it's like $30 smoothie.
Pony nickname.
16. Which one?
So, Theo Vaughn referred to me as Protein Pony when I was out of the room.
Oh, wow.
And it became this little moment where Sean got mad at me. Because here's what happened. I had never met Theo. He was flying it out. So, like, the first time I met him was when he came in for King of the Sting one episode early on in my tenure working there when I started to help with King of the Sting. I met him, said, what's up? We're cool. And he just got off the plane, and you could tell he didn't want to be there. Yeah, like that whole energy, that whole theory of like, he really wanted to, he made some vague reference to like, man, when you're doing stuff, like, you just kind of, your heart's not in it. Whatever he said, like, he was obviously referring to King of the Sting, but you don't blame him because even just traveling across the country to do a podcast, it sounds horrible.
Sounds like the worst flight of all time.
Yeah. Like, when you're already traveling for stand-up, it's like, why would you want to do that for, and I'm sure it was lucrative. There was some amount of money, but it's like, if you're lucky, you don't need
That could just be my leisure.
correct. If I was making enough money, you could not pay me enough to, like, take another flight across the country.
But then again, podcasts are so powerful that sometimes I watch the Green Hawk for 4 hours.
And we should all have a falling out. There is certainly a reason that they do not associate with one another. I'm not going to go into specifics of it, but just know that Chappelle's one of my closest friends. He is a person with the utmost integrity as a human being, and those kinds of people tend to not last very long for the show.
Yeah.
So I'm not going to go into details. I'm saying that you apply this to anybody who looks like a good person, they're not going to last very long. Chappelle's also
Like Sinatra.
Smiles and Chappelle are like the polar opposite.
I just want to say
One's a rugged and whore, the other one's an incredible artist who's an introvert and doesn't give a fuck about, attention so much as, he's just good at comedy and gymnastics and other things. Like, Chappelle's a very talented human being and also, is a committed artist and just a likable, down-to-earth person.
shout out to Truckfoot for asking all these questions. That has been a question throughout the chat is thoughts on Kalila. You don't have to go too far into it.
Oh, yeah, I mean, am I honest?
Even though she's a boss, she's one of our bosses. She's our Jules. I mean, she's a great person. Yeah, my boss. But she's story, bro. 2 words, Mark. Blank check. Okay. So, I mean, I gotta go back. I don't get Baja mode, dude.
Yeah, I did a bit on what's that show called? Well, it was a podcast that's talking about, it was like Witch of the Clown, and there's a clip on it that has some music in it, me mocking the clown and doing her fucking accent. But I do believe she has psychopathic tendencies, as evidenced by her poetry. Some her poetry, and it's extremely dark, and if it's any sort of accurate representation of her thought process, it seems to be highly exploitative, manipulative, like fantasies of, wealth, power, celebrity, like sadistic behavior towards men. Like if you had someone's journal and you saw this shit, you'd be like, this person writes a psychopath.
I wonder. Yeah, I do.
So that's my evidence for that. And then also, in person, she seems to be performatively, emotionally intelligent, right? She was the whole like, when you consider being mindful of the person we talking to, she's misdirecting you with a calm, deliberate, she's articulate and smart enough to misdirect you away from the fact that she's calculated, vindictive, sadistic, right? If you look at enough clips of Tiger Belly, you'll see evidence of her being, when the mask slips, she's sadistic. She has enough self-awareness not to do it all the time, and she often comes across as genuine, and I believe that she is very close with Bobby, but I have to assume she is very calculated in her pursuit of Bobby, and she's highly incentivized to make the relationship seem as legitimate as possible and her love legitimate, even though I would assign very ulterior, calculated motives for to pursue Bobby and become well-known and famous. Although I'm not saying she didn't do anything for Bobby. I'm not saying she doesn't have talent as kind of like a manager for him, almost, to set him up and kind of in a sense exploit him, but benefits him, but also benefits her.
Writing poetry to me is interesting in of itself. Being in this world of Rogan and comedians, diaries and poetry. I'd love to read, I don't know. I mean, obviously Shop's diary, but he doesn't write. But Rogan, what's in Rogan's diary? Jim died. Does he write poetry? Women, does a haiku about how women are worse? I don't know how to do haikus, but it would be something about women. I'm as horny as Brendan's forehead, all right? Oh, it's all right. Come on, that was good.
Mark makes Baba look like a photographer when it comes to having the best brains for the art scene. That's a great little word salad. I don't even know if being insulted or not. Everyone says Bobby Lee is so real. Why doesn't he make jokes about being forced into cuddle? Was he forced into cuddle? Technically, I know people throw around the term cuck a lot as if a girl that you're dating fucks someone else, but it's does it imply flashing?
I don't get it because Baba does say that quite a bit. He called Marin a cuck.
Yeah, and I feel like it's an overused word these days. It's like it was a liberal cuck. It's
I've said that
I heard from a girl that you fucked that you like to hear. You got off on her describing. This is from the girl's mouth. He would get during sex. He would say, "Describe the biggest black dicks you ever had." I was like, I can't hear that. This is shop sexual fetish.
Wait, women tell people that? Delete it. Finding out what women say when you tell them to say during sex. Shit! Hold on, we gotta stop. I need to call. Can you get Rob back on the phone? Get your lawyer. I need to run that lawsuit. When I said that during sex, I didn't know that you could say it to me.
Can you screenshot that? Okay, somebody's asked me a question. Where are my thoughts on Slow Joe? Yeah, she's in person. What I thought was funny about this, her portrayal in the real Poppy specifically is that it's predicated on her being a rattlesnake.
Yeah,
and hot-tempered and this and that. It's if you meet Joanna, she's incredibly sweet.
Oh, really?
Superficial, spicy, but she's wanna be Kim Kardashian, right? Does Kim Kardashian mean and nasty? I mean, she's very polite and conscientious and sweet. Now Shop will privately and he'll complain about her in arguments and this and that. I'm anybody who doesn't buy into your stupid worldview have arguments.
Sure, I would imagine that she's not accurately portrayed by Shop for sure. There's no way he's describing her accurately. No, crop out the ugly.
I know for a fact he's actually true. He told me how because there's a joke in Gringo Poppy where he goes, crop out the uglies. He's in back. We're in group chat, dumbass. And he's saying that to his wife.
Yeah.
And I go, did she really say that? And he goes, no, that was me. I was like,
Oh yeah, we told this before. I was the opposite.
there's always a swapping going on, right? There's always a projection or like reinforcing of the victim to the offender.
I'm fast or sorry. Let's call it what it is.
Dark
40 chess. Oh yeah, he's playing 40 chess.
40 chess, 5D chess. Like 3D chess is enough people at 40. Like he's playing 8. What is 8D chess?
Yeah, 10. Yeah. So we're on right now.
What's the 8th dimension?
Well, it's 40, like 40.
Oh yeah, 40.
I mean,
somebody would just give them money.
I know, it's very nice. Thank you, Tim.
They're just giving it.
I think it's because, like, you're already spitting facts as it is. They don't really have a question. They don't question the facts that Mark Carly spits.
Somebody said, I want to sell some Brian Callen. Okay. Love you, Brian. You want to hear something funny that I learned recently?
Oh, yeah.
I don't think I don't know. I don't give a shit. Who cares? I know somebody who was flying him around in his private jet going back and forth between Austin and LA. So for a time period, he was flying away. Right. So I know a wealthy individual who I'm personal friends with, JD, I introduced him. Did he end up financing with Cat? Who was using, and Ryan loves Richard. Ryan's favorite people are rich people.
He also likes people in cow costumes.
It's like underwear Lopez. I don't know what the fuck the story is about the Lopez. I've seen it out of context. I'm like, what the fuck was he doing? He certainly was glitching. This guy who's ushering Callan back and forth, he told me some stories about how he is the most ridiculously and astoundingly unpunctual person I had ever heard of. Like him and time, and lines were like, now he would sometimes come late. I remember Brendan being annoyed by him. He's like, oh, running late to the studio with a lot of traffic. And I'd like check the traffic. I'm reason there's no fucking traffic. So, but it's like, oh, big deal. You're like, 3 minutes late for your podcast. You would do it 800 million times. Like, you can do it, right? And I know, but Brendan did seem annoyed by it, fairly so, because, like, for the most part, Brendan's on time and kind of considers that like his big win, that it's I just show up. It's like, well, you second your job. And yes, you did technically come on time. Ryan apparently has a more difficult relationship with time, and I get that as like an ADD symptom, like time management and time distortion are problems. However, the details of some of the stories I've heard, I was like, Brian is 8 years old when it comes to time. Like I heard like 10 different stories from this guy. It's like I hung out with him for a month, and he fucked up so many times for his own shows. Middling for like big like Tony Hinchcliffe's headlining, and like Kim Comden is like opening, and you're the middle, and you're like 30 minutes late. Like not even like when you're supposed to be just for the show. So like somebody has to come on and like kill. It was like not 2 minutes or whatever. Like shit runs down the schedule. Do stand up like.
Yeah, content not like 30 extra minutes.
I go, oh my god, just not enough. But then it's like, dinner, it would be like, oh, hey, let's meet for dinner at 7. And it's like, hey, I'm outside the restaurant. And they don't come till 9 p.m. or something like that. It's like, so many stories. I'm like, that is like, so it's a representation of, he's talked about it before, his entitlement. Remember he was like, I used to think of myself as like one of the chosen ones. He is self-aware of his own entitlement. Doesn't mean it fixes it. Just makes it but he's references. So that's why I feel safe, kind of like saying that it's no secret. Like, but he feels entitled. Just be late for shit. Or he'd be like, I'll come over at 6 for dinner, and the guy would show up, and it's like, I'm here at 6. He's like, oh, we're still at the grocery store getting the ingredients for the dinner, motherfucker. Like, what do you? Like, why would you do that? Just forget about shit. We're just like, it's just such an area where he goes, I literally have to stop hanging out with him because he's like so late.
It's annoying. I really hate that shit. My friend Cutter Hodier is a piece of shit. He's late to everything. He's a director. He's just like, why would you want to work with someone like that? He sucks ass.
Yeah,
do you know people like that?
They're disrespectful. Well, no, not to that extreme, but you can get away with it more. The more status you have, like celebrities, with like, for example, I don't know if you're following like the just felony lawsuit, but like you hear a lot about like actors holding up on set, like Rob, Vin Diesel, like they're talking about like Vin Diesel would like hold up production. If you're an A-list actor and you want to have a temper tantrum, there's not much you can do to like force Vin Diesel out of the trailer for this one show. Right. It's gonna cost money. But what are you gonna do? Fire him? Like there's no like mechanism in place to like punish you for
So I was like, I know there's something there. I was like, what did he say? Thank God. 3 hits. I figured it out.
Chuck wants to know Tony Hinchcliffe. Go.
Oh, yeah.
Tony Hinchcliffe. Did you guys have thoughts on Tony Hinchcliffe?
Oh, yeah, we do. Yeah.
Go for it.
He's terrible. Really? Oh,
No, I don't watch him.
he's absolutely horrendous at stand-up.
Yeah.
He's another guy that was actually nice to me, kind of not like Jeff died when I met him, but his stand-up is just very bad. You said something that was very, I think,
What do you like Kill Tony the show?
not really.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean,
Here's the thing. Kill Tony show is great, right? But he's only a part of it by name. What I said the other day was that he's an open micer that got his way. Like the fantasies of an open micer, Tony Hinchcliffe for some reason can just achieve all those.
Yeah.
And without really the talent.
To corroborate that, because I also met him. It was really nice to meet him. He made a funny joke about me. He called me like half man, half centaur, or some funny joke. And I was like, oh, that's funny. Funny roast, you know. But it wasn't me. And my buddy, who is a comic in LA, seemed to have an issue. Like, I brought him up once, and he was like, that fucking guy walks around the comedy store like he's the fucking king of the universe. So apparently he doesn't rub people the wrong if you interact.
People say that. People have said that about him a lot. I mean, the only interaction I've had with him is I did kill Tony once. He was nice to me on that. And then after the roast battle, he gave me some compliments. So, like, both times I was like, and he didn't need to be, he could have slammed me because I bombed. So, both times I was like, all right, well, this guy's a nice guy. Okay, but that was before. So I do still feel bad about clowning him. But my thing is, I want to be as honest as possible. His stand-up is god awful. We watched one shot, and you can't even find it online. And I have seen him actually do that in person. The thing where he's like acting like a big deal.
Yeah.
I told the story in the pod before, but I was at the roast battle once, and he tried to make fun of this random open micer in the crowd.
Yeah.
And this open micer, I like the guy, but again, I'm going to be honest, he is not. He is not going to stand up. He's somebody who actually might kill me. So I love the guy. I love him. But he, at least at the time, he wasn't very good. Yeah. He said something back to Tony, and then Tony tried to slam him, and it didn't go that well. But then the open micer was like, your special one shot, it's terrible. No one liked it, and he got a big pop, right? And then Tony tried to come back at him, and it bombed. And then the open micer went back, but he was like, yeah, fuck.
I remember there's been some moments in my life. I remember we used to roast each other in my fraternity. We as part of the initiation, you could an anonymous roast people. You would tell one of the pledges to you'd write a roast and say and tell you you're good and say it's not true that you're fucking good and write some roast, right? Yeah. So you know it's coming from. So it was very fun. One dude he was I think closeted gay, but because he was also really in your face narcissistic and overcompensating straight, that was what made it you don't want this out of gay dude, right? But he was a dick and a douche and a narcissist. So the final joke of the entire evening, somebody goes up to him and goes, sir, whatever, you're gay and no one likes you. And it was just boom, people laugh. It was sad. And then I remember he said, did you fucking say that joke? No, why would I? That's so mean.
That's the great, you can feel it.
It's one of those things where just go, saying a special sucked.
Yeah.
And it's if it did, and you just have to say that, and it gets a laugh, what are you going to do?
It was so much worse. It was so much worse than that because he kept trying to think.
Oh, yeah, and then you're trying to one up it. Yeah. And it got
worse and worse, and the crowd started chanting the open micer's name, and Coney sucked, Coney sucked. Yeah, it was insane. I said this on the podcast, and two people messaged, or actually more than two people, they messaged me about it, about other times that exact same thing happened. So this has happened to Tony 3 times at least.
Yeah.
Random
So
open
he said, Mark should sign up for Kill Tony and if he gets pulled to some shit up. That's actually a fucking brilliant idea. I would go up and do my own the dick joke that he did about me. Where I send terrible dick pics out, like,
oh yeah, you
and I'd be like, confront him about it. I'm like, hey, could you like maybe? I didn't say tell him not to do it. I'm like, you understand how people might perceive that as being disrespectful, right? And you're like opening your entire act with like Mark Harley is bad at everything he does and sends shitty dick pics and is also a moron who's bad at like security and is going to get me killed. And,
yeah, you shouldn't do that for an employee or a friend.
Yeah, I was like, okay, that's what you want to do, Mark?
I'm a hungry wolf. That's what.
Yeah, you're talking.
Yeah, they say I'm a hungry wolf. I'm fucking jazz. Smell the beans.
What I do like about, because I know David Lucas personally, and I consider him a friend. I like their dynamic, and I like that when David Rose killed David Rose, Tony Hinchcliffe. Tony laughs about like he's very open to like David's roast. I like their dynamic.
You ever make you think, Ellen? Like, had you thinking at all? You ever think on
He's gonna be
thinking? Because the Elephant Graveyard mentioned that a lot of times David Lucas makes you think on things.
Yeah.
You leave it go there if you don't think.
David Lucas said to me, he said this motherfucker looked like a muscular bobcat.
Oh.
I was like, that's pretty good.
Well, we got a line problem, y'all. Yeah,
I think he said, I have a protein powder fetish or something like that. He this more the way. That's funny because you hear the same shit over and over again. Right. Like, oh, okay, like this was funny. It made me laugh. It's original.
Their dynamic to me and Jordan often do this, but it's just like David's like, man, you gay, and then Tony's like, well, you're fat and black. You're fat and black. And black. You're gay, you're gay as hell, bro.
You help shit out with events. What was funny was we discussed it. I hate to be repetitive, but I did try to help shit with current events because the way they were doing it is like, we're reading newspaper articles as current events. Like, that's not how the world works. Get a fucking YouTube and get a viral clip. Like, why are you responding to like, a girl was kidnapped, and then Chin's reading it out loud, and it was like, Jesus Christ, this is like the worst part of the show is current events.
Yeah,
this is not the world has evolved and left news articles behind. So I was like, going, what's hot right now? Andrew Tate and like they loved the first one. The first couple ones I brought in, they were like, oh, that's hilarious. And it's easy because it's like a YouTube short that's all in it. And he talks, you get to react to what he's saying. And he's like, Andrew Tate's delivery is fun. Rash, it's fine. And then he did this. The next time around, I was like, oh, this is working. He's like, I'll do another one next week. Yeah. And he does this joke where he goes, I was reading an article the other day. Some kid can recite pie in 2 places. That's great. But how the fuck supposed to get laid reciting pie to a hoe? And that's right, you guys laugh. It's like the verbiage. How are you supposed to get laid in a club reciting pie to a hoe? And I was like, that's just funny. It's a funny delivery. It's a funny line. I'll do it.
Yeah, you're great on Twitter. Ooch has a funny. Is that Ooch? No, it's somebody. It's just
that's about interaction.
David's funniest joke is when he said Tony buys baby carrots just to suck on. I don't know. Never mind. Oh, yeah, he said, who's the worst interaction you had as a TFK kids?
Oh, that's a good one. Fuck, there's no real bad interactions. I would say, without food truck diaries, Jamahal Hill was like high as fuck and super awkward, and like we were talking about skits before he like I was kind of like the liaison for food truck diaries for the MMA players. So like when they weren't involved in the shot, I was like tasked like talking to them. Yeah. So I had a lot of great conversations with guys like Alexander Volkanovski is super smart, and Michael Chandler's easy to talk to. There's all these guys that are like really smart, easy to talk to in the MMA world. Jamal Hill like comes out the car like having just smoked a blunt and was like super like awkward and not gonna he was like, and I was like, this is kind of weird because he's like high and like paranoid and like whispering. But before the episode shot, we were like, oh, I see you do like skits online. And he was like, voiceovers and this and that, we're talking skits. And then like I asked him to like shoot a skit afterwards for like the Oak and Stone Clothing Company, and like, and by the way, a bunch of people have done this for me. It was like, oh, like who's the I hate that I get her name with this. She's super gorgeous, the female commentator for the UFC.
Megan Kelly. No, what's her name? I know. Shit.
I hate that.
Lauren Sanko.
Lauren Sanko, yeah. Lauren Sanko is a singer out there. She's super gorgeous in like I was like, you see her and it's like this woman is beyond gorgeous in person. And she like agreed to be like this little like walks like I'm doing an Oak and Stone pitch and she like walks by and says one thing.
Yeah.
So after a whole day's work, sometimes I'd ask a bit, hey, you went for 10 seconds if you do this thing for me. And after I'd already discussed comedy and this thing, I came up with this good idea. I'm like, oh, like you come up to me and be like, I like that shirt, let me get it. And he like takes it off me, like he likes me to get it. I was like, oh, would you mind it? He's like, and he got super awkward about it. Because I'm like, you can say no, that's not an issue. He's like, so like, what are you compensating me for? I'm like, oh, I don't really make like I can give you like less for like $150, and he like laughed and I was like, oh, I'm sorry. Like he just kind of like humiliated me. But it's like he's like, really. Because I've asked him for like Volkanovski. I was like, oh, do you mind taking a picture with this? Like my buddy has a supplement company. He's like, yeah, I just can't post it publicly, but I'll take a picture with it and send it to him. This guy's a cool thing. Most people are pretty cool. You're under no obligation to help me out. But the way he did it, I was like, all right, like cool, like no big deal. But he made this huge deal about it. Like I was about to give him $5,000 for like being in a social media video. He like kind of we were talking about comedy earlier, or whatever, and oh, we should just get which again, it's totally his right. If it would have ended there, I wouldn't be talking about it. But then I get a call from Brendan. He's like, did you fucking try to like get Jamal Hill to do a like promo? I'm like, how did that get back to you? Like he's like, his manager called me. I'm like, did he? You know, like his manager, Jamal complained his manager talked to you, or there was a woman there who came with Jamal Hill and like it was this obvious like social climbing like bimbo like later, you know, that was how like disappeared into the fucking like, you know, she came over and it's like, oh hey, when you guys are conducting business in the King of the State room for 2 hours, cool. You know, but she was there, I think Shop had left and she was still there. I think she must have like used it as a predicate to like reach out to Shop. She's like, oh, does he know like Mark made Jamal really uncomfortable? Like as a way to like kind of be like, oh, I'm not just again for your best interest, but like, why am I being reprimanded about asking a simple question to a guest? Like we're in a production studio.
Yeah.
He just did. Was he paid for this whole episode? Like I like it was this because again, I'm totally open being said no, but Brendan even considered like, this was the worst episode of like Food Truck Diaries ever, and I don't disagree. And that again, he doesn't have anything but a lifted salt taste of mouth because like, you kind of not been a dick about it. Just because people who are bigger than you, like Laura Sanko doing one for me was fucking so cool, and she's like gonna be, you know, bigger than I don't know. I just think she has way more appeal than you on social media.
That Jamal Hill. Where I miss him.
Yeah, although he is like, I mean, he's become, the world is now seeing that he's very, like, as he copes with his losses, like, I wasn't not a fan of his. It was funny because Brendan was like, you'll never be a champion, and then he was. Like, it was funny to kind of, like, said that to me. I was agnostic as far as his fighting skills, but, no, it was Lauren Sanko. Okay. Lauren Sanko is gorgeous. In person. Like she looks hot on camera, saying in person, it's like, has Mark answered who Bobby makes clean up his using? Who the fuck is there? Probably George or janitors or did we inside about the Pure Spectrum? Yes, okay, Pure Spectrum lawsuit. That's a great question. All I can say is Brendan introduced the idea of the Pure Spectrum lawsuit. It must have been 2021 because we were at Zoo Culture lifting alone. And my recollection is not exact at the time frame, but we were lifting there, and I wasn't yet working at Thigway. So I believe it was like summer 2021. Somehow this gets brought up. He's like telling me that he had to sue them. Yeah. Right? And so it is very advanced. Again, when I first know him, so I have no reason to distrust everything he says, which I now like. Anything the job says is like take it with a grain of salt because if it involves him being wrong and other people like and money and numbers, it's like none of this is potentially true. There could be a kernel of truth, or he could be flipping it entirely on its head to like project, you know, his bad deeds onto other people and reverse victim and offender. But he told me what is literally an upside down version of the story that is on record now, which is he said this. I was working for this media company. Like, I got ownership stake in it. They came to me and they offered me this. Like, and he presented it as I'm getting, like, I own a portion of the business and it's like paying some sort of dividends each month, and everything's going great. And then slowly it starts to dwindle down to the point where we're like, what's going on here? And former NFL punter and kickoff specialist patented the accusation has become successful in the world of I'm being fraudulently kind of shocking and started as a podcast and now enjoys 3 million subscribers on its YouTube channel. His road to fame has been such that getting his one artificially inflated that fame have received a major scouting with McAfee and his panel brought because for about a this freshman Mary Kate rejected what was the college student who allegedly had a relationship with her boyfriend's father. Like there's some sort of inconsistency with McAfee in this room. He decided to bring it up when Adam Schefter was speaking about Mrs. QB Jackson during that reference and discussion on the show became the catalyst so that spread it. Now, as per the file messages and legal action Skype, you know, but in the story, he's the innocent victim of being swindled out of like a business deal. And I mean, he was unfairly treated by a guy like
Magic Bean says.
Yeah. He's like, this guy came in and just fucked me over, and I'm like, I gotta sue him. But then you read the lawsuit, it's like, I can corroborate what he did here because I've seen him do the same thing elsewhere, which is one way you're getting paid is a flat fee to do social media posts, right?
In rain bottles, yeah.
You know, whatever the total was up to like $1,000 per course of relationship.
Yeah.
You know, whatever it is. Okay, you take a month, but you have to do 2 Instagram feed posts and 8 stories or something. You know, you have these like
Parts, right? Yeah, we call that a Black Frank Buffalo.
where they said you have to do it.
Yeah.
He did nothing.
Yeah.
He didn't post once, right? So it's like not just like, oh, we missed one here, there. He was doing nothing. Maybe talked about his podcast, said like in his mind he justified it, but he was paid hundreds of thousands of dollars and just wasn't doing it. Like they look back at whatever time frame, they're like, hey, so it turns out you posted no posts and no stories. We have to stop or like we have to dissolve your ownership. So and then the ownership of the company will be another source of revenue if it pays dividends, and then also like using a code, like use code shop so you get the percentages of the sales using the code.
Yeah.
So 3 streams of income. Well, if you're not posting like the code, you're not putting it. You know, if you're not hitting the post, your pay is going to get docked. If you're not getting commissions, your sale, your pay is going to get docked. And then the ownership stake, I think, was negotiated because they were like, well, instead of us suing you for the $300,000 that we give you, how about you give us back the 10% of the company?
Yeah.
And that's where the point of contention is whether or not he had the 10% ownership of the company, which he claimed to have in some sort of legal document that does or does not exist. This is the whole lawsuit goes with that. But it's alleged that he took $100,000 after dissolving his ownership stake to pretend that he still had the owner, or claim legally that he still had the ownership stake. Took $100K cash from his KGB guys in order to oust the CEO, like in a hostile takeover, because it's like it would be like, oh, these guys own 4 or 5%, but ad shots 10%, and a majority stake, and they can oust you. That's like, so go, oh, that's kind of the opposite of what you told me. Which one's true? Gee, wonder you're telling the truth.
Yeah.
You know.
Sad, because at the end of the day, that whole CBD thing was about the kids. You know, giving CBD to kids for their type 1 diabetes.
And I think he justified, I know he justified some way. probably him crying about it on a podcast. Yeah. It was like, I did the promotion. I talked about CBD and how it cured my kids' seizures. And like, I am God now, and give me $500,000.
When I see a kid, I'm just like, I see wanting CBD, you know, like, and I take my Jack. Now I'm like, Pete Holmes with Magic Mind. I'm like, you want some Magic Mind? I give it to kids all the time.
Yeah, this guy's a real narcissist. The boys get tired. You know what? I'm autistic, bitch.
Hey, no, I was going to ask him about the CBD thing too. We want to talk about CBD, and you know what? If you have a problem with that, that's your problem. Why don't you get back to
Also, I
Dallas?
love it how that if you allege me of being a narcissist, why don't you use the diagnostic criteria? Oh, you don't know what the fuck you're talking about? There's 9 of them. Can you name them? Can you go into theory? Do you ever watch Sam Backman lecture on narcissistic personality disorder, borderline personality disorder?
Oh, you almost forgot.
That was
Where are my pencils?
you guys be being a narcissist, you know fuck nothing about narcissism or any form of personality.
It sounds like somebody's not watching YouTube. Oh, give me 1 second here. We got a guest coming in. Oh, shit.
We got a motherfucking zooming in.
Oh, shit. It's a daddy. Oh, I don't think he's there yet. Okay, he's not there yet. Wait, let's not. Oh, shit. Is that Brandon Walsh? Brandon, you got Brandon. Talk about Brandon. Another Brandon. What's up? What's up, Walsh? Dicey. Wait, you're fucking. Oh, you're unmuted, dude. Unmute. You're mute. Oh, chat. I'm gonna text him. You're mute.
Talk about this in flat mark. Yes, I am.
Oh, there you go. Dicey. What's up? What's up, Walsh? How do you make a big pause?
How can I hear him?
Oh, I think your headphones kind of fucked up or something. Let me see. Oh, yes. No, it's like this. Can you hear it now? It's like this.
Like, hello.
Can you hear?
I'm lost. It's lost.
Go ahead.
I can hear him though. I can hear him.
Brendan, we can hear you. It's just Mark can't hear you. Yeah, you're good. Can you hear him? You mess with me a little bit. Dude, so Walsh, what's up, man? We've been watching the 24-hour Gringo Poppy with Mark Marley. Sorry you couldn't be at the beginning. What are you up to?
You can't hear him.
Yeah, I'm gonna take these.
I'm gonna get my headphones.
Yeah. It's all crazy here. Sorry. Now I can't hear. Can you hear it? No.
Oh, let me see here. Where are you at? Is that you?
Yeah, that's me. I got it. Okay, good. All right, technical difficulties, but I can hear it now. What's up? Now Walsh can't hear. Okay, good. Where are you at right now? Nice. Great place, never been.
I'm fucking a lot of chicks.
Oh, hell yeah, dude.
Hell yeah, dude.
DMing.
Have you guys ever talked to, have you ever met North Carly?
No. What's up, bro? Hey, real quick. Hey, shake your phone.
I was just curious if you did have any hookups for addies and baddies while here.
Bro, I got all the hookups. I got friends in dark web places.
So how's it going with the watching?
I mean, could there be a better way to
I think we've watched it 15 times. Oh, yeah, we watched it a lot already.
Yeah.
We got. Really?
Yeah, it's pretty long.
Walsh, do you have a favorite bit from a Gringo Poppy that you can remember? Oh, I one. Take up muting it. I don't know why.
I'm trying to fix this.
We can't hear you.
That's the
Oh, he's
By the way,
muted. He's muted again.
you think Bob is still on here? When I was working for that boy, Brendan was on so many substances every day. As like a business owner, it's like he's drunk, he's uncreative, he's popping Adderall, he's fucking nicotine. He was like,
So tell the story because we can't hear Brendan at the moment.
oh,
We're trying to fix the audio.
can I tell the story of when Brendan began drug addict?
Yeah.
It wouldn't surprise me if he got off of drugs. Like, I don't think he's somebody who would necessarily misrepresent that because it was all pretty out in the open. He was doing
Yeah. Now we can hear Walsh. Sorry. So what was your favorite bit of Gringo Poppy?
I like when he makes his eye go like this. Mostly, I have the head coach Roy Sutton's title. Is that why you're in Sacramento? You're doing some T-ball stuff there? Yeah, travel. Oh man, that's brutal, dude. You gotta do a lifetime of travel. I'm surprised you can do this thing. Well, it's funny. I mean, I texted you this morning, but it's like it's weird, you know, like reading. I get in and out of the Reddit. I feel like it's an unhealthy. What? You have the empathy where I'm like, can you imagine, like, put yourself in issues? Like, imagine you stumble across the Reddit board. People are just taking it apart every second.
I felt like that because I didn't know what it was, and then the first time I ever experienced CPK, barely knowing Brendan or his history or the Reddit or anything, all of a sudden the next day I'm here and I'm like, they bring me out as like a guy to talk about miscommunications and anabolics and dieting and something about like giving blood and dieting and the next day, like I'm being bombarded with like these fucking candidates and the worst stuff because and I don't know on my YouTube and I was like thousands of comments like this is the worst looking actor. I'm like, what the fuck is this? What are some of these people? And having no concept of the part was also like just give like hey, like just want to let you know. So like I this entire way was making crazy people but you have to, it was like, oh, okay, yeah, this is but then you go back and go, well, Brendan has been, a public narcissist who, like, lies on there for, like, there's just some reason. There's a reason. Takes a whole show. But, yes, however, if I was him, like, my best advice would be, like, you can go out and chat, and you guys can bring the fuck into it. Like, you more people participate or even show this deeply, pretend like it doesn't. Otherwise, it's going to figure it out. Well, I'm just curious how he does process all of this. 5-6 years, and like, where are they? I mean, that's just everything that it's like a fucking his go-to coping mechanism is everyone is criticizing this kind of jealousy, which dismisses any crisis as I'm and honestly, it's illogical. That's what winds up sucking me back in. Because, like, I'm doing this too, where I'm like, I can't, I've got to do my time. And then, I'll step away for, a month or two. And it'll just, it'll just be one of those things. Like late at night, I'm fucking, everybody's in bed, just going for a sleep. My name's Brendan. I'm a failed comedian. I'm a failed podcaster. My wife's name is Johanna. Taco Bell. You can relate. That's part of the regulation. See, the thing when I would say you have like how tough it is to be in Brendan's shoes, but if you're in Brendan's shoes, your feet are going to wet. Remember, you break set of his shoes, so you can't do that. That's what's like because it'll be late at night. For whatever reason, I'll be on my fucking waste of time. I'll be whatever. I'll go see because I can't receive back to get Reddit, so I don't even get any suggestions. When you go on Reddit, because I think Reddit is basically doing Somali theater as a social media but and I dip in for a second, and then it's like the guy, it's just nonstop bitch. Like, I'm like, what? One time
time when I left and I came back, and it's when he got the fucking Charlie attachment.
Oh yeah.
And I'm just like, scrolling back, and I said, like, she references, shit where I'm like, oh, wait, what does that even mean?
I remember finding out best brands for the artists. The clip was attempting to discredit the group of black MMA commentators.
Yeah.
And they're saying, oh my god, openly racist.
Yeah, that was just legitimately a racist thing to say.
And it didn't make sense.
I didn't know what that's crazy.
He was like, come on, these aren't the best brands. They're like a black panel.
Yeah, it was like Cormier, I think, and somebody else. It's like, we get what you're doing. We get it. We get it.
It's like, we get it. You're trying to do like diversity hiring. Like, you know, it's just like, you hear the words that are coming down your mouth.
I mean, he said, we were laughing about this today. Well, he said, I just saw that movie 15 Years a Slave. And we hadn't heard that before. We're like, God damn, dude.
But Sean is legitimately racist. I know you privately. I'm not going to say like the exact ways in which I feel comfortable saying.
I don't believe it.
Yeah, no way. I've seen various shades of racism expressed, like, depending on the circumstances. If I'm completely alone and there's no one around, he's going to express racism in a certain way and more subtly in other ways. And it kind of slips out, you know, even when he's on fucking camera and everyone's watching him, he still can't help but be racist. But there's some sort of, I mean, you guys symptoms of racists, right? But like, I almost feel like, and I'm like, when you raise this, like, because I got empathy towards me. Look, if you were raised in certain technology or attitudes towards other races because your father, you know, like, your community acted that way until the lives, like, I mean, people from South Africa, sometimes we're like, black people, like, you know, that sounds really racist.
Harold Shaw was from, he was born in South Africa. I got a question for you. So with the Reddit time, is it like in the house? Is it like Daddy's doing his Reddit time, or they're just already asleep? Like, don't disturb me. I don't do anything until everybody's
I mean, I haven't been this bad in a while, but there was a period of time when I did have to end up equipment. It was literally the first thing I would look at. Grab my phone, check, you know, whatever, there was a text message I looked at, and the first thing I would do was go on Reddit and like this.
It's a testament to the creativity of
Problem. If you're going to in the morning and it's just nothing, you're like, damn it, there's fucking everybody running the T-Back Reddit board, obviously. It's cohort. Make messages across the board. They did this with you, Mark, where they had, I think they had to blur your face. Everybody's feet blur, Cal's fucking feet. That cocksucker sitting in style.
Well, it just sounds like you're running for office here. I mean, like you're going to be in the cabinet. Brian Campbell, watch out. We got a new guy.
strong action.
Skins and Bins party.
There is no black T-Fat-K or white T-Fat-K. There is T-Fat-K.
That whole everything about it is, I mean, I have a pretty loose grip on reality sometimes. And it really does kind of fuck with my reality where I'm like, I can't even understand how it's real. I don't understand how, because like I said, you know, like I podcast and shit. All of us here are less successful than Sean.
He's like, Brandon Jaro sucks.
Prius, bro.
He's like, I've been to most of their houses.
Sure that you
This is like when on my podcast, it was just like,
circumstances
I mean, this, I don't know if this sounds racist, but I was like, if there was a black chick watching the podcast going, wait, hold up. There's some guy named Brandon talking shit about fucking
It's crazy.
the whole, this really does baffle me, like how, because it's like, okay, you know, people shit on others, because I guess, you know, they used to get hundreds of thousands of listeners for whatever reason.
So, I was like looking back, the average was like 250 kids around 2019. There was a lot.
But
Those are bone zone numbers right there.
but the people will be shitting on it, and like, you know, oh, okay, it only has like 30,000 listeners. But, or viewers, or whatever the counts are.
It's so huge.
But even that is hard for me. I'm like, who? It really is confused. Like, oh, what? I like to hear people fans of this show. And it's just from a fascination standpoint. I mean, that's where all of my interest in this is. Like, I don't even revel in, like, you know, mocking him, or I don't take any pleasure in you know, his failures or whatever. I mean, it's truly like a Jane Goodall style. I'm just completely fascinated with this, and I can't wrap my head around the fact that
What the fuck
any of
is
it
this?
is real on any level. Like, you know, and I do vacillate from thinking, like, you know, not. I mean, I can't give him this much credit, but I mean, because I do try to look at the you know, positive. I don't know. I want life to be nice and amazing. So I'll look at, like, this is maybe he's some kind of a genius. Like, maybe this is a like next level Andy Kaufman thing going on.
Wouldn't that be great?
The only acceptable explanation, even though I know that it's not true.
Right.
But
That would be amazing.
What if it is? He masked off Pagliacci. We talked about this before, but I think it's fascinating too. And I think
Who
it's
the
something
fuck
that
is
like
this stupid bitch?
is evergreen.
You are
and keeps
stupid,
going.
bro.
Because he has all these hits, like you said, and he is fascinating in a moronic way.
I, you know, I mean, it's like every time, and I don't check in on it every day. Now,
One of the funny things is that recently was that I have no
That was just 1 minute. The new stuff that I remember, like the last one was the big. He said Land
Like, yeah, she was
That was big.
genetically the best.
Because even the other prop is
The traumatic
it's like
that I had, I don't know who processed and
it's the most innocent friendship.
she came home 6 weeks early. I almost died from my blood pressure was 2 weeks over.
What would you say? Like a intelligent
Learning this one.
sometimes people will say that, go, oh, that's not funny. It is funny. And it's like, you could go, no, he's bullying. It's like, watch this guy for a start checking out. And start to understand it's actually a narcissistic bullying. And then you have a whole new world of like things to justify.
it's really hard to defend him.
You know him well, but on the surface level,
Oh, good on her. That's really great.
And what else has he done recently?
Hopefully this
Chat,
kid
I just wanted to check in.
makes it out okay.
I asked him because, you know, what was I talking about?
Oh, she's doing really well.
How long he's been on chains, and the winner is.
Now this is good.
Of course, classic.
This is really good. Good job.
If he is in fact looking at this,
Yeah,
right, I feel like
that's
if
good.
he is any level of a human being, he would have to, like this. If this was happening to me, I would just have to stop. Like, just make like it doesn't exist. I don't know how else you can cope with it. But
He's checking in on it because, like, one of the clips up top here, it's just fucking top of his chair. Because, like, anytime you try to find this guy and have some kind of FC, all you have to do is open up the record for 10, every 2 seconds. You're like, no, it's just like that.
Because it's a basic feedback mechanism. If you have even 100 people in a server comment on this, I would be curious enough to go, is what they're saying true? Should I be ashamed of things that, people make fun of me for saying not enough of them really trying to say to expunge like
I hate to be friends with these people.
Because he's very scared. He does not listen to someone because criticism is threatening to people of this certain personality. So
obviously was raised in a certain way.
So one story sticks in my mind that I think we can extrapolate a lot from, and he tells the story because he's like vulnerability and he's telling a story that seems genuine. It seems that you couldn't make up the details of it's not. When he's telling a story, he's the hero of the story. Yeah, it's less likely to be true, but sometimes he'll tell a story where he's the victim, where you go like, it's embarrassing enough where I can tell that you're being there. And one of the stories was, as a kid,
I'm just laughing at you. That's embarrassing enough that you know the girl made me laugh because I'm a bad person. I'm a bad person. I'm just laughing.
What is it? I have animosity towards like, it's like he owes me money and he's trying to keep that warfare kind of. I can also look at the objective.
Oh yeah, well, by the way, if you ever need a lawyer, we had Mark's lawyer on earlier. I know you're afraid to come. He might rival Rick Dunn. What's his name?
Rob Pebble.
Rob. It sounds amazing. He would have like a
This kid just is getting his ass kicked. And he's got shoes on. He's not really a fair advantage. This is very unimpressive.
I used to love strawberries. And if there's a gallon of Restream, I would be down all the strawberries. So now I get a fresh
She's throwing out her kids' pictures. What is this? Dude, why didn't you keep all those?
Strawberry ice cream? He's like, yeah, it's a fat fucker, fat pig or something. And his response to it, he's like, oh fuck, it was like a dagger through
You're
my
not risking your
So that was the
life,
moment where I'm like, oh, your dad hurt you again.
I mean, trauma aside, though, the fact that he has managed to go this far in life with just, never really learning anything. I mean, I assume his dad is pretty, his dad funds everything he does,
His dad made actual success.
like actually made it like or something like that. He did something where it was
diamond mines are pretty
For
profitable.
kids.
Yes, Empire. He actually built a business, rather than
This shit sucks. The best thing they had was Billy Walker, and that's the best. Everything else sucks. It's terrible. Girl, that's the worst. You want good content, make short videos about anal sex.
documentary made about this guy. Oh yeah. But I guess you can't really keep up with it because by the time you're done editing, they're gonna be like, he did 70,000 fucking crazy things.
Are you fucking serious?
Documentary. Yeah. So there has to be like an ongoing like reality show. Like I don't know. Like yeah, a reality show would just be like a fucking. That's what you're gonna do.
No sound?
Who's gonna watch all this shit and come up with find the footage of Max and contradicting himself and previous things. I never watched that page.
What is this bullshit?
Duh! Exposed to a lot of the lies in his, like, before I met him. Because I met him and I was like, oh, this is a guy who
This shit is the worst.
I had a clean slate as far as meeting him, so he just seemed pretty normal to me. And I didn't have an incentive. Once the subreddit like attacked me for like appearing in his world, I was like, no, these are crazy people. So why would I seek out more information about this person when I feel unfairly attacked? But
I think
and then later watch the page and be like, oh my god, he just lies about everything his whole life.
by the way, the chat is saying that you guys are on Bahamut. I don't know what that means, chat. I think that you guys have a great idea with the reality show. I would watch that, but my thing has always been documentary on specifically the Gringo Papi, because that is like the most important aspect of his work. I want to work. I'm being serious here. I want to work as. I was talking to Adam Sandler and Yasiel Puig the other day about this. We were discussing ideas and all that. And they're like, "Yeah, you got to do this. Like, this is your thing." So that's something. But no, I do think that the main thing that I would like to see is a documentary on like the building of the set. Who wrote the stuff? Like, how do they come up with the jokes? Like, what is people's reaction to it? And then obviously Papa comes in and we interview him at some point, or the director does.
I would like to contribute some things. Like I could add a few key, not everything, but I go like, I was there for the conversations where, I'm friends with the editor who's being tagged with like you're sending. It's difficult because I edited for Brendan. I learned how to edit for Brendan, and I was like, his normal editor was having trouble editing clips down to 90 seconds. Yeah, he'd be like, oh, here's 5 minute clip, get it down to 90 seconds. And I would treat him like a writer. I'd be like, okay, let me do this. Like I learned how to do that because, and then Brendan started trusting me, right, to like edit more. So I did have a little bit of editing experience. One of the things with the Gringo Papi was he kept going, juice up the last one. In his idea, the stand-up comedy special is funnier if the laughs in the audience are louder.
Are you fucking serious? Dog.
Warm up. Dude, how fucking loud do you think that is? So people might notice that, and it sounds ridiculous because it was ridiculous. Because you're like, dude, you want it more loud than that? Like, do you think it's going to make the jokes better? Or are you tricking people into laughing?
He doesn't know anything.
The reason I brought up the strawberry ice cream thing was the insight was he has an issue with seeing other people eat. I eat a tremendous amount of food, but I'm also in shape, right? This is a difficult concept for him because I think one of the reasons he wanted to be friends with me was like, I think he thought he was going to get like ripped by osmosis. And I'm like, yeah, I also run 6 miles a day. I also eat a strict diet.
This is the worst.
You have to like live the lifestyle, which I don't always, but if you want to get to 9% body fat, you have to do a lot of things, right? He believes that it's like, well, if I'm around this guy and probably became disappointed later, he has a very strange relationship with food in that, like, he hates when other people are eating around him and he can't be eating because he publicly presents a facade that he's on a carnivore diet or he's on this diet, which means if he's running people, he has to keep pretending that he's on carnivore or he's not eating or he's doing this. But then it's keto, like I had an inside debate. He's like, yeah, I took the carnivore diet today, but then like, oh, I had a pint of Benadryl. So that's not a carnivore diet. I ate steak, and then the next meal I ate, a bunch of candy. That's not a carnivore. You didn't you just ate steak and candy.
He would say something crazy like, yeah, I'm on the carnivore diet, but I ate 10 bags of Skittles yesterday.
Every day with him. I don't think he stuck to a diet for more than 18 hours at a time. So I go, well, you wonder why you're not losing weight. It's because you just like you're eating an additional 1,000 calories. He went in the green room. It's like the green room is a charge, right? The whole reason I'm there, but that's where we get fed, right? So I'm ordering like, oh, could I get 2 orders of chicken tenders? You know, fucking food. And if it's Saturday, yeah, I eat good all week. I'm gonna have some fucking chocolate cake or something because it's free. Jesus Christ! Like, do you think you can shame me for eating a lot? Like, that's not how that works. But it's like,
I see your joy.
Yeah, I'm gonna rather be eating cake. That's your problem. But you try disorder complex that you have that it becomes very transparent. He has this like for other people eating around him and multiple stories that seem like other, but the moment he can get private, like he wouldn't want to eat before show, but then after show, it's like, let's go get pizza. I'm like, are we supposed to be dieting here? I'm going to get pizza at 1 a.m.? Like,
like Chuck E. Cheese.
Relationship with food.
What is like narcissism? What do you think? Like, if somebody loves their talent, like a weekly reality show. Do you think you would allow a camera crew
it was, yes, if you pitch it to him as this is something that's going to glorify you and humanize you, which when I came into his world, I was like, because I'm a writer, I go, and a student of storytelling, I go, the best thing you can do is to counter the narrative from the subreddit, which did co-opt my story, right? You're telling it for you. You don't want to tell yourself, you don't want to talk about your shit on stage, you don't want to talk about, I go, you haven't written your narrative, you need to write a book or do something where it's like, I am Brenda Chop and I'm XYZ. You're not doing that well enough, so other people are doing it for you in a very negative way. So my first recommendation to him was like, you need to reassert your own narrative. Hire a ghostwriter, hire me, hire whatever, but what you're not doing, like from a publicist standpoint, is framing your narrative correctly. And you're ignoring the fact that other people are doing it for you, thinking that helps you. It doesn't help you. You have to combat that other narrative that makes you look like shit. But I had a few novel ideas that I thought were fun, but like for example, I took over the TFAK IG and started talking to the voice of the page. I was like, I'm just talking Japanese. Somebody would say like, what are we doing here? And I'd be like, I don't know, baby. Or so like I would respond. And it drove the people commenting nuts. So they keep commenting like, because the oh, you can't do this. I'm like, oh yeah, I can't do this. I didn't tell Brendan that I was going to do this. It was an experiment. And I go, and I thought that you'd be able to see, like, hey, you see how I 10x the engagement by like co-opting the Reddit feed, and then also once the force of like the haters come to the page and they buy their seed by going, I should see everyone starts talking away. All of a sudden, fans and haters can't be distinguished. He brought up a joke and he was like, listen, dude was really scared. I started editing because again, their page too, even like there's leaking followers. I go, let me change something up. I started editing clips in a way where like I'd have these like weird zoom ins and like a little bit different editing style for the clips because it's just normal shit. But Brian and Brendan, because of their egomania, like it's self-absorbed. No, like, we're funny on our own. They don't, it's like, hey, guess what? Like, I study comedy too, bitch. Like, you're not the only person in the world who has ideas about comedy. They always thought they were like, let me teach you about comedy. I'm like, okay, I've been a screenwriter for 20 years. Go ahead. Like, any idea, just put them in the butt of the joke. Because the clips, I'm zooming in on certain things I'm going to say. When he's like stuttering or something like that, it was funnier, but it made me in the butt of the joke rather than like, oh, we're telling a funny story. But if like you can do something like that, and I'd edit in such a way, zoomed in his mouth.
So you were editing them to show that?
And they hated it. And I have a couple examples of what I did that I should probably still up there, but they're like, they also, again, I was taking Brendan and Brendan, and the creative director at the time, because he creative director. No, this guy, he's actually very talented. He quit, and I heard the conversation, and I was the only person
I'm sure that you call the time, baby.
He quit. He told you that you were the worst boss he'd ever had. Like, I was there. I heard phone call. Like, how are you still doing this? Something that's the complete opposite of what happened. He had to explain to Brendan, because he tells me, he's like, Brendan's like upset about the reels when you're editing them, and he doesn't understand that like you're open to feedback and just trying things, and that this is a skill that you're just experimenting with. And Brendan thought that I was like maybe too sensitive to criticism. This is harder, so like you have an easy way, sure, reels, but these ones are getting more weirder and more kind of like watchable, and they hate anything that makes them about a joke. So maybe not like you're proposing like a reality show. Well, yeah, if the reality show, if he knew that it would end up being something that was reliant on his stupidity and errors being the source of comedy, rather than him being a funny person who's like funny stories and most other people, like if it was like watch Shop roast his kids and his family and his loved ones, and like he's the only normal sane person, in the household, that's his style of comedy. Everyone around me is stupid and incompetent, and I'm the normal cool guy ignoring all the idiots around me. That's how he perceives like his role in his comedy universe. The moment Brendan's the butt of the joke as a bumbling retard, he's out. He would not even entertain it in any facet.
So you just gotta trick him into it. Well, right. So we gotta figure out a way to trick him into this.
Yeah. You have to do a long form and editing all once.
Well, again, he's I got an idea. I got a link. Okay, sure.
I just one question. How much does Callan get paid for being on the?
My understanding from Brendan, which I think we're going to solve, but also it sounds about reasonable, is that because that Brendan takes a fluctuating percentage based on like team that gave me running the Thick Boy Studios and kind of taking care of the ads. I mean, Callan shows up, that's his job, he gets $25K. That's my understanding.
$25K a month.
Yes.
See, none of this makes sense.
Or does it mean, I go, how do you have a podcast of $40,000 where you split his, it's like $1 per listener, I don't know.
I don't know how they get that much money. I mean, Harold must pay Brian that money straight out of the bank account from there.
Yeah, that could be Brendan. That could be exaggerated from Brendan. I don't know.
Brendan Walsh, I just want to let you know, somebody has posted Jersey the Real Dog on the Fighter of the Kids subreddit. Request, blur all future posts of Brian's feet. It's company policy to respect the victims. Mean cheese. You're making waves.
I hope people stick to that.
Yeah.
Well, you guys have fun with your little hate rally.
All right. Well, you and me, we're gonna do Windy City Heat 2 with Brendan Schotler, okay? That's our next bit.
Nice meeting you, big.
Nice meeting you. Thanks, bro.
All right.
See you, Brendan. Wow, Brendan Walsh, world record pod. Check it out. Let's switch. Oh my gosh. Sorry, I've been running around.
We have been playing the Gringo Poppy in the background that whole time. If anyone's wondering,
How do you guys originally know?
just through comedy. Yeah, first Alan Stream. I know from his skits and bits online. Yeah.
Mark, what's his thoughts on college and meth?
Oh my God, Joe Rogan is a redacted motherfucker.
And that's a very low consequence. Like, you can fuck up steroids and have some unintended consequences.
By promoting other talent plus some funny redacts to the top of the industry.
Okay, so
Think are the three best comedians of the Rogan sphere.
great question, Truckfoot. What do you think, Mark Harley?
I was going to let you guys go first because I feel more comfortable shitting on comedians after actual comedians.
Okay, three worst comedians in the Rogan sphere. Question. Tony Hitchcock, Bert Kreischer, who's the third? David Lucas. Oh, there you go. Oh, sorry. I mean, I'm glad you stick up. I will not stick up for your friends. Not enough people are sticking up for their friends these days.
I genuinely love David Lucas. We were out together. Like, he's just always been a cool guy to me. So,
You guys play video games?
how many monthly subscribers would you suppose they have right now? That's what he so unique. Most people send me unique shit, and then he starts popping up in my algorithm. So I see a lot of stuff from Unique's channel, who I have an odd kinship for, or like affinity for. He will say, like, oh, these posts are getting 60 likes, therefore it must be 60 subscribers. And I'm like, the 60 likes are probably out of like 200. Yes, something. It's a fraction, you know.
Yeah.
I would assume 500 max.
Yeah.
That'd be reasonable, right?
Yeah, let me see here. Let's do a quick study.
It wouldn't shock me if there was 500 subscribers. So it was like, okay, you can, let's say you get 50K monthly viewers. You know, that's one in about 100.
I mean, look how strong you are, dude. We got 438 viewers with 342 likes, dude. What the fuck?
So it said David Lucas works out. David Lucas is actually very strong. Yes. You'd be surprised, man. He will twist your neck off.
Voxbots has a lot of stuff to say. Voxbots, first of all, let's put all your comments into one comment next time, yeah? Did Shop farting loudly during the business meeting really ruin the sale of Tiger Dick?
I've never heard that before. But it's when you can say shit like that, I go, I wouldn't put it past him.
Yeah.
You know, how could you, like,
Is he a gassy guy?
not particularly, but like, it's one of these things where it's, like, you can see doing it, he lacks self-awareness and self-consciousness.
Yeah.
He would rip someone else for farting and then turn around and fart somewhere else. Like, that thing, he just has no principles. Where it's like, the same rules apply to me and you. So you're disgusting for eating, but I'm not disgusting for you. So there's this weird mix of like shame and rejection with business.
We're gonna make this a little.
More tan.
Do you naturally tan?
I go to tanning beds and I also run it. Like, if I hate doing that, but it's like, I look for my auditions and usually get, it's like, if you're looking for like, I get like, the bodybuilder risk, it's like, I've gone long periods without tanning, it's like, when an audition comes up, they typically, for the role that I get, it's better to be tan. So either, if I'm not tan from running outside, I'll go tan.
I wasn't, but you know, I love donuts, you know? Oh,
What is that?
the shops.
Wait.
When he talks about his mom and like getting a vaccine because she likes donuts.
Oh, right. Some free donuts or something.
I'll stop the shop.
Oh, wait, no, because you triggered something of the memory. Even on free donuts for vaccine.
Yeah.
Yeah, I wrote that bit. He was kind of obsessed with vaccines.
Yeah, let's see what he has to say about vaccines here.
He's like, when you get the Johnson and Johnson, there's always one guy. No fucking way, real quick. That's it's funny because he's outwardly he pretended like he was not anti-vax, even though he actually was very anti-vax. And I'm agnostic. I got the vaccine because Milano was paranoid about it. But I'm like, I don't give a fuck either way. But You know, it's funny watching somebody have this, cognitive dissonance of like, you feel like you have to tell people that you're not like against vaccines, but then every time you're alone, you're like, look at that stuff,
Yeah. You see the most recent Joe Rogan episode with him, right, where he talks about vaccines
and autism, and it's funny because it's like, that's a conversation. Be like, I've read RFK's books just because I feel like when someone's like, this guy's a lunatic, and then I hear him talk, and if you get past his bullfrog voice, that I was editing earlier, as a joke, and actually I think because I go, this guy's coherent, and clearly he has an encyclopedic knowledge of certain things. So I go, I'll read his books here. I'm like, I'm not, and I realize it's almost polarized. So I've read the arguments about the connection between vaccines and autism, and I don't know enough to actually, like, I didn't dive deep or go, I'm aware of arguments, but somebody like Brendan Schaub should not be discussing this. That's not your place to discuss science.
That's another thing.
How many chicks can you? I fought 5 squirrels last night. And at night we fuck each other. I got a vaccine. I transferred the comments over to here just so we can have BGL is like Bradley Martin with the beach. What's their dynamic? I know that he won money.
It was just funny because when they first started talking, it was like, I've got to witness them first hanging out. It was always funny because, like, had I not been with Brendan, Bradley's so sensitive to like social status, he would have completely ignored. All he cares about is like, are you in your 20s and like a rising social media star that I can take advantage of? So it's like, he sees my gray hair, it's like, man, next, like, he would have, like, I didn't fuck with you, but like, I see you paying a lot of attention to Brendan Schaub, and then like, by virtue of me being in his orbit, he's like, would like acknowledge me. No, he was nice. Yeah, he was nice. And he gave me a rise to point, like, I don't have any problem with Brown Gordon, but their dynamic was funny because, like, outwardly they're like, oh man, it was funny. Me and this guy was like, Spider-Man being like, you were the same person. But then Brendan would talk bad shit about him behind his back because, again, anyone who threatens him, he tells a story like they were doing a podcast, maybe something came up. He's like, someone's like, who's stronger? You too. And Brendan, the version of this was, we're like, Brendan's attempting diplomatic, right? Now, Bradley Martin is super strong. Like, he's not just a big dude. He can deadlift 700 pounds. He can bench for something. Like, he's strong. He's stronger than Brendan. That's what he does. And you can just look at him like, yeah, okay, Brendan's strong, but like, Bradley Martin's an actual powerlifter. So Brendan tries to answer the question first. He goes, I'm sure, like, he's trying to be like, you give me a package of men for kind of, I'm sure there's some list that you give me. Hey, bro, this is like, what the fuck you talking about? The beach and everything. True, which is true, right? Brendan was like, so taken aback by that. Like, he had to tell me that. What a fucking egomaniac. I'm like, he was just saying, trying to be like, well, yeah, I get you. It's like, that's not true. Like, have you seen me squat 6 plates? Can you get it's just, but in his mind, it's like, Jesus Christ, this guy is insane. And I'm obviously
I'm the star of the show.
Yeah, like,
there's a question I wanted to ask you that was in the chat here.
my wife's like, and then he accused Bradley Martin of being gay. Because he was like, Brendan saw his girlfriend.
That's like saying, like, I breathed today. If you're in the shop, literally,
I'm trying to tell you, like, that's the other part of this whole, like, your gay fascination. It's like, how many people do I have to hear you talk about being gay? Well, you have no evidence for being gay, and it's either, are you lying about the person being gay, which is super fucked up. Yeah. Sort of gay rumor about the straight. It's like, how socially aggressive is that? Like, passive aggressive, right? Be cool, right? Be cool, bro. Yeah, it's like, and then if the guy is actually gay, you think it's cool to just like out people who don't want to be outed, like, what? You know? Look, if you walk in a guy's sucking dick, like, you can be like, hey, you know, I think Mark might be gay. I walked in, you know,
have a cappuccino with him. You know what I mean?
It's fine. But the amount of times that I would watch him accuse someone of being gay with no evidence, the only evidence being he does something better than me. Bradley Hart is stronger than me. You know, that guy's gay, right?
Yeah, right.
I say it in a way where he goes, it's like, if you disagree with me, you're clearly not, it's like you can't see it. But what? He's gay?
Yeah.
Like, what part of, oh my God, Bradley Hart is gay? Like, that he's fucking this chick that you like? Yeah, but then, you know, he tried to hit on him.
You always play with shots, he would be like, well, dude, you can never be as gay as you. I wanted to highlight this right here before it goes away. Kodachrome Graphics, Mark, you have plans for a new podcast? If so, do you need a piece of an editor?
Yes. Hit me up on Instagram if you want to do that. So me and Luana, as I mentioned before, we've been filming episodes of How the Toxic, and basically we're like, I'm not going to release it without her permission, but we're arguing over the source of like the comedy, like the fact that you're walking off and getting mad and we're fighting is the source of like that's what. So we're kind of arguing. We shot a bunch of stuff, but and empathy for Luana, which is she doesn't have experience podcasting, and I am a little bit impatient. I could be more gentle. However, it's like as I'm setting everything up, and it's like hot outside, and turn up the AC. It's like I'm like sitting there sweating buckets, and she's like getting pretty like, hey, could you like like wait a little bit, or just not be in a bad mood when I'm like, I'm doing all the work over here and sweat my ass off, and then you're like, you know, I need to be here.
He's the Luana of the pod. I'm the Luana. He's Luana of the pod. I lose my shit.
Is that true?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, like in the setup and something like that?
Yeah.
Or have this on camera where I'm like, you know, I'm annoying the fuck out of her, and then she like walks off, but I'm like, no, Luana, like, now she's mad about it. She's like, it doesn't make me look good. I'm like, nobody cares whether you look good. Like, I don't look good. Doesn't make me look good.
None of us have ever looked good in front of you.
So I'm currently trying to convince her to release this footage. Where I'm like, no, that's like people don't want to see two people getting along. You know, so it's like, hey, here's our like perfect fine relationship. I'm like, no, it's all hella toxic. I know,
And then you guys are just getting along, everything's working.
That's why I'm like the joke that he came up with when she admitted, she's like, she even told me on camera, she walked after saying, so fucking thinking about the last episode every time it's so stupid. I'm like, no, this is because you're doing what I predicted.
You're gonna let these toxic.
You know, I'm out here trying to.
You should, in the intro, have you like lifting a car.
That would be fucking hilarious. Then like the intro theme song.
And then have her in the car like rolling her eyes like, here we go again. Kind of meaty fat chick, You should. That sounds good. But yeah, check out Hella Toxic. It's on Mark Marley's YouTube channel.
There's just one episode out right now, but like, okay, the real truth about it, we released that first episode. It's a fake first episode because we filmed the real first episode. And we spent too long talking about, like, wait to see this movie Sinners. Oh, yeah. Both bitching about how we didn't like it. And she's like, so as we're about to get to a part where we plan, which we wanted to our narrative, we were like reading, we kind of like read out messages from where we first met 10 years ago, like on OKQ, which is in Germany. I was like, well, I want to make that part of like the serial narrative aspect of it is we're going to tell our story, but also just like, man, as I'm about to like pick up the binder with the thing, she's like, "This fucking sucks." Like, and she's like, "Well," I'm like, "Wait, like, come back." Like, "Wait, no, that was fine." She's like, "We're talking about Sinners for 40 fucking minutes." I'm like, "It's okay." Like, it takes too much. Right? Yeah, it's like, trust me, people are like, "Wait, they spent a minute too long talking about it." Like, people are just listening to it.
And if you think too much, you don't get great shit. Like, bring up Bobby to put any thought into this. So,
exactly.
Just put it on YouTube.
I forget sometimes, and I'm like, you have to practice that, you know, and like just the art of releasing your inner critic and talking nonstop. Right? And so if you're trying to worry about looking good, you're gonna gonna speak less and sip still.
And also, you should be like, in a couple weeks, you're gonna be like, I have nothing to talk about if you only want to stick to like
Correct.
rated happy.
So just let it unfold. If you work on the dynamic of making, like, feeding off of each other.
Can I give you some constructive criticism?
Yeah.
Because I've listened to the first episode. And you guys should invest in some of these, dude.
Oh, I fucked it up before I had this.
Yeah.
I wasn't connected. I didn't realize. I was like, oh, they weren't. It was like the camera. So I reshot it, and I'm like, motherfucker, like, I didn't even know how to work them.
But these are great.
I had
It's so cool.
we were wearing them.
Yeah.
And I was just like, someone's like, oh, the camera's picking up the audio. And I was
Yeah.
like, no, it's not. We had them. And I'm like, oh, shit.
And that happened to me the first couple times I used it too. But it's super effective. And do you guys use a phone or do you use the camera?
I used to use a phone, but I just got a camera.
Oh, yeah.
I was experimenting with that. I'm like, it looks way better.
Yeah. Yeah, even with the phone, it has a nice little hookup. But if you guys have good audio, you guys, I'm sure you guys are going to take off.
Yeah. Well, my only point of doing this was like, we filmed the first episode on our 10th anniversary. So like, look, we can wait to like do the perfect fucking setup and everything, like, but that's gonna happen. Now, like, I'm like, okay, when we have $5,000 to do studio, put the camera up, put it in fucking liquor and just one angle, whatever, because then it's also like, there's no editing where it's like to make you look good. This is just it. There's no editing, so you see the tension, you know, and it's lo-fi, which I love.
Yo,
Like pretend like they're
shout out to my friend Molly. Your birthday.
have that super cool visual space. That's the thing. They'll be interesting first.
Get a start. Right, yeah. Somewhere to put your truck.
I've always said that Brendan, it's like, Brendan, why wouldn't you just shoot everything in your fucking own garage? Like, you have the space to have a studio.
Yeah.
Like, why wouldn't you just make that the thing?
So you can't wait for success to come to you. That's why we don't have a Rain sponsorship, but we have Rain out as if we did. Because one day Rain will find us. They're like, you guys are great. We love what you're doing. We're marketing geniuses, just like our forefathers. I've actually been waiting for this moment, Mark. If you could do me a favor, please.
Yeah.
I will cue the music.
If you have a
What I need you to do right now is focus really hard, right? And please use the keyboard. Spell my name.
It's G-E-R-D-O.
Most people spell it with an F. I was saying Fardo. That was Fardo. That was great. I was
It's spelled giraffe. That's one of those things, kind of like not knowing that Australia isn't in Europe. You go, how did you like figure out how to feed yourself?
Yeah.
You know, how did you like make it?
They're all trying to tell you how to spell it. You got it right, y'all. Ricardo. Just Tosto.
I like that is probably my favorite joke, especially because it's so. That was like the viral bad joke.
Yeah.
It was like, what's the Mexican thing? Mexican chuck cookie with salsa on top. It's like, because like, no, I mean, like, could there be a worse place here?
Yeah. I mean, I never thought of that before.
No, it is something.
I don't think it's lazy so much as it is just racist.
Yeah, it's degrading. It's like you've never seen the Mexican cookie before.
Yeah, it makes sense.
Put it on the riverbed.
You know, yes.
And it's perfect because they're so good. You know what I mean?
Getting into
Salsa
the
cookie
problem
is
has no
disgusting.
place, so
Yeah.
the second bite is
It's Disneyland, dude. That's what I always say.
Mexico
Max, you think me the thing you brought that one time specifically? Yeah.
It also implies it's like, oh yes, Mexicans don't know how to make food.
Yeah.
Like, why would you put salsa on cookie food?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Facts.
Everyone knows Mexicans don't know how to make confections. You know?
They're really upset. They're saying, what do you got, your Sharpie? I don't know what that means. Chapardo? Or
Geraldo.
Oh, I'm sorry I can't spell your fucking name, dude. I didn't sign up for a spelling day. I signed up for a 24-hour fucking podcast. Start BGL. The flyer you sent me said BGL 24 hours. We're not going to talk.
Be careful, BJ. My car is very heavy. Okay. My car has a hybrid battery.
We reenact that here.
Yes, please.
That'd be crazy.
If they wanted out the footage of what's actually out there, it'd be great. But this what I do all the time.
Hey, to have BGL lift your car.
It's like a carnival act.
This is just a song, but it's my thing.
He's the world's strongest threatening man.
Oh, I'm sorry I abused the fucking car.
I apologize to the car. The car's in court.
The car got a temporary restraining order against me.
You know, you couldn't do that to a truck. Hey, Mark, please confirm if Papa ever told you that he had batty hour time with Whitney Cummings.
Yeah. I'm saying it's my honest perception of it. Oh my God, I have actual confirmation of it. My inference from, I'm not making a stretch, I'm not guessing. It's like my impression based on what he told me was that they had casual sex as friends over the course of 7 years.
Yeah.
I mean, according to him, again, it takes
So that explains, like, you know, you run a
like lie about it. It's not like he's like, oh, my big flex is like, oh, I had their friends.
Yeah. It's like he runs sinners. It's like, that explains why Whitney Cummings lost her funny and Brendan Schaub got really funny. You know what I mean? He sucked it out like a vampire.
He took her comedic ability to sex.
Yeah, that was one of the things about Sinners where I'm like, wait, so you become a vampire and all of a sudden you're going to play the fiddle?
Yeah.
I was like, this is confusing me. I didn't like Sinners because the rules of the vampires were clear. I'm like, what is the...
Okay.
I'm like, you're introducing the vampire rules to me.
Suspending disbelief is like running over hurdles. It's like, I gotta suspend it.
Yes. Well, it was
Like Whitney Cummings is like Sinners because she's a vampire snake.
I gotta say, hey, you know what? I don't know what you guys think about this. I'm gonna just try when Whitney Cummings went on Flagrant, remember this episode kind of became, I think, a little bit viral for the fact that, like, my perception, I think my perception was they were like kind of and I was watching it, I'm kind of like, I try to not go out of my way, oh, women and you're bullying. It's like, hey, if you're not comedian, you can fuck hang. I was like, are you guys going? It seemed like they're going out of their way to like be a dick to her, and it made me.
Well, now you're talking about the hierarchy of suck, which is like, where is Whitney Cummings compared to Flagrant? You know,
Well, like, I'm not even commenting on her comedy. I'm just like, why do you have someone on to be a dick to them?
yeah. I'm not gonna watch shit fuck shit.
If it's actually mean, it's probably like, I mean, you can poke fun, but I guess I didn't see it. She's better than they are.
You can go ahead
Like, I'm gonna say this: Whitney Cummings, funnier.
What's the 60 kid?
Funnier than Akash and Andrew Schultz and those goons at the camp.
Yeah, like I used to people rip one of her specials, and I didn't want. I was just like, oh, people who think it's bad. I'm not gonna. People are like, oh, Burn Your Boat sucks. I don't really feel the need to watch shitty stand-up specials.
Yeah, but like, you watch it every week.
Like I've seen Whitney. Remember she had like an AI robot, and I was like, oh, that special was good. So I like the I don't think Whitney Cummings is a bad slut. Maybe some stuff she's put out, but I've seen enough to be like, yeah, she can write jokes. She's better than Brandon or whatever. But I just remember watching the Flagrant episode, being like, they're really going out of their way, like be like a group of guys kind of gang up on her. She calls them, she's like, are you guys like, are you doing this right now? They kind of gas that you're like, yeah, just change it. It's like, when you're being meaner, kind of, when Logan Paul's on the episode, you're kind of kissing his ass. Yeah, like,
That's funny that they like treat Mike Majak way better than Whitney Cummings. Like he's a god. They can't insult it, but that guy.
It's just a little trashy to be like, when a girl comes on, it's like, we're gonna bully her.
Yeah.
like, I don't know.
You gotta bully everybody.
I'm just
Or nobody.
Keep seeing energy.
Everybody get these jokes.
Yeah, it's this weird like cranking up like in a not because it's not one-on-one, which I would get if you're like, okay, I'm gonna get a good girl a little bit differently, or maybe add some tension by doing one-on-one. It's like there's 6 dudes here. It's like a couch full of guys like all trying to like take their shot, like like roasting Whitney Cupping.
She's horrifically bad at comedy, but so are they. That's not fair.
Yeah. All that aside, it was on a human level. Like, I feel bad for her.
Yeah, I kind of feel bad for her too. Sometimes I watch her, not just on that episode, just in general. I feel like she's a confused person. Yeah, she's constantly under attack. That is for. It does seem like even when she's not being horrendous online, she's being attacked. Yeah, she's just being normal. Yeah. So she has a target on her back. Seems like.
One thing, Dylan riffed about this, about going over to her house, and it's like, he was like, one of this great rant about it, it's like, go over to her house, and it's like, twice a day. He's describing, like, the menagerie of people that are at Whitney Cummings' house at any given moment, and I remember, I saw that after Brendan Chop and kind of confirmed, like, said something similar to me in private, about, like, who hangs out with Whitney Cummings at her house, like, people who take drugs, and it's like a weird mix of people.
The idea of like, January's like shop.
I can see him there. There's a certain weird oddball collection of Hollywood people.
The lady for the Cincinnati Reds that was racing back in the day, she died. She's right there.
Yeah. So Brendan described it very well. Like, ranted about it to her face. It was like really funny, and she was like laughing and acknowledgement that it was accurate. But, like, that gave me some insight into, like, I think she does probably use a lot of drugs. So,
okay. Yeah. Who's the guy that killed Khashoggi? That guy? It's not been so long or something. He's probably there.
Oh, Khashoggi.
Yeah, that's all I'm for. I should imagine she picks people like her. Now she's gone right wing, so she can't have like with her stuff. Yeah, she can't have like fucking the Disney stars over now, but she's transitioned a little bit. She's gonna have more like right wing people like Tucker or maybe whoever, Christine Levitt and I don't know, women that are conservative, I guess. Yeah, Tim Dillon. Women that are conservative. And Tim Dillon. I mean, I think she's somebody that just doesn't, she's not authentic, she's struggling with her thoughts, so she just asks herself, what do people think? And then she does that, and so that's what you get. What's cool? She's constant, is this cool? Yeah. What's cool right now? Okay, that's what, wow, Matt Rice's not cool anymore? Sometimes people wake up and meditate or pray or something, but she wakes up and she goes, what's cool? Yeah, she checks TikTok like Wall Street's right.
Do you guys watch TikTok? Because I don't really, and I kind of like drove the line. When someone sends me a TikTok link, I'm like, if you're not sending me this on the app, because I'm not on there, iMessage me a fucking TikTok link.
Same thing with Facebook. My mom on Facebook.
I'm for some reason, I'm a hypocrite because I go on IG, but I'm like, one social media app that's addictive is enough for me.
Yeah, TikTok is too much. A lot of those go unseen that I get sent because I just not on it.
I just don't give a fuck.
My sponsor sends me so many TikToks, and I just put I do a Trudy. I put I blocked Charlie and his mom too, so I can't send me stuff. I exclusively send him a TikTok. I'm gonna block your dad too, just randomly. Thinking about it, because if he ever gets on TikTok, I don't want that. I don't want that. Shit, I forget the shooting thing. What is the shooting thing? Is that the lion thing? Yeah.
That's right.
Yeah. That's the last thing I want to see. Is the joke he talks about our studio? He's like, I'm gonna go.
How many bullets did he carry down the line? This is close.
Yeah.
Crazy. This is such a bad joke.
Yeah. Some would say the worst. I heard that he wears those night vision goggles, but they're not on, so he's just blind. Could you imagine? Could you imagine going to his house and he has those? Or like, aren't these the goggles?
We're wearing them. There's that on.
Does he really have goggles? Do you know?
It was
night vision goggles.
I know he has guns.
I don't know.
It's also like when he was claiming that I like broke into his house, I'm like, why would I visit my ex-boss who like has AK-47s in his house? You know what I'm saying? Like, wait, it's like, why would I go harass like a UFC heavyweight fighter who has an arsenal of weapons? You know, like, and who's like, father-in-law is like a LAPD officer. Like,
Yeah,
I just like,
on the bullet, it was agreed that if you're reading this, you're redacted. Almost that.
I need this, almost got.
Don't take the ball, sir.
Fuck, man. Catch this, you blockbuster. He's definitely coming for us at some point. Yeah. I'll fight to the death. It's a matter of when it's supposed to. If
I remember because it's funny, like when you chose to, I would love to, earlier you asked about Kosh and influence.
Yeah.
And one of the things I want to comment on is, how do you give notes on somebody on a stand, especially with this Oregon film?
Yeah.
You shot it, motherfucker. It's like, hey, can you give me some notes on the movie? It's like, well, that would be the script. So you have to watch somebody's set and everything.
Yeah.
Right? So he was doing a lot of, like, can I get feedback on this? On his finished product? And it's like, well, unless I have access to all the footage, angles, and jokes you took out, I can't tell you, like, unless I have raw footage, how can I give notes? I'm an editor, and that would take way, So I remember he was just like thirsting for, like, is this good? Hey, Rogan, is this good? You know? Then just get back to him and says, oh, yeah, I'm proud of you. Later, he said he didn't watch, that Star Wars. Did you watch it? You didn't watch it,
Yeah.
He's like, well, clearly, he didn't watch it. He's like, yeah, great job, buddy.
Yeah.
I'm doing 8 3-hour podcasts.
I mean, it is. There is precedent for that, though, because I think it was Joe DeRosa just did his special, and he said that he had already filmed it. I keep thinking it's whatever you see, the ones of Dallas. Anyway, that's our donation.
Joe DeRosa
filmed the special, right?
Ladies and gentlemen, real confidence.
Is Jin's family dishonored by him? Oh my god, that's aggressive language.
Not because he's maintained steady employment. The connection that I see between Greek culture and what I know about Greek culture via Malcolm Gladwell book, and this, like, how, like what Malcolm Gladwell books, he focuses on these little interesting anecdotes that proves a product point at 10,000 hour order. One of his books talks about how Korean Airlines had a disproportionate number of crashes, and they tried to trace it back to like basically the communication between the pilot and co-pilot was stunted or stifled. In Korean culture, hierarchy is so important to every aspect of how things are done socially. Like, you don't, if you're above me socially, you can't drink tea before me. Like, it's very strict. You do not question your boss. Like, so it's like, Chin's a perfect employee for Brendan. I'm an expert. I'll talk back to you when you're wrong. Chin's like, whatever you want. Like, I'm just abiding by you are above me. I don't get to but also, he likes that, despises the fact that Chin isn't like offering creative ideas. It's like, well, you can't get one of them. After loyal until you shut the fuck up.
Totalitarian.
So he loves it, resents it. But I do see that as part of the reason. How do you survive in the shelter? You have to be totally alive. Be sharp. It's like either has to be so vital or whatever. It's like, like I said, Christian, it's like, it's funny that it's like Christian is wrong just because he's like so vital to so much to him. Either like a god to him or like an appliance.
Yeah, he is like a Jeffrey Epstein-sized void of like, why does a coffee shop around? He's not funny. He sounds like fucking terrible to be around.
Here's the thing, if you're socially above him, like Dalia, Brendan makes it much easier for him. He's not a high maintenance friend, because he's also sensitive to social hierarchies in the sense that, like, he's texting me around the clock. It's not like, transgressing boundaries and knowing that I can't
What is that?
really
What is
like,
that thing?
hey dude,
What
like,
was that? I don't think
no more text after 6 p.m.
Why not? Why not? Why not?
Then he's going to find another reason to fire
You already.
and
This is how things work.
he makes you
That's already good.
understand
You have to boil water, whatever else. Tell me
he's
that
not
you could go ahead and call the midwife. Let the midwife stop. That clearly tells me that whatever this woman
doesn't really hang out with people.
works for the fire department. So why doesn't this happen? I am afraid. Oh, and by the way, I'm a college job. And it's our pay life. That's the way it's going. I used to speak from the mayor. I bet you not black and white. Tell us that
I mean, Chris was way nice with it.
the in high school speak from the center. I bet you was real
You think he thinks he's the funniest person? Or does he even like George Carlton?
So her friends could bring her oil.
Yeah, because
There
it's
ain't no
so, like,
secret
it's like obvious, like, icon. Yeah, it's like, that was the funniest motherfucker on the planet, and I still think it holds up. It's like, he's, like, he is, you know, he was,
soak her, the friend could soak her hair in oil. Therefore, she could first put oil in her hair.
but he's on the edge of,
Friend in labor, she'll squeeze out all the hair.
like,
The name is secret
I
decide,
love
and
looking
again,
back at, like, you know, like,
she can't start putting oil in her
physical
hair.
comedy over the
The
ages
deal
is
love
like,
it clean.
that is universal, and it's like
Ultimately,
an
again, bring
athletic
her
master.
oil in
It's
the
like, yeah, when you watch it, granted, he's
so again, or
he
not.
was
If I said
one of a kind for a kind, but he's in this lineage of like 40s and 50s, like, there are guys who physical comedy is a skill.
So what do we say? Her friend is committed to a lot of pain
You
before
never
I
know.
die.
He's like, oh, I used to love this, and I was like,
Before.
oh yeah,
Whatever
enjoy
a
this.
woman in labor needs,
You know,
give
so
her.
it
You give her.
He likes
Why?
the idea of like,
Woman in labor, what can I consider to be a
and like,
homeless
again,
being
from that change, you like,
considered to be
oh yeah, growing up, like, my dad wanted me to be a singer, play the guitar. My dad wanted me to be an NFL player. I wanted to be like, okay, this is a childhood thing again. What do you
drugs, comic book seller.
Yeah, like, it's, again, and so with, like, page frequencies, the first thing you kind of like, I didn't see that, like, oh, we put all these things side by side. We're selling some bullshit story on that are you should figure
Therefore, again,
He
it's
thinks like Jim Carrey is Elmo from Sesame Street. He's
He's
like, you know, the guy with he's red, you know, you squeeze him and he's tickle him. Sometimes he laughs. Jim Carrey.
yeah, I mean, sure, like, because, you know, as comedians, you guys think about, like, not only who you like the most, but why you like them. Yeah. Maybe you should hear Brett, like, why do that? Articulate what was real. But so, I have heard of it, sure I go,
Daily News get meet up in Mothership parking lot. I heard that.
Oh shit! Does the mothership have a parking lot?
how dare you? This David Lucas stand the slander I will not stand for. You are being racist right now, and I need you to stop. Okay?
Oh, I think he's confusing with the time where an owl landed on his arm.
He falls asleep.
Yeah.
Did you get beat up in the parking lot, David?
Is that it?
Even if it's not, it could very well be, you don't need them there. You don't need them there. But if she wants it, you do it. Listen, it's incredible you saw also Chagall understood that for a woman in active labor, it wasn't just doing what was medically necessary. It was making sure that she was calm. It was making sure that she felt safe and secure. So whatever you need to do for her to make her secure, you do. Let's say one more round of this back. The nice of she remember again we said that Allah if she needed oil, you bring her the oil. So the Gemara says the side. So here's what's interesting. Remember again.
It's like,
why we bring her oil in
Let's not do that all the time. And she often comes across as ignorant and
oil. Bring the oil, put them in the river, squeeze it out there. And if that's not enough, then what? Then go ahead and bring the oil in the tea. I don't care. So it sounds like bringing the oil in her hair is a better option initially than carrying the utensil filled with oil. It's the kind of thing that she puts it in her hair, at least is not for such, not to carry. One second, that's true. But when she gets to her friend, she's going to have to squeeze out her hair from the oil. Squeeze out is a malacha also. So what is the malacha of squeeze out? Then what? Why not just carry the utensil with the oil? But Yossi, we thought I would hate squeezing there. Because what's wrong with Yossi, like the opinion that the squeeze does not.
which one's true? Gee, wonder, yeah, telling the truth. Yeah, you know.
Because hair is kosher hard, hair doesn't ultimately again, even if we say that this is we are logically.
Well, you and me, we're gonna do Windy City Heat too.
As well as again, Sugya Biavadas, as well as Bismillah. So beautiful. I got it for tomorrow as well. Let's say it's Kaya. Start everyone joining us on Zoom. And start everyone on YouTube. All right, so we'll say good morning, everyone. That's the beautiful, beautiful, beautiful you are ahead of us today. I want to begin by thanking our sponsors. Thank our Rico Friends, Outbound for Thursday, with the beautiful idea that
That sounds like a good idea.
Hello. We're actually picking up it is done.
It's essentially where he goes, I literally have to stop hanging out with him because
Oh, I think your headphones kind of fucked up or something.
like against vaccines, but then every time you're low,
so the Gemara says,
Well, it's out there. They, you know what a Google extension is, though, right?
yeah.
Okay, so they had an extension.
And therefore,
But like we all perceive time differently.
itself becomes a rishon or not. No, I mean, let's say,
No, you're still gonna hit his ball.
But the daytime positive when I do that. I didn't hear anything positive about it.
You gotta take some positive.
Oh, Miss Aquarius. This girl is.
Ultimately, the time the other is married, then Caitlin becomes the other.
Yeah, the document.
Only food that becomes other. The essence of
There's tradition. This is why halacha avoids permitting it. Kabbalah strongly discourages it. Many authorities treat it.
A woman will come and try, but obviously, certain that everything is already
Probably do it under normal circumstances during the week as well. If you can, that's great. Especially ours. Halacha avoids permitting it. Kabbalah strongly discourages it. Many authorities treat it outright forbidden. But not this one. I've said this before, I'll say it again. Used to always get confused by these scummy guys would get these amazing girls, and it's because they would take
will never be forgotten. What will happen in this pre-Messianic era is that you will tend to see a little bit of a confusion of them. So you will not find those who know Halacha Berura and Mishnah Berura in one case. So actually, you've got Halacha Berura is the
make sure she came first, and perhaps her other mates would not do that. All right, restricted to times of war, spiritual sun. Act that feels degrading, humiliating, power imbalance would be invalid spiritually, even if technically permitted. Pleasure alone would not justify the technical permissive framework. It would require extreme cleanliness, strong intentionality. The borderline requires spiritually damaging, even if tolerated. However, if it means that we're going to have more Jews, tradition, this is treated as outright forbidden. You're fired. Go fuck yourself.
Go and look at judges. Look at the quality of Jewish judges. Like what's their moral caliber? The misfortune in the world only comes as a result of inappropriate actions by Jewish judges. Shimon and those who rushed the shackle
Well, then that's like, we're just playing house. I really. What's up, sluts? I wanted to clarify the whole angle. See, off the glass. Larry Ledge knew what was up. This is like.
For a price of the Nevi'im prophesied for money. And yet, Yara Hashem is
man, this shit sucks.
Go ahead and use your position and in fact, end up perverting justice and end up doing terrible things. And yet,
so that shit just sucked. Anyway, I guess if this thing is still recording, you see what was going on. So we'll just go with this one. David says, hey, you can't take a finger and just shouldn't do that. Ain't nothing bad. So maybe
they will deliver judgment with a price. Prophets prophesize for money.
That's way back in there. Oh, the condiment. We're just playing house at that point. We're not.
So ultimately, be desolate, and the forest will become desolate. Desolation, complete desolation. So the Gemara says, maybe after this Baruch brings three punishments.
Whatever you're saying. That's part of sexuality. All right, so.
Yerushalayim will become nothing, will become desolate. So
if I hear that, then be like, yo, are you being degraded? Or you need to stop or whatever. Metaphysics. Kabbalah views sexual act with need elevated intention, such as strengthening marital unity, which anyway, get it fully, like holiness. Anyway, acts driven maybe not appropriate of times, but still nevertheless welcome here. Acts driven purely by domination, humiliation, or excess desire would be spiritually damaged. However, some bitches want that, and so you have to, it's a fine line, like, look, if you really feel like you're being demeaned by it, then absolutely not. But if it turns you on to get this playful demean in, then I was fair in love before, baby. Avoiding association with the Citra Astra in Kabbalah, finally opening to ways are symbolically linked to quote impure forces. Precautions would include clear separation between pleasure and waste, avoiding acts that symbolically feed impurity, mental focus or connection rather than transgression. Kabbalah assigns different spiritual states to times, weekdays versus Shabbat. Hypothetical permission might restrict such acts to certain times or just
whatever's happening with the judges, that's what's going to happen with the public. Whether it's the judges or the judges
urge them during spiritually sensitive periods. Ethical and human dignity precautions. Judaism strongly emphasizes Cabrios human dignity. No degradation. Any act that causes shame, makes partners abused, mimics abusive power dynamics would be spiritually invalid until it would be spiritually invalid even if degradation committed. Nobody wants you to feel shame or used or anything like that. However, there are some bitches out there and people in general who like that idea. And I'm not going to king shame. If that's what you like, that's cool, but you should have a safe word to be able to say, like, if you do feel shame, if you do feel used, you need to then it's no longer consenting, and then you
the Amagushim would also cease to exist. So Rashi says, interestingly, Rashi defines the arrogant. He says these are the Jews who wear the belolas. Remember, again, the belolas was the popular Gentile or idolatrous haircut, where you have like a long piece of hair that would come out from the ponytail that would come back out from the belolas. So that's the Jews. And the arrogant Jews would grow out the belolas. Or they would wear clothing that reflected all of the styles of the time. Arrogant Jews would start being arrogant, the Amazushim would stop about it. That's where the Amazushim actually say, "But we have a sheep, we bought with a season on our people, and I'm those are the first people who oppress us." Right? So, in other words, you are seeing what the Jews that sometimes they will come in effect. That when the Jew becomes too arrogant, the Torah creates a force. Back on the arrogance in order to go ahead and reinstate a sense of humility. So if the arrogance stops, then by definition, the counter force would stop as well. Similarly, the corrupt judges would stop to operate. Badly is Zirach Sirachli also women Sirachli. Actually says over here. Mati Dayoni, the Shun Misosh Shemati, corrupt judges would stop doing this. And Badli Sirach, no Kshi Shotya Bodhiku Hapose, so these were Gentile officers who were very impressive in the enforcement of the law. So again, if there wouldn't be corrupt Jewish judges, you would not suffer oppression at the hands of the Gentile legal system. So the idea of saying is always this cause and effect. There are these things that happen that undermine the fabric of society, like arrogance, like corrupt judges. So Torah creates countermeasures to push us back. So again, if we don't want the countermeasures, then stop with the arrogance, stop with the corrupt judges. So it's having noticed that the arrogance stops, so the Amavushi will stop as well.
You know the fucking grape lady. We'll do it at the end. And then health and safety. Judaism treats bodily harm as prohibited precautions would include avoiding injury, avoiding practices that cause pain for long-term harm. Again, some bitches want that though, so we wouldn't want to injure anybody.
Motherfuckers!
Cause pain or long-term harm. You know, John Mellencamp, aka John Cougar or John Cougar, and cause pain or long-term harm. You know, pain or long-term harm. You know, John Mellencamp, aka John Cougar or John Cougar Mellencamp, but John Mellencamp had a song "Hurt So Good." Come on, baby, Cougar Mellencamp. And then health and safety. Judaism treats bodily harm as prohibited precautions would include avoiding injury, avoiding practices that cause pain or long-term harm. Again, some bitches want that though, so we wouldn't want to injure anybody and cause pain or long-term harm. You know, John Mellencamp, aka John Cougar or John Cougar Mellencamp, but John Mellencamp had a song "Hurt So Good." Come on, baby, make it hurt so good. Sometimes love don't feel like it should. You make it hurt so good. There's something about that hurting can be good, and that's for every individual to be able to determine. But if it's really causing pain, absolutely not. And go to the proper authority if you feel at any point that somebody's hurting you without your consent. So then you should know that the big picture, even in this hypothetical, Judaism would still view such acts as non-ideal. I agree. Vaginal, penile interactions are way go. Vaginal, penile sex. They might be tolerated under limited conditions, not celebrated. Now, I know some rednecks out there is going to be like, but I want to celebrate this stuff. And it'd be like, there's a fine line between tolerated and limited, not celebrated. We're going to celebrate penile, vaginal intercourse. And generally not celebrated. But if you were like, look, I wasn't able to have a child, but then because I was just like asexual, but then something awakened inside of me when my partner groomed me, and now I've got a brood of 14 children, we might celebrate that. I'm not gonna lie.
Quick aside here. My father, whenever we play golf, we watch the golf. Anytime any golfer has the ball and it just rims out, he always yells "rim job," and he's been doing it since I was a little kid. And I don't know if he knows if that's what he's saying, but the looks that he gets, I think he does know though, and he yells it "rim job."
Alright, the default sexual ideal of Halacha and Kabbalah remains penile, vaginal intimacy, yes, with love, modesty, and sanctity. Let's get that straight. And then, what about analingus? So, Halacha,
It's just like tubes. They keep them here all the way down. Don't ever forget that, girls. Just tubes.
Versus Kabbalah. If analingus were assumed to be permitted, which in reality is not in mainstream Halachic or Kabbalistic sources, the precautions would be even stricter than for other non-normative sexual acts because it directly involves the area most associated with Zoa, excrement, and kelipot. Below is how Judaism would likely frame it if it were allowed. Halachic type of precautions, absolute cleanliness. I'm even saying that you could have like a machine, I don't know, like, you know how we have like black lights that see like semen on stuff? I think you could have the same kind of machine, like, or light or something that could ensure like an anus is completely clean. Like, science could do that. I'm sure somebody could work on that. Anyway, so this would be so cleanliness is a central issue. Jewish law is extremely strict about contact with excrement, having filth in or near the mouth. Hypothetical permission would require meticulous cleansing beforehand, zero presence of waste, immediate washing afterward. Any doubt of contamination would render the act forbidden. This is stricter than for most other intimate contact because the mouth is used for prayer and Torah blessing. Separation from holiness after, even hypothetically, one would still likely require washing the mouth and body, waiting before prayer or learning Torah, treating the act as something that creates temporary ritual distance. This mirrors halakhic logic and other bodily function contexts. Consent and marital context. As with all sexual leniency, only within marriage, full enthusiastic consent, no coercion or pressure. Kabbalistic precautions. Where it gets stricter, Kabbalah is far more resistant to this act than halakha would be. Mouth symbolism in Kabbalah, the mouth corresponds to malchut, speech, divine expression, using it in a way associated with waste risks. Spiritual inversion, drawing energy downward instead of upward. Hypothetical precautions would require very strong intentional focus, kavana, which I think could be done, and framing the act as bonding, not indulgence. That's the big thing. I'm saying, like, there are ladies out there who have been in, and men, just sexless marriages for a long time. I don't know if that's the best thing to do or to be in, but if you are, and you want to spice things up, this might be it. If it's not, then maybe that's not the right person for you. Who knows? But maybe it is, and maybe this just floats your boat, tickles your fancy, whatever it is.
Light your fire.
So, Kabbalistic precautions where it gets stricter. We talked about this. Avoiding feeding the kelipot, the anal area symbolically linked to waste separation, and sitra achar, the other side. Precautions would include clear mental separation between pleasure and filth, avoiding any sense of degradation or excess, immediate spiritual reorientation afterward, watching the prayer later, etc. Even then, Kabbalah would likely view it as spiritually dangerous, not neutral. Yeah, but danger might be my middle name, baby. You never know. I mean,
perhaps.
Under most conditions, penile vaginal sex, that's what we're talking about. But under some circumstances, if we think that it will increase the bond between two people and overall create more Jews, that's what sex is about in many ways. I'm going to be more lenient with this. Time restrictions, if hypothetically allowed at all, likely discouraged on Shabbat or holy days. Okay, fine. And I'm fine with that. I think that's, should be focused on procreation. Not that this isn't, but this isn't, perhaps the chances aren't as high. And I went on at least Shabbat, the chances would be highest. Look, I've said this before. If you really want to run down some records and give it to me, like, calm down, woman. Men and women in Israel, and just Jewish men and women, Jewish men and women, period, should be having intercourse every single night. For the man,
Wait,
6 days a week
under normal conditions for the woman, and she's not in pain or in need or any of those other things. But under normal circumstances.
current weeks. this is how it should work. You both had a long day, whatever. You ejaculate inside your wife, and you go to bed. You both fall asleep. If she's not brought to orgasm, I understand it takes a little while. She's got to be in the right mood. All those others.
But dog, get yourself a womanizer, and you'll be made in the shade. This bitch will be asleep before your head hits the pillow. Seriously though, get yourself one of these. It's got the best battery in the business, folks. Bitch works for years.
It's a really easy way to fall asleep now.
To the ladies out there, you need 3 of these bitches. You need one next to the bed side in your drawer, 2 in your car if you ever got an away game, and 3, one always charging, baby.
That's the time for the woman. And you must ensure every single time that you get her off beforehand.
Use the womanizer.
I'm sure that you could probably do it under normal circumstances during the week as well. If you can, that's great. But what I'm saying is, look, if you, like, some women, it's always going to happen to them. But some women, it's going to be really difficult for them to come to orgasm. You're going to have to work at it, and it might take you a long time. And
not with this bitch. It's game over. This bitch works like a charm. Just creates a little bit of suction right here, girls. Just like this. Check it out, baby. Works every time. Every fucking time. I want to meet a girl. You give me one of these and we'll be done in 10 minutes. That bitch will be snoozing. Oh, for sure. Just purring. Listen to that bitch purr.
You've got work in the morning, all the other things that you've got, and I don't want you I don't want you exhausted every single night because you're having to try to get this lady out. So what do I advise? He can inseminate you and then fall asleep. And lady, if you want to use a toy or a tool or whatever it is, you just watch my streams, whatever it is to get you off, you do it, girl. All right.
Womanizer. Dude, just use a womanizer on your chick. It's game over.
Precautions would include clear mental separation between pleasure and filth, avoiding any sense of degradation.
And I'll come up with amazing sex toys in the future, perhaps, just to make it even easier. The womanizer, I'm a womanizer, I'm a womanizer, I'm a womanizer.
Immediate spiritual reorientation afterward, watching prayer later, etc. Watching prayer later, etc. Even then, Kabbalah would likely view it as spiritually dangerous, not neutral. And it's not ideal. None of this is ideal. Why? Because ideal is penile vaginal intercourse. Ideal is the woman coming before the man. And that's just, if I give a guy any advice, make sure she comes first. If you do, you're putty. Ask any woman.
She's putty in your hands.
Before I'll say it again. I used to always get confused by these scummy guys would get these amazing girls, and it's because they would take the time to make sure she came first, and perhaps her other mates would not do that. She comes first. If she comes first, it's over. She's putting in your hand. All right. Timing restrictions are hypothetically allowed at all. Likely discourage on Shabbat or holy days, possibly restricted to times of lower spiritual sensitivity. Human dignity is crucial. Judaism would draw a hard line here. Any act that feels degrading, humiliating, power imbalance would be invalid spiritually, even if technically permitted. Pleasure alone would not justify it. Kabbalah dignity is not negotiable. Bottom line, even in a hypothetical permissive framework, analogous would be the most restrictive, spiritual, risky, not ideal. I agree with all of that. It would require extreme cleanliness, strong intentionality, clear dignity, and consent. I agree with all of that. Kabbalah would still view it as borderline or spiritually damaging, even if tolerated. However, if it means that we're going to have more Jews for whatever reason, then I think that we can be more lenient on it. A real Jewish tradition. This is why.
That's what it's about, having more Jews. That's what all this is about. I wouldn't be so lenient if I didn't think this would produce more Jews in the world. Go fuck yourself.
They will exploit that leniency for their appropriate purpose. Machlis behind, machlis that
Voting practices that cause pain for long-term harm. Again, subdivisions want that though, so we wouldn't want to injure anybody. And
Lisra should go ahead and do so. No problem. I was was saying the harps essentially are treated like an element close to the tree. As such, there is no issue of Kilai. But Amram Chasida Mandina. Amram Chasida, if somebody would plant palms in a vineyard, he would administer palms.
voting practices that cause pain for long-term harm. Again,
Shashi wouldn't do it himself, but what? He would give a fruta to a Gentile child and ask the child to plant the palms in the vineyard. I believe in a Latino Israel. Why not go give the fruta to a Jewish child? I'll see the Mitzvah. Because there was a concern that I see was obviously Rabbi Shashi felt that a Jew shouldn't do this himself. But you can have it done for a guy. So the problem is if you begin to use a Jewish child to do this, the Jewish child may come to do this even when he reaches puberty and adulthood. I believe in a why not go ahead and give it? So why do you have to give it to a Gentile child? Why not give it to a Gentile adult to do it? Ultimately, again, you may come to confuse an adult Gentile with an adult Jew. That's true. But basically, you may come to confuse them, and therefore may come to end up using an adult Jew.
Cam Little tried it from 75 yards. He's just short. He's like, ooh, almost. So he said, I'm moving in from 73. Watch this. This is pregame. 73 yards with plenty on that kick. If he hits the 75-yarder the way he hit the 73-yarder, it's good. Cam Little tried.
Not in the first day, not in the second day. Is that true? There was an episode in the Shul of Ma'on, which is Shul of Ma'on, a Yom Tiv that fell out right next to Shabbos. Now, what we don't know other days, but here's what I know. Someone died on Yom Tiv. Now, what they're not sure about the story is Yom Tiv on Friday or is Yom Tiv on Sunday. It wasn't exactly clear. And I will say what happened. And Rabbi Yochanan said you can have non-Jews bury the mace. You can have non-Jews bury the mace in this type of situation. Rashi says, so again, what we're not sure about is where exactly Yom Kippur fell out. But what we do know is that at the end of the day, they allowed for non-Jews to go ahead and bury the mace. But Rava said as follows: Mace b'yom tavishon is askupo amra. Right? If a person dies on the first day of Yom Tiv, so we don't allow Jews to
Tried it from 75 yards.
So we allow non-Jews to perform a Buddha for a Jew on Yom Tavishon. The Yom Tov Sheni, what happens if the first time is askupo? This is an aside.
He thinks that titties on your arm feel like an owl landing on it. It's pretty funny. Now I got this back.
Did he get fucking beat up? Is that an actual rumor?
This is the first I heard some trends that there it is. I heard some stuff happening in the Comedy Store. I'm not sure about this other shit. Yeah, I think I heard that, but now I forgot. Yeah. If that surprised anyone, great. Well, like the part of the David Lucas part of Great is like being it got conquered by Graves. Yeah, no, Graves is the fourth rank of his Great. You know what I mean?
What's the Graves?
Oh no, well that's kind of does sound like a nickname for Elf Bear. No, I have Grave disease. It's like it's not a big deal, but. I didn't know that thyroid issue. Oh, thyroid issue. Never heard of it. Yes. But I take a medication. Yeah, that's true. And yes, exactly. Dude, this guy's a doctor. Wow. I mean, listen, he knows his stuff.
Doctor. What do you have? No idea. I was talking to a doctor yesterday, and like, and she developed it. This is like you can be more of an expert in certain very specific issues. Like a lot of bodybuilders probably know way more about anabolic compounds within your body versus not teaching you. You roughly know what things. Sometimes they'll go in like a checkup and they're like, you're taking too much testosterone. Like, oh, good. They're like, you should take 50 milligrams. Like, well, yeah, for sure. Like, shut up. That's small. Come on.
Yeah, how many fucking things can you lift, dude? Yeah. What is that? How many cars can you lift? Does that stethoscope help you fucking bench and shut up, dude? You're on pills. Yeah, he's on medication, but we are also trying to come up with merch to solve his Graves. I know, if we could just get a few more Patreon subs, I think I might be over.
Wait, you guys tell me how many Patreon subs you get?
I have like 400. Yeah.
Oh, wow. Yeah. So I was going to say, like, my guess for Giga King was like 500.
Okay, yeah.
I give this segment 5 big boons.
We wanted to lie once we said that the Rizzler was a National Socialist. Man, this is my favorite special. I'm so glad we could get together and watch it 85 times. Such a big deal to me.
Yeah, it's very I can't believe I took part in this. It was like such a big team effort celebration.
And the documentary has to be a docu-series, and one episode has to be called Mark with a G. And it's like it has like AC/DC music playing, like a silhouette of
this is a joke. Here's like an
actual. This is not a joke. No, it's not a joke. I'm being 100% serious. I'm sorry for.
No, I like because I like the idea also of like books, for example. As well, history's got like different like it's like a story told of different perspectives about the thing.
Exactly. So The Last Dance is about the 6th championship. In that, they go back.
Did you watch that? I want to watch it. Yeah, everyone loved it.
So, like, for instance, this is his 6th championship, his second special. You know, the Gringo Poppy. That's the lens, but then the scope of it all kind of goes back to this. You're part of it. The whole history with you would be an episode, and it goes back to, like, I don't know how to make a documentary about the special. It's all like a joke he told or whatever.
Yeah, oh my God.
But it would be like Brennan Schaub would be involved because Michael Jordan was involved. And then this is like, dude, you would make a shot for shot remake. You just switch out everything shot for
like Brendan Walsh was alluding to earlier, like to get him involved. I agree with you. You could do that.
2 words, 100 million. Do you think he's gonna say more than that?
Of course not. Yeah. This guy committed fraud for $100,000 after he'd already gotten like 4
words. Actually, for you guys, we are rich. Dude, could you imagine? I know that. Come on, stay with me. We do a shot-for-shot remake. The part where Michael Jordan's like, and for some reason I took that first. Yeah, it's Schaub on the laptop, but he's watching Sesame Street again. For some reason I said giraffe. North Korea with a beach.
I'm trying to think of what Schaub's I took that person. Curtin Way,
Bobby Lee.
Oh, yeah, right. Yeah, that's your perspective. That's your documentary. It's all these different perspectives.
Andy Letterman.
Oh, my God, yeah.
Who's Scottie Pippen? Brian Callen. Pretty sure. Do that.
The thing is, like, his openers are better than, like, whether it's whoever he brought up.
We go through the whole lineup of the Chicago Bulls. Like, who's Scotty Kukoc? Who's fucking BJ Anderson or Tony? Scotty, dude. Stay with me.
From what I understand, was right when we got between Scotty Pippen and Michael Jordan were so intense that they were like, they bet on like the size of their sons' penises or something. Oh my god, crazy! Like we're. This is, I don't know if it's conceivable because these guys are like egomaniac competitors, right? Kind of.
Mark, can I ask you though, did you read that online or is that a Tiger fact? You don't see it.
That's weird. They figured out I'm like, no, this is funny. Like, it's triggering people more, they like it or whatever, but it's like, if you think you're going to promote this fucking shitty whiskey with being polarizing, like, they wanted it to be like, you know, so professional, they're like, oh, cool, so who is the art director for the photo shoots you want to do of, like, you know, this elaborate Tiger thick whiskey promotion on a budget of nothing? Like, what? You know, yeah, make it look like the Rock's page. Okay, cool. You want to do that with AI? Or, like, you know,
We're going to pay the Rock money.
yeah, but if I control people in the following page. Your choice. I'll stop managing it 2 months later. I remember commenting on it, I got locked on the page because it was like, I was posting propaganda. And like, I got fired for putting an extra scene in there. Which I got it's great because I got to review all my evidence. He was so fucking pissed that he was like, fuck, he's telling like, dude, like, one person saw it on Facebook because it didn't even, you can't hyperlink on Instagram. So we went to a Facebook account. Me and Jay were both like, there's a Facebook account, like, it's out of posting. None of us were aware of it. One person commented that was like, Till likes, one, hey, might want to check the spelling. He's like, motherfuckers, like, as if he just like accidentally, you know, picture of himself fucking a dude on the internet, you know, and he's like, oh my god, it's like, yeah, it's happening. And then I get fired, and he was like, okay, so wait, like, you know, and then when you go, guess when I was looking up, right? And then I watch it, like when I left, I was like, I'm not posting on this page, you know, like, hey, how's the replacement going? It's not been fixed.
We're actually in hour 5, yo. What the hell? Yeah, we got more guests coming through, y'all.
Luana saying, I wish you'd come home right now. And I said, okay, I will.
Let's say again, I just kind of more
okay, sweet. Dude, Mark.
No, I'm not going to like suddenly exit, but I was telling her, yes.
It's the line down. It's the Mark line down.
Right.
So
Listen, I'm going to leave at 5.
We do have to address the bots later, so yeah. Like all the negative comments, it's just I don't know why they.
Yeah, anyways, it's so funny that so many negative comments about me. It's just like, fucking life.
You told me. I don't know, okay, where they come from, but I just, you know, it might be an inside job. I did text Bobby and I respond. All these bots.
Mark had to go to sleep for 18 hours. Fuck, I wish that's so.
I know, right? Right? No, not us. Not us.
The knee replacement, he said that I do think so. They're like, yeah, like, she's texting him fucking outfit pics at 3 a.m.
I will say, dude, every time you come through, I don't even know what I expected beforehand. You know what I mean? And then you break both your hammies and you fucking beat my expectations. You know what I mean?
Oh, every time you just like, hey, let Mark like ramble on forever. You know? Once again, I appreciate people let me do that.
People are like, are you guys gonna get food? I'm like, Mark is good.
I told Luana that I'm like, let go of the bitch. Because sometimes, like, so, okay, Luana's personality, here's where we conflict is like, sometimes, like, oh, fuck, man, I was like, along with some evidence that I was, like, reviewing looking at old shit on my phone, like, I found this recording of, we lived in this apartment, and my cat was killed by somebody, I believe, like, we had reason to believe it was, like, an Airbnb gas station place, like, hit our cat, and it was, like, very traumatizing. So I don't even know, like, we felt about this, it was, like, horrific to us, because it was, like, somebody killed my cat, ostensibly from a car accident, put the cat on top of a cardboard box that had been driven, like, and then a neighbor was like, knocked on our door like Sunday morning and was like, I'm sorry about your cat. These are my kids. And it was like, the area where she used to hang out in this grass area, like, it looked like a car had driven over the sprinkler. Like, the sprinkler person was like, wait, like, what place? I hanged up there. It's like, we were
So
it
for
was an
myself,
Airbnb,
if I
and
use
we
it
were
as
already
a
know about it.
relevant,
It's like,
I can do it
you
on
try to
Calamari.
start an Airbnb, and now
flip
people are
side,
coming in,
alcohol,
left and right,
from
and they don't understand the situation. Playing music go block.
And when someone
And
sees me
I
putting
was just
it
trying to get
on top of
answers
that,
and
that's the
closure from
narrative.
person
What's
runs
the
the
narrative?
Instagram.
What am I
So I
doing?
was like,
What am I doing?
I go,
One.
I got a hold of this guy,
Knowing
Red,
that
and I was like, well, first of all, the guy who cut it, that's what their contact, and I was like, hey, do you have your boss number? We just want to know, like,
in the case
we just want to, like,
therefore, again, the
I
bank
don't know,
says,
trying to sue me,
put
buddy.
the
He was just
statement
like,
on about the
you
stuff.
know what happened?
But what? But what?
And immediately they're like, we didn't have anything, like, don't text us about it. I was like, whoa. And then I found the number from the guy who ran it, and he got, like, I think he called me or something, or yeah, I must have been, because it was like, I didn't get the number back, and then I get another one, this was like, hello? He's like, he just started screaming, he's like, you fucking motherfucker. He said, I'm gonna kill you on the phone. Oh my God. What? Like, who the fuck is this? Some guy named Vito? I was like, I had no idea who it was. This guy's screaming at me on the phone, telling me he's gonna kill me. And I'm like, it's Charlie, because I'm like, my cat just died, and I'm just looking for closure, and you're telling me that you're gonna murder me and asking questions about it. So I was like, so I had to eat that, right? Because I'm like, I have no idea who this is. He's then blocked me, and I can't, like, and then like a week later, I'm coming home from the gym, and I see these guys in front of the Airbnb. I'm like, oh, that's Vito. And he's like this small, Asian, Filipino gay man. Like, I didn't know what Vito, I was like, I'm assuming this is some Italian dude or something. But I figured out my bug, because they're like looking around and like looking, oh, we got it. Like, so I presume I go, like I walk in and hey, you guys run this Airbnb? They're like, yeah, like, hey, I have a phone. I can up in his face, I was like, you said you wanted to murder me? I go, why don't you do that? And I busted his house, right? I'm just like, in his house, like, hey, so I wanted to give you that chance. He's like, fucking touch me. I'm like, no, you said you wanted to murder me, so I'm gonna give you that opportunity right now. Right? And it's like, the whole point was like, I'm gonna make this person feel small and tell him like, he's like, I'm gonna call the cops. I'm like, go ahead and call the cops. I'm gonna sit here until you text to her. Listen, like, you know, like, again, that becomes a hate crime if I touch it, but like, I wouldn't beat him up, but I just want to make sure you know that like, you made a mistake in trying to tell me this, tell me something like, say to me, water comes in and starts talking. Like, you motherfucker, like, ruining my intimidation tactic. Like, I am trying to make this person feel very small with the silence that's created when I said I'm giving you the opportunity to murder me, and he has to say nothing. Because he can't. You know, I'm gonna stay calm. So I'm like, okay, look, when I'm done, you can yell at him. So now Mark was one, he's hurting her. I'm like, oh, like, so I'm recording it back with my phone. And I'm like, he's like, hey, fine for the murder. And then like 30 minutes later, because I left, get the fuck out of my house, I'm like, that's what it's like. I just went around like touching stuff. I was just like, oh, you call cops? Like, yeah, I'm opening the door. You know, it's a nice glass door you have. You're someone in public, but wait, you guys live here? Like, I gotta sit over here. This is in a park. You guys live here? You live here. Right? I'm gonna get it. Like, oh, you run an illegal area. Like, oh, yeah. Man, like, so what's your story? You run a
wired to work as well as transformation. That is our fundamental discussion. Also, so remember again, you have an incredible amount of focus govern that in general. That's not focus actually began on that designer orienting us, reorienting us ultimately. So that much focus began actually on that design. So remember again, that was the first testimony of Yosef Daniel Ezer, and then from Yosef Daniel Ezer said, the master baby back to you. Literally again, the religions of the butcher sheeper are called. So we had about focus between God and Shmuel. What does that mean? Right? What does that mean? So is that part of Mamish? Literally, no Tumah, can't acquire Tumah, can't transmit Tumah. Does it perhaps just that they can acquire Tumah but can't transmit Tumah? Then also we saw there was a Girsama. Is it they with Bachya? Is it they They are with the slaughter chamber, and again, so on and so forth. The Gemara speaks up today on the statement of Rabbi Yehuda. Remember again, looking towards the end of yesterday's daf. This was in the middle of the giant days. So Rabbi Yehuda said himself. Rabbi Yehuda said in his statement, "Lakol Tomei." So Rabbi Yehuda said,
Halacha avoids permitting it. Kabbalah strongly discourages it. Many authorities treat it as outright forbidden, but not this one. You're fired. Go fuck yourself.
It must be biblical for the ability to go ahead and have a fire and therefore human substance suffering. They become coming. God becomes coming. What's it? Gemara that ended yesterday, remember we ended yesterday's down with saying, how did they retracted that position? It doesn't hold the best. So now we're going to focus on trying to figure out what is the nature of that retraction. Say, by the way, we'll say today that that's 18% of what is adding the base, or picking up 6 lines up from the bottom. By the way, see, by the way, the Gemara says as follows: by the way, the came with the 100 bay above all flame, Rabbi Yosef, Mishim, Sphere light, or do all the garment 100. Suppose to listen to this information. So the interesting is this: we see that Rabbi Yehuda retracted his position. So what is it that he retracted his position? Just that he retracted his position. Ultimately, again, his healing, the ability, ultimately, again, for liquids to go ahead and transmit tumah to kalim, but ultimately, again, when it comes to food, ultimately, again, he still holds that liquids have the ability to transmit tumah, like Rabbi Yossi, Rabbi Shimon, or perhaps the Gamre Hunter Baker Rabbi Meir, or perhaps he's holding the practice position in terms of liquids, and in fact, he's aligned with Rabbi Meir, both ability practice, which is the moment. Rashi says over here, Rashi says about the Oslim, Rabbi Yossi, Rabbi Shimon, Spirulei, the Mashkin, the common Oflin, the Daorais. So we're saying, so when we see that he's a retracted his position, so remember again, what does that mean? Let's focus on what we have. The original statement of Rabbi Yehuda was, it sounded like liquids could convey tumah to anything and everything. That was the Pashas considered of the statement. Then Rabbi Yehuda retracted. What's the nature of the retraction? Did he mean ultimately again that liquids can convey tumah to kalim? But they can convey tumah midoraisa to food, or perhaps he retracted and he goes like Rabbi Meir, because it was Rabbi Meir holds as general, liquids cannot convey tumah at all to anything midoraisa, and liquids can only go ahead and convey tumah to food midrabana. So we'll say, that's the Shiloh, what's the nature of the retraction? So we'll say, very interesting. Let's say you have a cow which drank para aduma water. So again, remember, you have para aduma water, and a cow accidentally drank para aduma water. Para aduma water. Anything that comes to color, and anything that's color, they have a totally good cow. They went ahead and drank para aduma water. So para aduma water, ultimately again, so now you check that out. Ultimately again, its flesh becomes tummy. Like the basa will give the animals coming up here actually. You start tummy, so the kabbalas come over him, and the chagas will have nothing but the kill. And let's say ultimately again, so the flesh of the animal itself becomes tummy. Like Yehuda says, no, bottled they may have top of the test. Like Yehuda says, no, water is bottled inside of the cow. Bottled inside the animals, and bottled they may have. The Elon who you make hatas. So remember, once the cow ingests it, it's no longer fixed to be used as para aduma water. Then Oishman Abayi no longer has the identity as para aduma water. Speaking of also, so let's look at Rashi have a question. Be still that you can actually be able to come with hotel. If you debate the course in hatas, in the law have becoming alatoma, the time in other cases, Shin Mash get coming illegal. Here's the question. So Yehuda says that halacha myself, when the animal ingests the para aduma water, and you chef the animal, the meat is not going to be coming. Now, one second. Listen to the Gemara. These sakadai Ava open Rabbi Yossi Abishim Sirlei. But if you hold it Rabbi Yehuda when you retracted his position, all he retracted was what? Just the ability for Mashkin to convey Tumah to Caleb. But the ability for Mashkin to convey Tumah ultimately again to other food items. Halacha l'maisa is still intact. About the Oakland, Rabbi Yossi Rishon Sirlei. Amai Patu Lamei Ehal L'Gamrei. Why should a Kara Aduma water not be able to convey Tumah to meat? At least the what the Gemara says we eat Tumah Kamur Lamei Kamur, even if you want to say both sides that it won't convey Tumah Kamur like a high level of Tumah, because that's when again the waters have been ingested. Tumah Kamur, Miha Nitmu, it should at least be able to convey a lower form of Tumah. So once I see even Shaila, it's actually seems to indicate the fact that according to Rabbi Huda, the ingested Kara Aduma water does not convey any level of tumah to the flesh of the cow, to the muscle of the cow. This seems to indicate to us that he should be full-fledged retraction. That literally now what Rabbi Huda is saying is, I'm only Rabbi Meir, which means that really liquids can convey tumah to anything midoraisa, and at most they convey tumah to Rabbanon. To which the Gemara says, no, my people the me'echa. What does Rabbi Huda mean when he says that halacha l'maisa that the paraduma waters will be bottled inside of the cow? But the Gemara says, I'm sorry, my people the me'echa, nami bottled makamura. About tumah kala is tamu. It means that the water no longer has the ability to convey what we call tumah kamura. Because the tumah kamura means the ability to cause you to convey adam people and utensils, but the water absolutely does not have the ability to what? To convey tumah kala. So again, it's the tumah kamura is food. But therefore, there's no proof of it. It's very possible that you could still hold the halach l'maisa liquids have the ability to make what you do, but they just lack the ability to convey what you do. The father kind of covers up the kamura and so we'll say now here's what's interesting. So fine. So the point over here is that from this case of para aduma, you can't necessarily do what Rabbi Yehuda's present sheet is. So it's like here's what I know. What I know is Rabbi Yehuda in his first version held that pretty much liquids have the ability to convey anything and everything. When I say anything and everything, I mean like Adam, Caleb, both, right? Food, utensils, people. Now, both I know Rabbi Yehuda retracted that position. I'm trying to figure out what's the nature of the retraction. Did he retract it? Not he retracted everything. He said he holds like Rabbi Meir, which is the most extreme sheet that Meir holds, that really liquids convey don't convey too much to anything. And I most just convey too much to other food items, or does he hold a more modified position that liquids can convey too much to Caleb to utensils, but they can convey too much ultimately against the food items. So we tried to bring a proof from Paraduma, but even from Paraduma doesn't seem to be such a great proof. I will say what ends up happening is something very interesting. Michlada Tanakama Summer, Tuma Kamur and Nami Natamu. I will say what's interesting to note is as follows. It sounds like what you're saying is based on the Tanakama, right? Based on the first opinion, that even ingested Hara Aduma water does convey full-fledged Tumah. To which the Gemara says, Ha Usara Mikami. The Gemara says, that's all. Because when it comes to Tumah Kamur Nami Tamu, Ha Usara Tame. Ha Usara Tame Katani. To which the Gemara says, no. Rabbi Yehudi didn't say that. So the truth is, the entire Brisa reflects the view of Rashi. But Ha Usara Tame Kamur. But the Lotine, Ella Ashabasar, the Lord Kana Adam Mikiri, and those who might not say, the way the rice is set up, it makes it sound like putting it kind of kama. The water, the paraduma water, retains high level kama, even once it's ingested by the animal. The problem is, all the rice says is that the flesh, the para, is coming, which indicates to us that halal says only the flesh of the animal that is coming, but that the waters will not be able to convey kama to Adam and Caleb. It sounds like it doesn't have high level kama. So what's going on over here? Who do you want to see? Rather, the entire by itself is Rabbi Yehuda, the Chisure Extra. Ultimately, again, the race is just missing a couple of critical pieces of information, which we are now going to determine. Here we go. Harash Shasa make Atas, just in case. Let's say a cow that drinks make Atas, right? So Paraduma water, because it's again, how it's not the same, it's not the Paraduma that ingests Paraduma water. Or it's just stamina animals, right? Stamina animals. Okay, so again, my cow happens to drink my adimo water. So now we'll say what happens now. I check my cow. I have the meat. What's the status? The parashishasa mechanos. This sarah coming. Ultimately, again, it's flesh is going to be coming. Says the Mameta, well, when is that so? To Makala. So we'll say, when we say that the flesh is coming, we'll say, what does that mean? To Makala. We'll say, to Makala means a lower form of Tuma, which means that the only ability of the water, of the liquid, is to convey Tuma to both. But that water would not have the ability to go ahead and convey Tuma to other entities. It wouldn't have the ability to convey Tuma ultimately again to people to utensils. So it only has a lower form of Tuma. About Tuma Chaburlo, Shabi the Omer, Batu Gene'ah. Why was it Shabi the holds that Halachim Lamaisa, once the waters, once the Padma waters are ingested, ultimately again they are about to certainly a buffalo. So there's nothing here. Once an item has been ingested by an animal, to a certain degree it loses its identity as mashkin, and it's no longer mashkin. Now whatever it is, it's actually it's perish. It's like stuff inside the animal. But once an animal ingests something, by definition of its primary identity, so the Gemara says, Rashi says, the Olam Batu Bene'el Gamre, Yishun Tahabili Mashkin. Rashi disagrees. Rashi says, so in this model of Rabbi Yehuda, what we're suggesting over here is when the animal ingests the paratuma water, essentially its identity as mashkin is compromised, and therefore all it has is the ability to convey tomakala, which means the most that is going to be mekame is what? Is the basar, is the actual meat of the para, but cannot convey tomak to other forms of meat. Comes along the Rashi says, through this, once the animal ingests the paratuma waters, it is bottle gamre. Bottle gamre only loses its identity as a mashkin. You should be having mashkin salwa. The Lord said, it is now considered to be a putrid liquid. So Rashi is pretty intuitive as well, which is that pretty much once an animal ingests something, that ingested item loses its identity. There is no longer mashkin. There's just stuff inside of the animal, and once there's stuff inside of the animal, it loses its total ability to convey any level of communication. So it's the Abu Mashkin Sablah. The kind of the point of the Mashkin Sherish is the body completely Prat with Mashkin Sablah. Ultimately, it was like this comes to exclude a putrid. And therefore, it's like, interestingly enough, what it says. So, remember, did we really answer our question? Doesn't sound like it, because when we're trying to figure out what was the extent and nature of that faction, but it doesn't have that clarity.
So impressive as shit.
About a para ingested para to the water, and the impact or the status of those mashkin after they're ingested by water, by the animal, but you still
So this move.
have clarity about the scope of the
She called, like, until the cops escorted him, right? When I left in my own court, I felt like the job was done. And then the cops, like 20 minutes later, come over to my house, and they're like, hey, were you in this guy's house? I'm like, yeah, I was. You can't do that. I'm like, I know. Thank you. No shit.
Try to arrest a lion officer? I don't know if that's a good idea for you.
Yeah, bro, try it. Try it right now, dude. There's a guy in college I knew who speaking with the shirt. One of the guys in the track team. He was being drunk in his room. He got tased by the police. Party. And he like ripped the little things out. And he goes, I'm an athlete. I can take it.
Dale, sorry to hear about the cat. Yeah, sorry, man.
I didn't like it. It is sincerely like losing a pet.
Yeah.
Super emotional. If I wanted to go there and think about it, I'm glossing over my emotions about it right now, but I was to get to the point of the humor of like when you want to be a tough guy and then your wife's nagging you, it's like, you can just tell right now, like, because that'll happen with the strong personality, like Lana. It's like, hey, have your turn in a second. Like, no, I'm getting tough. Speaking of which, let's have a call.
Okay, yeah. Okay.
I want to do something Yeah, I got a sausage for you, bitch.
Yeah,
Would you like help or some help?
That's what I tell my right hand that night.
Yeah.
But
What is this? Dylan was like, red chips. This is a gay man on stage.
But I just want to say before you go into that, I'm so grateful that you came through.
I'm so grateful for you guys inviting us. And also, by the way, so having worked with a bunch of influencers who like, one of my biggest pet peeves of entrepreneurs is like, so yeah, so influencers do this. Hey, your shoe right now, like, motherfucker, what? Like, can you give me any warning whatsoever? So right away from that topic, I'd be like, hey, you're like a month from now, yeah, shoot. And then give me like every like appropriate update. So thank you. Awesome. I do need that. Yeah. Oh yeah, I read that today. I appreciate the content. Just everyone out there should fucking remember that. We're trying to get people to actually show up. Don't be like, I can't come to the World Shoe Scale.
Yeah. I'm in Seattle, man.
What? Fucking TikTok?
Yeah, I'm hanging out in the Antoine Davis. Get in line, bitch.
Really appreciate you guys having me over. We love each other again soon.
Yeah, dude, the fans love you, dude.
10 minutes of shop, community sincerely, all this stuff that I said about it being a very positive, out of all the Brendan shop-based reaction content channels, I knew that you guys have probably the most positive, like, kind of good-spirited crowd. So thank you guys all for watching. It's all
Like I said, I wanted to
stay for the full 24 hours.
Oh God, no, dude. It's gonna be hard for us.
What you gonna do? You got. I'm sorry. I should. Let's support Reigns.
Oh, no, you're good.
This is my favorite flavor.
Please take the reins.
I'll let Jesus take the wheel.
Here we go. Yeah. Oh, it's weird. Real quick, come over here. Okay. Yeah. All right, everybody. We had dude. Take it with you, man. Take the whole thing. Have fun with it. They are comments right here. Okay. Here. You see that? You see that, man? Mark, see you, buddy. You're the best. So that was Netflix. Mark came in, he destroyed as usual while we were watching the greatest stand-up special ever done. Yeah, the comments, dude. Oh, 2 S words. Yeah, maybe Warner Brothers could be a thing. I'm not glad that the horn in the middle of my head is back. I had that surgically removed by a doctor. The doctor cut off. At least that's a real thing. I had a horn in the middle of my head. The doctor cut it off. And I didn't think it was going to grow back, but I guess it's growing back. What's up, Mark Ramirez? Good to see you. Good to see you. Lando, it's been a while since I've seen you. TriStar, whoa. Like I haven't seen TriStar in a while. Tommy Jarvis, would you say this is so great, Bob, that you got good guests and everything? Yeah. Well, we want to get some more people on. It's been tricky to kind of like coordinate with everybody, but I think later on, It Doesn't Matter podcast is going to be on with us. Potentially, we got to reach out to a few other people. One big guest, obviously. Well, they're all big guests. Potentially, we were hoping to have Brian Campbell, our CEO, but he's very busy on presidential stuff. But maybe him, maybe Sean, maybe Patrick Williams. Is Walsh coming? We already have Walsh on, dude. You missed it, but it's on the show, so you can watch it after. Do we reach out to Chin? No. I thought about that. I actually grasped at somebody pretty big, and I was promptly turned down. But I won't say who. But I was turned down. Oh yeah, Kadura says, when is AZ coming? I'd like to have AZ on the podcast. I think maybe in the Raccoon Tweeties episode. Somebody tell him to message me. I think that would be funny. Chip guy, no. TriStar, you should know better. We'll never. Nick is not. We're not down with Nick. He's not welcome here. Chin is welcome. Nick, not so much. No, I didn't reach out to Joe Rogan. That's a stupid question. Bobby Lee. I haven't had the balls to reach out to Bobby Lee just yet. Plus, he's my boss, so it's kind of awkward to ask your boss for stuff. Have you ever had a job? Never heard of it. Mark Ramirez, you're close. I'm coming for you. Your life is almost over. Oh, you know what? The idea about racing is funny. Maybe we'll do that. I want to do more like bits where we're doing stuff outside. So lifting, racing, selling trucks, maybe food truck type diary thing. Timothy Wendell, thank you. Yeah, that was kind of weird. I mean, I think most people like sinners. I honestly haven't heard a single person say that it's bad yet, but everybody has their own opinion, you know. So, okay, cool. Oh my goodness. Water. Oh man. Give it up for Gerardo, dude. Like organizing this shit. I mean, how do you even film in this thing? Got chairs everywhere, different setups. I think we're probably gonna move back to the couch soon, so we can. Most of the guests are gonna be the Zoom. We're gonna have people show up in person.
What does it mean? Final cup.
Oh, blue fart. We don't matter. We don't count. Oh, right. Hell yeah, guys. Give it up for Shark Marley, dude. Oh, unique. Yeah, I don't know about unique. I don't think so. I wish him the best, and he's funny, but I don't think I want to deal with all that. Too much. That's a little too much. That guy really talks a lot. Shout out Gerardo. Shout out to you guys. We got a lot of people here, dude. Cody, Quail, shout out to King Car. Hilarious. King Car. Somebody from the beginning. Cody. What's up, dude? Thanks for watching that long. You guys are fun. I do. It's over. I did have it. I'm not sure where my phone is. Oh, it's over there. It's over there. Yeah. Oh my god, that was a lot, y'all. I think this is the longest we've ever streamed. Definitely the longest we've ever streamed. Are you kidding me? Yeah, dude. What do you want? HSG on. Who the fuck is that guy? I gave her a birthday shout out or something, which is nice. I guess I'll wish her the best. Oh, the stream's good. Oh, yeah. No, oh, yeah. Sometimes we had a lot of audio here.
As he says, he's taking a notch up there.
Not bad. Is your back hurting at all? No, just gotta constantly adjust. Keep guessing. I've been watching you guys forever. Never in the city live usually as in the UK. Smile. I am struggling. I won't lie to you. Because I probably have undiagnosed diabetes. Probably the brain kind. I'm fine. I'm not gonna fall asleep. My head hurts. I got Advil. I want it. Okay. Oh yeah. Thank you. Oh, that's good. Here, I'll take the whole bottle. When I walk out, question number 2. Yeah, okay. When I walk out, okay. Will I be able to do it? All right. Dude. Oh, so just me. Mark gave us all Graves. Does anybody else? Am I the only person with Graves' disease? Is anyone else having thyroid issues? I'm gonna get the special flame. Vladimir, what's up? Dude, I got a lot of stuff. I got Graves' disease, small teeth, big gums. I got a headache. My wrist is maybe broken again. You know, so that's the thing about that. I'll tell you about podcasts. A lot of your favorite podcasters have chronic diseases. In fact, most of them do. Part of having a black belt and being very good at talking for a long period of time about nonsense is you have to have something that's threatening your life. In 20 to 30 years, I could be dead. But right now, all I have is a headache. So it's not really that big of a thing. I was telling part of podcasting is having chronic disease. I think that's true.
What is it that got you? Mark Harley being here or the regular comic playing?
I would say it was the inherited race. And probably Apple. Maybe the drinking.
about my
I'm fine. Look, we're not the only podcast that's sick. Yeah, we know. Nothing I can't handle.
Rudy or Gerardo? Wait, there was some.
Bullshit.
The payment for a record treaty special edition rain thanks. Listen, I worked for that long game experience too. The Spanish people needs work busy.
I don't know, but I was like, I just assumed that meant dice. I read it. Oh, yeah. It's like everybody likes that movie. I've not talked to anybody who doesn't like it. It's surprising. Actually, one person did say that it didn't like the tone of it. They said that they don't like vampire shit. But I can't agree.
Okay, was that your takeaway? You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, that movie is fucking cool.
Also, shout out to Open for being introduced.
Oh, hell yeah, dude. Open should be on the show later. Yeah, if able to. Still a little early. Idea, boys.
I can't go through a lot. Straight up.
Thank you, Open. Nice, Melly. I don't ever $20 in less than 10 minutes. Thank you, Tony.
Yeah, dude, I stayed up until like 1 in the morning setting up the boards.
TMNXT says as soon as Goody transitions to the couch, he's falling asleep. Yeah. I should DoorDash Red Bull. I would drink this at gunpoint.
I can get you Red Bull if you want.
Do you have Red Bull?
No, but you do. I can go to the Aldi right here.
If you want to.
Yeah, I can do that.
Sure.
Can you?
Yeah, I mean, listen, I'll just keep talking to the chat.
Okay. I'll go get 2 Red Bulls from you.
Yeah.
I got you over fast.
That's what, when Gerardo leaves, he's getting a drink from me.
I also, what's it called? I got a free trial on Zoom, so we're good.
Oh, so I gotta cancel that. Yeah, I'll keep an eye on that.
You want to do what you rather sit on the couch or no?
Up to you, Rob. I'm fine here.
But it's already set up for the couch.
That's fine. Yeah, dude. I mean, Red Bull Run seems healthier than what my original suggestion was to order DoorDash pizza. Every time we have pizza on the stream, it's going really bad. So I think I'm just gonna live off being earlier when we were like planning this shit for the stream. It was kind of, we've been telling you all about this for weeks, but I'm not gonna lie to you. I won't sugarcoat it for you. I'll put sugar all over your dicks and vaginas and tell you it's delicious. We didn't really plan a lot. I would say, like, we're just reaching out to people like, can you be on? And we're like, we need Diet Coke. So Gerardo got Diet Coke. And I was like, what kind of push we have? This is streaming for some reason. So this is not coffee king. I wasn't gonna get donuts. I wasn't. John the donut. So I got a bunch of bacon. I'm so tired. I forgot where I was going. Just check back in the chat. Ryan Hardy, where did you get the Puig jersey, Danny? Okay. I got the Puig jersey on what is that site where you I've never used it before, where you bid on things. That's how the Graves hit hard. I got it on that site where you bid on stuff. And I wasn't sure about jersey sizes, so I had to ChatGPT what is large jersey size. If you don't know, 48 eBay, that's it. See, you asked the question, you knew the answer already. That's the kind of bid we want. Thank you for helping. I got it on eBay. I bid a little bit under. and I won immediately, and I was like, damn, I should have bet way less.
You're in a group chat to other parents, dumbass.
But it wasn't that expensive. And it came, and then like yesterday, I got a little surprise for you, Gerardo, and he was like, oh, I think I already know what it is. I had forgotten that I texted him. Oh shit, Gerardo's calling me. I'll put on speaker. All right, you're on speaker. You know I want sugar free. Don't ask me a stupid question. I'm kidding. Thank you. I appreciate it. I'm sorry. All right, there. Dude. Would you guys are sugar free people, I'm assuming, right? I mean, is it, I'm glad that he asked, but because sometimes you are, I gotta have a sugar free. But anyways, I was talking to Jordan, and he's like, I think I know what it is. I'm like, what do you mean? He's like, the Yasso tweet thing. Apparently, I texted to him earlier, and I forgot. It's just, I mean, the Greg's is really recently. I just don't remember anything. I might have even just said that twice. I'm not really sure. Yeah, dude. I mean, all sugar-free soda is pretty good. So I think it's all great. Yeah, would have been cool if you guys could have gone Matan. I don't have any connection to Matan. I think he's funny. Sure, it'd be great to have one, but I don't know anyone that knows Matan. So if you all know Matan, you can tell him to come on our show. If he has the time, we'd love to have him. That guy, he cracks me up. Originally, I was sort of like, I don't know about this guy, but now I think he's hysterical. Cody doesn't put sugar all over his Red Bull until you. That's exactly right. I couldn't have said it better myself. Thank you, FB. Appreciate it. Thank you. Is the like count good? I haven't looked at it. To be honest with you, I don't even know how to check. Gerardo does the checking of like counts. I'll just trust your word for it, truthfully. But yeah, definitely like the video. That would be helpful. We get Patreon content. We just watched Kill Tony. We watched Jordan Jensen's new stand-up special. Jordan Jensen's funny. She liked jumping. We enjoyed it. Pretty good stuff. We watched on the Patreon. We watched specials. Never heard of it. Synthetic sweeteners give you cancer. I'd rather F up my teeth. Listen, Ski Popeye. I mean, you can just drink neither one. Don't F up your teeth. You gotta make sure you have a dentist, mate. You don't want to end up. Gerardo's got all sorts of teeth problems. I just have small teeth, but I don't have any cavities. Gerardo's getting like a root canal soon. I don't want that. And that's true. Triceratops is a good point. Everything gives you cancer. Fucking, I got special. Fucking Grego Poppy probably gives you cancer than anything else. Thank you for the food, but nah, Field Tripper, you're right. Singing his ass. Hard disagree. He's got a good voice. Maybe he sings well. The real deal. The real deal. Holyfield. This shit is
Flat asses. Just never worked a the bros. We can't work out. I'm drinking this one. Boys goes, dude.
Hit 2 when Gerardo walks in. It's already, I think probably 4. But, I should hit 4. Should I hit 4?
Spicy.
Thank you, dude. Oh, shit.
Dude, when we first got the energy juice,
what flavors are they? White gummy bears is a strange choice. Why white gummy bears? That's so weird. Rain is like racist or something. What is the question? Gerardo trusts me so little with like streaming that he's doing a poll with 3 energy drinks in his hand. If I let you do it, the computer will break. White gummy bear. See that? I fucked it up already, dude. I haven't had a Red Bull in like 5 or 6 years, dude. It sounds pretty good. I'll do it for the stream. Anything for you all. We aren't sponsored by Red Bull. Rain is loyalty to Rain. However, I will not drink it because it is. Oh my god, that's so good. I miss this. I will regret this in 30 minutes. Dude, let me ask you. Oh, shit. It's a tough question. Let me ask y'all a question real quick. Anybody ever remember 5-hour energy drinks? I mean, I used to like to drink those in Monster Girl, Bobby Solo. But no, those are like Sal Volcano. We watched him on the Patreon. And the one thing I agree with him about is the feeling you get from having a 5-hour energy is indescribable. Yeah. It is not a good feeling. Yeah. The second you drink it, you're like, oh my God, why did I do this? What kind of job is this? That I need 5-hour energy to do it. That's when I had the most hourly of hourly jobs. Bookstore, restaurant, smoothie guy. I was like slamming 5-hour energies, making smoothies with apple stickers. Hey, mine has a sticker in it. Who's the guy making it? Oh, I'm sorry. I accidentally left the sticker in there. I apologize.
Nate.
The hell, man? Should we carb load year round? We never tail off the carbs? That's a game plan?
I got you. Sorry. All right. They go like, wait, Paul Pierce is going to be on the show? No. The truth is, like, hey, Paul, what do you think? What do you think about the Gregor Poppy? He's like, man, you gotta get these fucking bitters to die, man. Dude, it's half and half. They don't know which one they want to drink. They're both so good. I mean, Rain is pretty good. I'm not going to lie. I was pretty pissed when he drank my Rain. Because they don't even have that flavor anymore. It's crazy that they add new flavors. I don't understand the marketing of Rain. Like, why make a new monster? Yeah. Why rebrand? You're cutting into monsters. It's like, we need something for Gen Z. The new kind. This is the perfect energy drink right here. Well, coffee. The 6 minutes. Which one do you want me to drink? I mean, I think white gummy berry. Try it. I fucked up. Don't vote for me. Don't vote just like I vote. Okay, don't copy me. Right? That's the last thing you want to do. Don't copy off me. Vote with your heart. I'm always those 5 minutes ago. I don't need sycophants. Okay. But if you criticize me in any way, you're a bot. Yeah. I was so upset we should have started the stream over the bots today. We kind of killed the bot joke, but I forgot everything I was going to say anyway. So we met up last night and talked for 3 hours about this bot bit that we were going to do. It's not a bit, it's for real. We're done with the bots. Yeah, no, there's no bit. No more bots. You know what I mean? We're going to focus our attention instead of on the comments on coffee cake, stuff like that, donuts. It's just crazy, like the comments where they go like, oh, go back to Timo's every week. It's like, all right, bot. Yeah. Like, you think I was born yet? You think this is my first rodeo? Yeah. That's why I told her the last week. I was like, there's a lot of people that don't. I told her to sit down so you can take it outside. Yeah. I gotta tell you, there's a lot of people that are watching us right now that think it's actually the first time that we've been to a rodeo.